And this month's Where Did the Road Go is sponsored by Super Inframan, Allison Cook, and Eric Hervin. Thank you all so very much for your incredible support.
Transmission start. Welcome to Where Did the Road Go? Join us as we wander off the path and explore lost history, consciousness, the paranormal, unexplained mysteries, alternative thought, and much more. We are present on the web at wheredidtheroadgo.com. Now here is your host, Soraya.
Welcome to this edition of Where Did the Road Go? This is the fourth and final edition of the Jeff Ritzmann collection and tribute to my friend Jeff. So this is the last handful of shows he was on, and we're going to get into this pretty quickly. The first one here is a two-parter, and it was on strange light phenomena. It aired at the end of March 2018, and it's with Timothy Ren Collier, and Jeff Ritzmann. And we just talk about all the weird light type of stuff associated with the paranormal. So here you go. This is both parts, one after the other. I have with me Mr. Timothy Renner.
Hello, everybody.
Mr. Jeff Ritzmann.
Hi there.
And Ren Collier.
Hey, everyone.
And it's been a while, Jeff.
Indeed.
But
Very long while.
Definitely the first time this year.
Yeah, actually it is.
So what we're going to discuss tonight are kind of the orbs, the will-o-wisps, the things like that, but we're also going to talk about first the weird flashes of light. And I've experienced these periodically throughout my life. Jeff, you've experienced them. I can't remember if Ren or Tim has.
I've experienced them, but under different circumstances than you guys.
Okay. So mine would normally be I'd be outside at night, and suddenly the entire landscape would light up. And I'm in the middle of nowhere, so it's not like there's anyone around that could have... It's almost like an old-time flash goes off. And you don't hear anything, but everything just lights up, and you can see. It's not the illusion of light. It's not blinding you. I mean, you could see the terrain, and everything is lit up, and then it decays slowly. And it's happened. It hasn't happened to me in a while, but it used to happen to me fairly frequently. And the penultimate version of that was when I was out in the field or out in the back of the house, and there was a light in the field, and the moon was doing weird things above me, and I'm thinking, okay, flashes of light, weird moon, weird light in the field. What's affecting me right now to cause these phenomena? Now, Jeff, what have your experiences been with this?
It's been, a number of years, to be honest, that since I've experienced anything like that. But there was a period, and I probably mentioned this before on the program, that there was a period of maybe 3 to 4 years or more where there was, my life was literally a three-ring circus. Mm-hmm. At least that's how I always describe it. From a pinnacle UFO experience between my wife and I, up in the country, which, again, if you go back and listen to the first show, I think I did with you, Soraya, was...
Yeah, the first...
three-parter, right. I talked about this event, and pretty much from that period forward, that was kind of my, oh, now I know what this is, period. And from there, as everybody at this point, I think, has heard one person or another say, there comes all this tandem phenomena after you start to engage this stuff. And that's pretty much when I saw a lot of these flashes of light that were like someone taking a flash photograph. I always likened it to like a flash cube. Mine was not necessarily a slow decay from that. And mine wasn't always outside, although it happened outside. I would have this at the mall parking lot, at dinner with friends, in their house, in my house. It really didn't matter where it was.
Did they see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's. I think that if I had to, and it sounds dumb for people to kind of become so alarmed at such a thing, but if I had to name the one thing that kind of like that's it. I've had enough. We're not hanging out with them anymore. That was the thing that probably lost us the most friends. We used to have 3 or 4 couples that we would go out to dinner with a lot, or hang out with, or have over the house and watch movies and stuff. Um, I remember I remember specifically the night when a certain couple, he had a sighting with me up in the country, of a I don't know, kind of a delta wing shaped thing that was hovering over the truck, and it was he was essentially not the focal point of it, but he was directly underneath of it. I was standing at the end of a driveway, some maybe 20 yards away. So he was well familiar with what was going on. In fact, both of them were. But it wasn't until we began to get those flashes. And I remember explicitly going to dinner one night with them, coming back, and we had a door that led into the condominium building. We were on the 2nd floor, so you had a main door, and then you had your door. And as I stuck the key in the door, this flash went off, and I saw literally the black shadow going down from my hand onto the door. So I saw that there was physical light being shown on us. And being what I do for a living, I knew that the light was coming from above. It was obvious. And I turned around to Lisa. I said, "You see, it's coming from above. It's above us. It's always been above us." And at that point, the man and woman that were with us, they were like, "What was that?" And I said, "We see that a lot. That's been happening quite frequently." And then we went upstairs, we poured a couple of sodas, and we sat down to talk, and the guy's name was Byron. He said, "So what is that all about?" And then it happened again a couple of times. And at that point, the girl said, "I said, I gotta go. Like, I can't with this. Like, this is entirely too weird. Like, it's recognizably here. It's physical. It's light. What is that?" And I said, "I honestly don't know." But I think with that light and with those flashes came what Lisa and I started calling like a sense of proximity to something. And I can't tell you that we had a sighting right after one of those flashes or anything like that in particular that I can recall at this moment, but there was just a feeling that there was something close. And I should say that at certain times, there were times where there was a definite feeling of heaviness and what I started to call doom. It just felt like absolute doom. And you would walk into my house, and I had people come over, had no idea what was going on, and they go, "What is going on in here?"
Yeah.
And I was like, what's the matter? And like, "It's just so heavy in here. Like, what is that?" And you would have the flashes at that point as well. But I mean, we saw a lot of that, and a lot of it in the condominium, in the indoors. So we never figured out what it was, and I couldn't tell you the last time that it happened, that then it stopped. You know what I mean? Like, I can't say it happened this one more time, and that was it just seemed to ebb away. But the phenomena like didn't stop. It just, that was like I don't know, that was like a middle period, I think, of when stuff got really strange in the house. So that's about all I know to tell you about it. There was no sound. Nobody was burned. There were no ill effects on the environment that I could see. But I never saw a light source of any kind.
Now, I know John Keel talked about having this experience as well, and he said it always happened when he was moving. And that was the only time he ever experienced it, and he had no idea, of course, what it was.
Like moving house or moving in a car? Like
moving house.
Moving house, okay.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. But why only then,
I don't know. You would expect somebody like him to be just steeped in, in the liminal period. just kind of being one of those guys who was always kind of on the move and went from one place to another.
Yeah.
Not really living a structured lifestyle per se. So I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, certainly the liminal period of moving would be a spot where you'd expect to see some strange things, but I can't. I honestly don't. I can't say that was my experience at all. I mean, we weren't routine by any stretch of the imagination during that period of our lives, but we weren't moving. We were in the condo for 16 years. But I mean, and I should say that we weren't the only people in that building to see strange things. Or I should say, we asked the upstairs neighbor, did he ever experience anything strange? And he kind of echoed our sentiment that he always saw someone going into the bathroom, but he could never make out who it was. It was always just a dark shape. And we had that very often during that period. When we moved to this house, a single family home, that stopped. We don't have that. We didn't have that anymore. The bulk of the weird stuff was at the condo, I would say.
So it wasn't necessarily you then.
It wasn't necessarily me at the condo causing all of it.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, I really don't. And I don't know that I have. I don't even know if I've written this into the book that I'm working on, but I probably should. In that Lisa and I were out one summer night on the balcony of our condominium, which faced some lovely woods and whatnot. And our downstairs neighbor to the right, we were kind of in the middle unit. They were all the way on the right-hand side. They came out on the ground level, and she was pointing, and she said, "You see, it came from over that direction," and they landed like right over there. And I looked at Lisa, and I said, and I just kind of mouthed like, "What? What was that?" And we kind of stood up and looked over the balcony. He was looking. He's like, "Well, I don't know what it could have been, but it was round, and it landed right there." And I think it was probably a couple of days later we were out, and I don't know. I guess we just never took notice of it. There was a large patch of grass that was dead between us and the sidewalk. We sat about maybe 40 yards off of the sidewalk, off of the road, and there was this spot that was just dead, and it was always dead from that point forward. So what was that, I wonder? I mean, I don't know. But it sure sounded like they were talking about some sort of thing landing near the ground, and they saw it, or she saw it. And I'm like,
right.
What? I just wish I had the gumption or the courage to go down and say, I heard your conversation. I'm just wondering, what were you talking about?
Yeah.
Would you get a straight answer or not? I don't know. But yeah, other people did see strange things around that condominium. And but I think we had the lion's share of very, very strange stuff.
Okay. And I've known other people who have had these weird flashes too. It is interesting that astronauts get them from cosmic rays occasionally. Mm-hmm. They'll get hit by them and they'll get these weird flashes of light in their eyes. I don't know if it's quite the same thing. But like I said, the one experience I had out back, I suspect had something to do with some kind of Earth energy going on. And who knows if that was triggered by cosmic rays of some sorts. But that was one of those instances where it just kept happening. Whereas normally it might happen once or twice and then stop. This was continuing the entire time I was out there. I have a friend who's never really had anything weird happen to him. And him and another friend had that happen to them one night as they got out of the car in the middle of Ithaca. And they thought someone was taking pictures of them. And they're looking around, and when he mentioned this to me, I'm like, oh, yeah, I know that. That's really weird that it happened in the middle of the city. But, the question, from your experience, you've had other people witness it. The two of them witnessed it, but they were in the same spot. So, could it be something environmental triggering these experiences, or is there something connected with the paranormal triggering these experiences?
I mentioned on one episode of Strange Familiars, I was talking with my sometimes co-host James, and we referenced that we had seen a flash of movement. Well, we called it a flash. We said we saw this flash, and I did clarify that it was a flash of movement, not a flash of light. But the thing we saw moving happened to be white, and people misunderstood, and they thought we were talking about a white flash, like a flash of light. And I want to say like 3 different emails from different people saying like, I've seen those white flashes. I've seen that flash of light. So, yeah, I mean, it's a thing, it's a thing that people are seeing. And they were talking about, they thought that that's what we were referencing. It's not, but I still found it interesting that I got, multiple emails of people referencing that.
And obviously, if anyone's listening has had these experiences with these flashes, please get in touch. I mean, because it's kind of an obscure thing, but it seems like more people than you realize may have had these experiences.
And at least one of the people who wrote me, I believe, like he thought it was more associated with paranormal stuff because he was saying he saw it in different places that were associated with, like, I think he said he was in Iceland and he saw it in a place associated with like fairy lore in Iceland, and somewhere in the States as well that was associated with some sort of paranormal thing. So as far as at least one of them was concerned, it was associated with
Right.
with that kind of thing.
But it still doesn't necessarily block out the environmental possibility.
Oh, not at all. No.
It could be something cosmic hitting the Earth, setting off Earth energies, allowing and altering our consciousness in some way.
Yeah, I mean, specifically what you're referring to, Soraya, with the flashes caused by cosmic rays and stuff. That's a Cherenkov radiation.
Okay.
Like it's emitted. It's like basically you're seeing the ionization of particles in the air, but it needs a medium from which it can be seen. Like one of the most famous examples of people seeing that is during the Demon Core accident at Los Alamos when they were developing, during the Manhattan Project, where someone messed up real bad and they dropped basically a core. It's the way I understand it, I think he was like trying to do some kind of manipulation to set off a chain reaction with like a screwdriver, and he messed up and dropped it into the core, and it caused a criticality accident. And everyone in the room saw like a flash of blue light when it went critical, and most of the people who were in the room died. And the flash.
What was that called again?
It was specifically the Demon Core criticality accident.
Demon Core. I just wanted to check on that.
That particular core, I'm trying to remember what it was made of, but it actually caused 2 different accidents. It was involved in 2 different accidents that killed multiple people. That's why they called it the Demon Core. And the blue flash was interesting because it wasn't actually visible if you were like looking at it on tape or something. You wouldn't be able to see it. The flash was actually inside people's eyes, like the water inside your eyes was actually ionizing, and that's what they saw. And I mean, I've seen the same flashes of light that like Jeff is talking about. In my case, though, it was, and I want to preface this by saying kids don't do this at home. Messing around with this kind of stuff is extremely, not only is it illegal, it's extremely dangerous. But in my, misspent youth, I was experimenting with over-the-counter medications and attempting to trip on them, like using like Robitussin, that kind of thing. And specifically, I took a lot of Benadryl in an effort to trip out on it. And I did it several times before I finally, got worried that I was going to kill myself doing it. And I always knew I was coming up because I would see those same flashes. That's how I knew things were about to get weird. And I was coming up on the drug. Because I'd be sitting there, and then all of a sudden it would look like somebody was taking flash photography behind me somewhere. I wouldn't hear any noises. It would just be like a flash of light, and everything around me would light up, for just a second, and then it would go back out. And that's how I knew I had come up, because after that, I would start having hallucinations where I would, see giant spiders crawling out of people's heads, and I would see ghosts and creatures roaming around. It was almost like I would see things that, that weren't there in the physical world. And I'd never known that anyone had experienced those flashes of light before. I just thought it was a side effect of the drug or whatever.
Sure.
But, hearing you guys talk about it, it's making me re-examine those experiences too, and think that was that a purely subjective altered state of consciousness I was putting myself in, or are those spiders there all the time? I just can't see them.
Oh, I remember what another email I got. It was someone who told me it was the energy required. I'm trying to think how this went. The energy required for creatures like Bigfoot to jump dimensions makes these flashes of light, and they had it down to they had the whole physics. They gave me the whole physics of it and everything. So I wish I had that email now. I'd read it to you. But
it definitely felt like I was crossing a boundary and that was sort of my key that I had crossed the boundary. When I saw those flashes, that's how I knew I'd crossed over. And yeah, I mean, I hadn't really even thought about those experiences in years. I just always assumed it was just, just something to do with the drug. And what's interesting is I think that actual effect might have something to do with the chemical that's involved crossing the blood-brain barrier and actually entering in my nervous system, but I'm not really sure.
Well, maybe the creatures you were seeing were coming through from another dimension, and the flashes were the energy required.
Maybe, yeah.
Interdimensional spiders crawling out of people's heads.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it wasn't pleasant. I wouldn't encourage anyone to. There are better ways to do that. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, if you want to see the interdimensional spiders,
yeah, maybe do something other than take a bunch of Benadryl.
Yeah, don't do that, people. Don't.
Please don't.
Yes, very dangerous. Okay, so let's move on a bit to something that may or may not be connected, but orbs and other weird lights people have in what could be paranormal encounters. And I want to start with Tim's Strange Familiars episode called Lights in the Woods. So, can you briefly run down the experience for people who haven't heard that show yet?
Yeah. So there's this place we've been investigating that we call Site 7 because it's if we called it by its name or gave any other hint, it would be very easy to find, and it's private property, and we don't want gangs of people gathering there to try to see the strange lights and possible stuff. And we originally went out there with reports that sounded like Bigfoot activity. But of course, we went out there and we started finding some other strange stuff. So there's a whole series of episodes that we've done on that area. But most recently, one of the fellows who first went up there started telling me he's seeing these lights. He's like, I'm seeing these lights, and he referred to it as Bigfoot eye shine. Like, to him, 100% that's what it was. He goes up there and he sees this Bigfoot eye shine when he goes up there. So I went up and I'm looking around, and at first I'm not seeing it. But I think what it was is when they're idle, they're not super bright. It's not like a car headlight or something shining through the woods. So when your eyes adjust to the dark and kind of relax, and then you can start to pick them up. So I started picking them up, and you can hear the moment on the podcast when I see it. I said, we've got lights, and I called my other buddy over, JR, to see him, and he was very skeptical at first. He said he thought I was just crazy or something, and he came over and he saw him. And Jeff, the guy who initially told me about him, he always said they'll move, they'll change colors, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just thinking what they're now when I first saw them, they were just kind of a bluish white, sort of within normal light range. And but JR had a laser pointer, like a 10-mile, very powerful laser pointer. And I said, hit it with the laser, see what happens. And he hit it with the laser. It turned red. And now it took several tries to actually get on it. He'd flash around, because when you're shooting even a laser at something that's 200 yards off or whatever it was in the woods, you can't really hit it first try. You kind of have to move around till the laser really hits on it. But when he would hit it, you could tell, because the lights would go from that whitish blue to a red color, and then they wouldn't blink out. They would just kind of slowly kind of compress and go out. And they'd be out for maybe a minute, 2 minutes, and then they'd come back on. Then they were moving. They were changing shapes. I didn't see them change shapes, but both the other people with me did. JR saw them change shape through binoculars. He saw them change into a bar shape and into a circle, like what he described, a circle of LEDs kind of looking thing. And then they would go back to the original sort of shape, but they were changing colors. We saw them go green, red, blue, kind of an orange just in between. You could tell when they were going to go red, they would kind of get orange, and then they would go red. And consistently, when he hit them with that laser, they would go red and go out. So it was very, very strange. They were reacting to what we were doing. They were moving. They weren't shooting super fast. They would move slowly. Jeff describes it again. He thinks it's Bigfoot eye shine, and he says that it looks like they're standing up. They're crouching down and standing up, and that is about the speed they were moving. So not like lightning fast, but I'm not on the eye shine train. I don't know what they are, but I do not think they're eye shine.
Now, I one of the questions I had listening to that, you said that's over by a trail, like where you were seeing them.
Well, there's a trail that goes to one side. It's an old road. It's closed now. And it's to one side of that. So these were like kind of in the woods to one side of where that was. Yeah.
And none of you tried to go over there?
I did the next day.
But not while you were seeing it.
No. There are several reasons. There's it's dangerous to hike in there at night for several reasons. I'm trying to talk about it without giving too much away, but there are several reasons not to.
Okay. Because, I mean, my first thought would have been to try and walk toward them or around to where they were to see if they responded in any way. Right.
Well, when JR he moved, but he comes back for extended periods, and he said next time we're here, what we want to do is we're going to get one person with a walkie-talkie and get them in there just right before dark, and have another person on the outside kind of directing them. So we're going to try it. It's just as one person. Even when I went in during the day, it was just really, really hard to tell kind of where they were from the position I was at. Once you get in there, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, what distance is hard to gauge like that?
Yeah. You really need like two people. Especially if one person could have eyes on them and they could be directing another person.
So you have to triangulate it.
So unlike standard like orbs that people see, these were not floating around.
No, they would move, and they seem to move within a limited distance. Although the longer we were there, like it seemed like one would go out, and then another one would appear, maybe 50 yards to the left of that. So was it the same one that moved, or was it a new one appearing? But I did not see it drift over that 50 yards. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They are somewhat. I mean, they move, but they move. It seems like within a limited range. What I saw, anyway.
And when you talk about the laser pointer again, this reminds me of John Keel pointing a flashlight at some of the orbs and objects he was seeing in the sky, especially over Point Pleasant, and how they would respond to that.
Yeah, and it was. I mean, he tried it, and you can hear on the podcast. He tried it. I don't know, a dozen times, and every time he did it, they'd turn red, and they would just kind of go out, but it almost looked like they compressed. They didn't blink out. They would just kind of go red and then kind of slowly sort of compress into nothing.
That's really weird.
Yeah, it was very weird. I mean, and I think you can hear it in my voice on the podcast. I'm pretty amazed because I didn't know what to think when Jeff told me about it. When somebody tells you about this and he says he sees them on the regular up there, and I'm thinking, really? Like, they're like, really? And then when you go up there and they're doing every claim he told me, he told me they change color, they move, they change shape. He told me all that. And here I'm watching it, real time. And, again, I've yet to prove this guy wrong. This guy, Jeff, he comes with these amazing claims and then backs them up.
Yeah. I like now. Have either of you heard of anything like this before? Jeff, Ren?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure where to start with that. Before I forget to say it, Tim, I'm just going to make a prediction for you, and you can tell me at some point in the future whether it works out or not. When you get two people out there and you're going to try and triangulate it or trying to get someone to move independent of the viewpoint to get near the light or to see if they see the light from their position, they won't. They'll probably be right on top of it, and you'll see it, and they won't. That's
Oh,
just
that's
my prediction
interesting.
on that.
Very
Um,
interesting.
because that has happened in multiple cases, including the one I'm going to tell you about in a minute. But that also happens in Marley Woods a lot, quite a lot. Ted Phillips has told me on many phone calls that they've had balls of light that were up to the size of a small shed on the ground, to the distance of the hill away, uh, with no sky showing. In other words, the horizon line of the hill is at the top, and then you drop down a little bit, and there's your ball of light. So it's definitely at a distance that is viewable. And he said we literally had guys take off on four-wheelers right at it, come around, and we would guide them to a certain point where we could see the headlamps of the four-wheeler in the distance. There they are. They're right next to it. They're right on top of it. He's screaming into the walkie. You're right on top of it. You're right. And they said, "There's nothing here. We see
Wow.
nothing." Um, the identical same thing happened to uh, my research partner and I when we went years ago to Pine Bush, New York, uh, which was a host of bizarre crap in a 24-hour period, the likes of which I don't think either of us had seen in a while. Um, but as we got ready to leave one night, there's a mountain that's pretty much flopped right in the center edge of that town, and it kind of overlooks an area where people learn hang gliding. And when you go up on the side of this mountain to roll around the other side to go to the actual the main drag of Pine Bush, it's a bit disconcerting because you look down from this mountain and you see this immense crop circle in the field, and it turns out this is a target. They mow the grass so people hang gliding can land in the target. So we're leaving, and we stop at a convenience store to get a drink for the road home, and it's night, and there is an immense golden globe of light, again, just down from this mountaintop, and you can see that it is clearly over top of a house on this mountain. And Lee's like, "Let's go." And we jumped in the truck and we bolted up the hill, and there was nothing there. We rode right up to the house. There was nothing there. And we rode back down the mountain, and there it is. It's still there. And the lady at the convenience store said, "I saw your headlights. You went right by it." I said, "There's nothing there." And she said, "Well, it never winked out and it never moved. It's just there." And I said, "How often do you see this?" And she says, "More and more often." Um, there was all matter of weirdness for that trip, but that was one of the very few times. Well, it was the only time that we saw a light really of any kind there. Um, we went up there because we had a report of a woman who lived just off the main drag of town. Um, Her husband, I think, was he mixed concrete and poured concrete driveways. Excuse me, and he had recently poured their driveway, had redone their driveway. And she said he had these little flags that were like the little survey flags with the little plastic, I guess, like neon red or neon orange flags that you see flitting around. He had those up and down the driveway, and she said she was at the front of her house in her reading room, and she saw, again, a flash of light from outside. And she looked, and she said, "I saw a flash of light at the big tree in the front lawn, which from her vantage point would have been to the right." She said, "and something looked like a little naked boy ran from the tree to about the middle of the driveway, and then there was another flash of light, and he was gone." And she said this happened several times throughout the night. Um, and we had spoken to her husband, herself, her son, and I believe it was when we had first gotten there that that we saw the oddest thing about their lawn was that there was one flag on each side of the driveway. In other words, that they were directly across from each other, and they were straight out and kicking, that they were flapping so hard, and there was no wind. It was like dead summer, that hot, humid, sticky weather where there's not a breeze, and these things were just pegged like, and they were the only ones blowing on either side. And I remember cupping one in my hands, and it was still moving. Just really bizarre. And
Wow.
And she said, well, that's the trajectory of where these things were running. She said these little naked boys, she called them, appear in a flash and disappear in a flash. And then you got these strange, I don't know, movements of these little flags in the driveway, which was like ridiculous to us at the time. But I have seen globes of light, rather large ones, in Baltimore County. There's a place in Baltimore County that's quite high. It's the site of very strange things that I've seen over time, and and we recorded a lot of those back in the days of the full-size VHS cams. Again, my research partner and I, myself, his girlfriend, my wife at the time, a couple other people would go up there pretty much. I don't know. I mean, Lee and I had gone up there at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and not seen anything. But get there at 9:30, between 9:30 and 10, and you got quite a show.
Hmm.
And they started out being very far away, and not so unlike what Tim was just saying. Like, you would see them, and they would change color, and they would get a little larger. They actually grew in size sometimes, to the point where it almost looked like an aperture opening and closing.
Yeah, that's a good description of the way they kind of went out, like an
yeah, the aperture, they shrink and come back up again, and so it almost looks like the light source itself is opening and closing.
That's an excellent description. Yeah.
So we would see things like that, and then and then I remember pretty distinctly one night that Lisa and I went up there, and I should make note, this is before I became absolutely terrified to go to this area, because I did, after a while, become absolutely, like, I would not go anywhere near there at dark, ever, unless I was with somebody, and I'm not sure what difference I thought that would make, but Lisa and I stood in the front of this building, and we literally watched across the street, which gives you, it's quite a vista, that you can see, because you're up on a big hill that's probably one of the taller points in the county, and you're looking across this vista of trees, and we literally watched 4 of them lift out of the woods, out of the trees. So they came from the ground, it seemed, up through the trees. They cast light on top of the trees that they were coming out of, and there was one in front, 2 behind him, and then maybe one that was off to the left and a little bit further away. They were all rising out of tree line, and some of them would just like aperture out, as Tim would say. They would aperture down to nothing and disappear, and then some of them would get very bright for a split second, and then they would take off in an absolute arc. But this, or I should say, right angle, literally a right 90-degree turn. So it would shoot up to the left and make a hard right turn, and disappear, I don't know, somewhere over our heads or thereabouts. And it always appeared as a dash when it moved. It was not a solid light like you might see if you take a laser pointer on your ceiling or something. It wasn't like that. It was a dash that you would see.
And Tim, didn't you describe that as well?
Well, they said it changed shape into a bar. I didn't see that, but both the guys with me said they saw it kind of like stretch. It would almost like stretch into a bar shape.
I could see that. I mean, and again, I have no idea what these. Lee and I went up there multiple occasions, saw these things. I know we recorded one night where he was looking through the viewfinder, And again, on those old cameras, it was very hard to see at night through a viewfinder.
Yeah.
But he got it. I mean, we were seeing him on the horizon, just above the trees, and this one lit up bright, and he was zoomed in on it, and it just took off. And on the tape, it was a solid light. What I saw with my eye was a dashed line. So it was a very different thing on video than it was to my eye. So what that means, I don't know. It's probably, I mean, I'm sure it's got something to do with shutter speed. But something like that happens so fast you don't even see it. And Lee did not even see it through the viewfinder, but we got it on old VHS tape around here somewhere. And I believe this is probably not long. This is probably not long into my stint working for Sightings on AOL. So this is probably before there was full-fledged internet to say. So there's really like, who do you share this with? Well, I remember we sent some footage to Maccabee, and of course he had seen it all at that point, and I just said, yeah, it's interesting, but what do you want me to do with it? It's a light in the sky. So
Yeah.
I had Stan Gordon gave me a call about another issue. It was another sightings case of a cryptid, but he called me, and after we were done talking about that, he said, "So what else you working on?" And I said, "Well, I just I think just published that episode." At that point, I said something about I saw these strange lights in the wood, and Stan, he didn't listen to the show, and without me saying anything else, took off and basically said, I know what those are. Like he, not exactly what they are, but he knew of them, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
And he went on to describe to me exactly what we saw. He said, I call them mini UFOs. They change shape, they change colors, and he described to me what I saw without me, without even knowing. I was like, yep, that's it.
Yeah.
So, he's cataloged, multiple cases of this.
And I mean, I should say, like, you would think from the highest point in the hill that you could see just about everything. And Lee and I were really diligent about, okay, let's see which direction this is. Is this in the direct line of a flight path? Are we seeing planes landing and coming and that sort of thing? Are we looking at BWI? Are we looking at God knows what? Are we looking at Baltimore National Air Park? And the answer was no, not when they're coming up out of the trees. That kind of ended that notion right then. For us. And as I said, these were predominantly like either white, amber, or really, really, really orange. I don't remember seeing anything red. And I do remember on occasion when we would be out there, I would say more or less, and Tim, I really need you to think about this one, or keep your eyes open. If you're seeing this kind of thing in a specific area now, keep your eyes open, because in tandem with Lisa and I and Lee and I seeing these balls of light around the area, over the trees, sometimes appearing behind us at times, which was really disconcerting. After that would end, and I would say that usually, like if it started between 9:30 and 10, it would stop somewhere around midnight. And then things would start to feel decidedly uncomfortable, to the point where, yeah, we really should go.
That's interesting. That is because JR and I were up there, and we were noting that it was like not like a particularly spooky feeling or anything.
Right.
And Jeff was with us for a time. He brought up binoculars. We were looking through his binoculars and stuff. He decided to go, and we hung out for another, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes, and suddenly we both looked at each other and said, it's starting to feel like it's different.
It's time to go. Yeah.
Yeah. We absolutely got that feeling.
Yeah, it's and I think, I mean, again, another prediction for you if you want to, you can take it for what it's worth, and you may want it and you may not. But those kind of interesting but ambiguous things that tend to pop up like that tend to be precursors to major interaction of one kind or another. So it wouldn't surprise me if you keep investigating this and you keep trying to poke at it, it wouldn't, like, don't be surprised if you get bit by something somewhere down the line in conjunction with this place or where you're looking or something like that, like some kind of major thing. Because that's exactly what happened to us. So all of this kind of like, there was a precursor to all of that. But every night there was a decided point where we were like, yeah, I think it's kind of done for tonight. Like, and I'm not feeling all that great. Like, I would literally get almost nauseous at times, which is weird because I would get extremely jittery and nervous, and I could just feel that oppressive proximity feeling. And yet there was nothing in the sky to be seen. Literally, everything would just kind of stop. And at one point I said to Lee, I said, is it just that when it appears there, you know where it is because you can see it visually where it is, where it's just like the shark fin goes underwater, that's the time to start getting nervous, right? You don't know where it's going to show up. You don't know what can happen. Like, is that what this is? And he's like, I don't think that's what it is. He's like, I think it's something else. And I think all of this is a show to say, will you hang around longer? Or how bad do you want to see more? Or, like, there is this, like, people often, like, give me crap for the verbiage that I put with this stuff sometimes, that, there's almost like this dialogue going on. Like, do you want to see more? Come back tomorrow. Do you want to see more? Come back the next day. You want to see even more? Come back the next day and come alone. There's that kind of thing. And then it's like when that oppressive, when the velvet red curtains begin to rise and the organ music starts playing, it's like, I can't take this. I got to get out of here. But that's what it seems to me like. That's almost the dialogue that's going on there. So I would just be a little cautious. But what I was going to say was, this area that you're in, just keep your eyes out. And anybody else who has ever seen this, please, for God's sakes, tell Soraya to get me an email from you, or vice versa. He can give you mine. When we would have these bizarre little events in that area, I remember distinctly one night, Lisa and I standing beside the road, not horribly far from where we had our big event, and over came a helicopter. And this helicopter was low enough that the single street lamp and the lights from a telephone switching station could be seen on its bottom. So there was light reflected from the ground that you could clearly see reflected on this helicopter. It was clearly a helicopter. But on the bottom, I would say almost, it's like a Bell helicopter, that sort of thing. And on the bottom was the most perfect neon blue digital O, or 0. So it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 segments or 8 segments that made up what looked like a digital 0. So it would be just a square on the bottom of blue neon. It came very low, and Lisa and I got in the car and we said, this is a little weird. Let's get out of here. We rode down the road to a more populated area of town at the time, and the thing followed us. I mean, I have heard people say, I was followed by a helicopter. This thing literally followed us down twists, turns, and turns, and down into a gully and back up, and it was still where it was. I don't know what those were, but we saw them 4 times, and always at that point where you're like, I think we should go, kind of during that time. We often wondered what it was. I had someone tell me at one point that it could have been some sort of federal DEA helicopter, and the neon lights were for illuminating marijuana fields at night. But why would something like that be in a place like this where it's literally mostly open field? Again, I don't know if that's true. Only one person ever told me that, so I don't know that has any merit at all.
So Jeff, I have a corresponding story from this place I was.
Go ahead.
So over the summer we were there, and again, we haven't seen the lights at this point. At this point, we're taking it from what we heard, is sort of face value Bigfoot investigation. And we're there, and we see some lights moving around in the woods. Like, what the heck is that? Well, we quickly realized they were flashlights, and I actually thought, man, no one should be out there. It's this could be poachers. This could be like a bad scene. Like, these guys come on up out of here, and we're hanging out in the dark. So, well, it ended up being just this group of three teenagers. And they come up out of the woods. I was like, what the heck are you guys doing in there? And they're like, oh, we just want to walk. And so I said, of course, I said, do you guys see anything weird in there? And the one kid said, no, nothing except you guys were flying that drone over our heads. I said, I didn't have, we had no drone. There was no drone. I said, we didn't have a drone. He's like, yeah, it had to be you guys. You were flying it right over our heads. And I said, no, we don't have a drone. So that was really, really strange. And, they're coming up out of the woods. So I don't think anybody's flying a drone, through the trees.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim, I'd meant to ask you about that drone story. I mean, not a lot of people realize this about drones, but they're really loud. Like, I mean, did the kids talk about the noise or anything? I mean,
no.
You guys didn't hear anything, right?
I didn't hear a thing. And I know I went in there a couple of days after, and I figured out where they were. They weren't that far down into this place. They were about maybe 50 to 100 yards into the woods. They have a little party spot. You can see they got like some, seats they ripped out of a car or something. And, you could tell they were sitting around partying there. I'm pretty sure they didn't go much further than that. So, they would have been fairly close, with whatever was over they said was over their head in there. And that was truly strange. That was just like, what? No, we don't have a drone.
Yeah. I mean, there's no like commercial drones that people would be flying that you wouldn't hear before you see it because they're incredibly loud.
Yeah, see, and I hadn't even thought about that. But yeah, no, we didn't hear anything. It was, dead quiet. Insects, summer insects.
Super strange.
Thoughts, Jeff?
It's hard. It's really hard because, again, I don't know the lay of the land there or anything like that. Where Tim is poking around. I mean, Tim, how much legwork have you done, like drawing parallel lines and saying, okay, what could be straight out there, however far it is? Because at night it is really hard to tell, unless you're backdropped against more land. So, do you have any idea, like, if you were to fire a gun in that direction, what would be hit if you did?
It's just trees. I mean,
it's just trees. Okay.
Yeah, on that side of that old closed road, it's just trees for a good long way. I mean, eventually you come to the river, but right. It's a good long way.
I mean I think it probably does behoove to mention that, I am beyond sure that at some point people seeing strange lights in the woods have tried to follow those lights and have come upon either, like Tim said, poachers, which is never a good scene, or even worse, people, manufacturing liquor or growing weed.
Or meth.
And that's an even worse scene because those people will shoot you and not sleep like a baby that night for doing it. So, that is definitely something to mention. But I've not heard anything about anything being over anyone's head or following them around or thing. Like, I don't think you could, like, I bought a few drones recently and I'm horrible pilot, but I cannot see anybody having the dexterity to fly through woods like that with all the little tree branches and twigs and such sticking out from the sides. That would be a really hard job to try and do that from any distance, really. But look at what listen to some of Colin Andrews' interviews from over the years. You'll hear him talk about being in near proximity to circles or to standing stones and having things buzz around their heads that made a whirring sound. People 3 feet away didn't hear them, but people in close proximity to one another did. They would fly off. They could hear the Doppler effect as they rounded a hill. I mean, all sorts of weird sounds like that
Yeah.
would come up. But I don't think that they necessarily ever saw what it was.
Didn't some of the
They
people who were like the admitted people who were admitted to making crop circles, didn't they say like the weird kind of stuff would happen around them like that
Mm-hmm.
while they were
Correct.
making them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's like, I mean, there's that's a whole show right there. But when Colin was on Paratopia, when we hosted him for an interview one night, our conversation got extraordinarily deep, really quick with Colin. Colin is willing to go anywhere, talk about anything, including some of the most strange phenomena that people have seen and experienced. And so, in the course of that discussion, um, this is one of those things where you're in the midst of this discussion and you feel it's getting really deep and the air in the room seems to change. And I'm sure like when you're in that field, Tim, and you see these things, there's a bristling that is far beyond any kind of nervous energy that you might have or any excitement that you may have. There is a kind of a change in atmospherics a little bit.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
That things tend to get really, really sharp. I don't know if you can say like the molecules surrounding you tend to vibrate a little faster. It's just a brustly feeling.
Mhm.
And that brustly feeling like literally transcribed itself into our interview because he had an entire bank of computers that shut down all at once. We had EVPs on that show, like for real ones, of a British man like talking gibberish, which was really quite bizarre. Jeremy and I both had experiences after we got off that show. I mean, mine was beyond bizarre, and so did Colin. So it was even in conjunction with talking about those kinds of events. So he had a research partner that was literally pulled into the center of one of these formations, and they were trying to pull him out. Like it literally drug him into the center. There's the tales that he can tell about what they experienced in those crop formations is beyond belief. But the fact of the matter is, there were many people in those circles at that time who witnessed this stuff firsthand. They heard strange sounds. They saw these little like blotter paper, seemingly one-dimensional lights kind of like fluttering out through the fields and all matter of strange stuff. But the fact of the matter remains, I mean, even in that situation, things can get a little bit, and I'm sure Colin will be the first one to tell you, things can get a little dangerous at times if one tends to get too close. So I think, like, irregardless of if it's moonshiners or anomalous lights, I think caution is the word of the day.
The graveyard in Ithaca that I've had a lot of weird things happen to, lights are one of those things. And I've heard other people say the same thing, that they've seen weird lights out there. But sometimes I'll be sitting with someone sort of in the center of the graveyard, and it's like a top of a hill, so you can see all around. And
Right.
As you're looking down, eventually you'll start to see these very faint lights moving through the other side of the graveyard. Like, so if you go down to the bottom of the hill, there's a path. And then on the other side of the path, there's a bunch of graves and stuff, and a stream as well. And right around that area, you can see lights just moving through there. The weirdest one in there with lights, though, was my girlfriend at the time and I were walking along, and we were with this other guy, and we just got surrounded by small little lights swarming us like bugs. And she and I were like, whoa. Like, this is, like, really obvious. It's right there. And she looks at me. She's like, are you seeing this? And I'm like, uh-huh. And we looked at our other friend. It's like, what do you make of this? And he's like, make of what? He never saw them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And as we got closer to a couple other friends we were going there to meet, they all just zipped away and were gone. And it was like, and we didn't know we were getting close to our other friends. As soon as right before one of them yelled to us, all the lights just disappeared. And she went, where'd they just go? And then we heard someone's voice, and it's like, okay, that's even weirder.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
were
the
enchanted.
graveyard. Yeah. And seeing these things in graveyards, I mean, that's like the classic, mythological framework for seeing this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, especially in like Japanese folk myth, you have like the Hitodama, the Kitsunebe, and the Onibi, and like I think the Hitodama, which is like human souls, like they would see these in like shrines and graveyards and those kind of things, and it's a lot like what you guys are describing, just these little little will-o-wisps, little lights. And I mean, and if you look at mythology around the world, like literally every continent has some sort of will-o-wisp that people see out in the woods or in graveyards or in different places.
Well, I suspect that graveyard is an energy spot, and that's probably why it was built there, because it was a sacred spot. It's a very old graveyard. I think as culture has progressed, we don't make graveyards in sacred spots. We make them where we have room. But, centuries ago, they put graveyards where it was a sacred spot. So here you may have had a sacred spot that was then turned into a graveyard, and, it has energy. This is the same one that has a Buddhist temple like 2 blocks away and is supposedly one of the strongest power centers on the planet.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the temple. Because, I mean, in Japanese folklore, they appear in temples, like special events and things like that.
They put the temple there because it's a power spot.
Oh, I get what you mean, yeah. Okay.
So
see, the weird part is that the hill I was just talking about with the lights and in the distance, if you were to shoot a gun in a certain direction fairly close by, there is a very old cemetery there with like the old slate tombstones in it. Some marked like in the 1600s.
Wow.
Very, very old. Like the first settling people there. I think I think I had mentioned to Joshua at one point that that there was the family name was Bull. Seems to be one of the first people to settle this particular area, and so there's all their slate tombstones up there. Seem to either have that name or another one that escapes me at the moment. But right down from that hill, they began to build houses. And just prior to them building houses, a friend and I used to go deer hunting in there. And I no longer hunt, not particularly for any one reason other than I suck at it. And I don't like killing stuff anymore. It's just like, nah. But my friend Ken and I were down in this gully, down the hill from the viewing hill I was talking about, and also down the hill from the cemetery. And we're crouched down in this little spot of woods, looking across a field at another little spot of woods, and literally right to my right and to his left, right between us on the ground, seemed to be a star, a little tiny star. Probably, if I had to put something over top of, probably a dime would have covered it, but it was a spiky lighted star. And I said to Ken, I said, "What is that right there?" And he moved some, with his hand. We had gloves on. He started digging at it, and you could cover it up with your hand, but you couldn't move it. And it got to the point where he and I both literally had our boots like scuffing this thing, and we had a good hole that was probably 6 inches deep, and this thing was still in exactly the same spot. When it got light out, it was gone. I mean, we watched it fade. It got dimmer and dimmer as time went on. What was that? If anybody's seen anything like that, let's where I know, because I'd love to hear about that. I've never heard of such nonsense in my life, but I saw it. I can't take it away. It was there, and we dug a hole right through it, and it was still there.
I had one experience. We had gotten back. We went to see Overkill in Syracuse, and we gotten back to my house, and my friend was going to come into the house and get something, and we turned off the car. I think this may have been like before I had my license, and he let me drive back from Syracuse, and we pulled in. I turned off the car, and we're sitting there for a moment talking, and suddenly we hear this yell that like starts and stops with no attack, no decay, and it's very, very quiet. But it sounded like it was in the car with us. And like we both just stopped, listened to it, and then he got all freaked out. He's like, "What the hell was that?" And so as we get out of the car to go into the house, he's like all on edge and stuff, and he's looking around thinking there might be someone outside the car. Right. And again, live in the middle of nowhere, so not likely. And as I'm walking toward the house, I'm walking under this huge oak tree, and I see like a kaleidoscope of lights on the ground in front of me, like all primary colors, just kind of interchanging into each other, like just like they're being projected, but there's nowhere for them to be projected from. And I kind of just went, oh, lights. And then he realized how far I was, freaked out, came running over toward me. He's like, what lights? What lights? I'm like, I don't know. They're gone. Like they were there for like 2 or 3 seconds, but they were very distinct. They were bright, and there was just like someone projecting like a kaleidoscope of lights in front of me. And I was like, I have no idea what to make of that, but there you go.
Were they like little spots, or how were they shaped or grouped?
They were round. They were circular, and they were decent
They were
size.
circular.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. See, I would have to say that this little star was kind of it just, I mean, it literally looked like when you look down between us in the darkness, you might as well have been looking up, because it just looked like a star. The same as you might see like the North Star or something. Like it had that kind of quality to it, that even the little scintillation to it a little bit, just truly, truly bizarre. But a spot like that, you would think immediately projection from above.
Right.
But a lot of this stuff seems to be from the bottom up. Like if I had to say, this star was probably from the bottom up, because it was clearly going through dirt. Because how else would it be covered and then yet be dug at and not move? Or not be disturbed in any meaningful way? That just says to me it's something coming up from the ground. And again, when you go up to Pine Bush, New York, to bring up another place, you get a lot of reports of lightning coming up from the ground, red lights coming up from the ground, flashes of light coming out of mountains from one side to another, almost like they're signaling each other. All this stuff's really widely reported up there, or was, I should say. Mm-hmm. I have no idea how active it is anymore there, but yeah, the light up from the ground seems to be like a familiar theme in some places, and oddly enough, all these places seem to have that common attribute of miles and miles of woods. Just bizarre beyond words.
Yeah, I mean, that little light, I've talked about it before, but my sort of only UFO encounter was I saw like a little light under the moon doing weird figure eights. But it was just like, it was just a single little point of white light, just kind of up there in the sky, and almost like a will-o'-the-wisp, but it wasn't really in a wooded area. So it's very strange.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. And Tim, here's the question for your things. They're happening right now, right? I mean, they're happening now.
Yeah.
So anything going on with you out of the ordinary that you want to talk about on a national or international TV show?
Yeah. No, I mean, not. I live a very strange life in general. I mean, I don't have a normal job and
not structured at all. Yeah.
Yeah. I have MS, so I have to deal with that.
Right.
So that's constant change.
Right. Sure. Yeah. Sure.
Depending on the day, but there's nothing particularly outrageous in my personal life going on right now.
Okay.
Well, I do think, I mean, haven't you talked about there being sort of an escalation of things happening? Because you've been going to this site for quite some time now.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the more we play with it, the more it plays back,
Right, sure.
It's
anything
really...
back at the house yet?
No.
No?
No. I think if that starts happening, my wife will be putting an end to things.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, eventually it might.
Yeah.
I mean, that's definitely in the cards, as they say. But
yeah. Oh, yeah.
But if you've been doing it for a long time now and haven't really had anything,
we've been hitting this place since the summertime. So like early last summer. So. Okay.
Regularly? I mean, like.
Fairly regularly. I mean, it's because some nights we can go there and nothing. You know what I mean? Like so. When you hear the 3 or 4 podcast episodes I've done where I've recorded there, there's probably 3 or 4 other times I've gone with recorders, and it's just nothing of consequence has happened, so people don't get to hear that. Yeah.
Right. Right. Do you notice a particular time where these things tend to show up, or?
No, and Jeff, the guy, the fellow who told me about the lights first, said he's been there all times of night and seen them. Like he's a musician, so he says he's been there like after gigs at 4 a.m, and they've been there,
Right.
and all times. But I haven't, just because I've been doing other stuff, I haven't gone back since that episode. Well, I've been back during the day since I recorded the episode, but I haven't gone back at night. I wanted to take my son there because we were hiking nearby last weekend, and I thought, man, if it gets dark, I want to take you here because he's a skeptic, but things happen around him all the time.
Sure.
And he gets mad at me because I'm into this stuff, and he's, it's not his thing. He just gets angry at me, but I think it's him and not me. But anyway, I wanted to take him up there and see what happened, but he didn't feel like hanging out, till dark.
So where is your vantage point? I mean, again, without giving too much away, is your vantage point a high point, a low point, or even plane, or are you in a non-wooded area like beside a road, or?
So yeah, there's sort of an access road to get you to this old road, and we park there, and then it's looking slightly downhill. I mean, it's we're so. Yeah, I mean, we're a little bit raised from the area.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. I mean, because you're looking down. Anything interesting geologically, or?
Yeah.
Is it the meeting of two mountains or two hills, or?
Again,
don't give too much away. But,
very very high hills. They're full of white quartz. It's and I've told this. These are it's the Helm Hills in York is generally where this is, and they're just filled with white quartz. I mean, just like the Helm Hills just puke up white quartz constantly.
Right. Okay.
So there's that. There's the river is right there. Susquehanna River is right there.
Sure. Right.
So and this whole area is generally like just this high kind of overlook over the river.
Okay. Well, at some point you're gonna have to fill me on a history of this place, like what's been happening there, not paranormally, but what has happened there.
Yeah.
In the course of history. I mean, that would be an interesting thing to check out, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's one particular feature I could share, but it's going to give it away right away. So
yeah, don't do that.
Off air, I will tell you the one feature, and I think you'll probably go, oh, okay.
Oh, well, good, okay.
There was another light thing I was gonna mention, and now I can't remember what it was. Have any of you read Andrew Collins' Light Quest?
I have not.
So Andrew Collins, who's mostly known for his more alternative archaeology work, has written a number of books on this type of stuff. Light Quest being the most recent, where he speculates that the UFO phenomena is made up of plasma intelligence. And it's one of those theories where it's very complete. It kind of explains everything, but it's hard to prove that it's true at this point. But if you look at his earlier books, he has one called Alien Energy, where they're doing research on various sites in the UK. And they have all kinds of light sightings in these ancient sites and stuff. And the whole beginning of the book talks about using infrared photography to pick up things that you can't see otherwise. And you get this with UFOs as well, where people will be able to pick up a UFO on infrared and not with normal eyesight, which makes you wonder how often these things are really there, but we don't see them. John Keel speculated that they're coming in from the infrared and going out through the infrared, I think, coming in from one spectrum and going out through another as they change colors.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that, and that's why I thought it was interesting. Tim said they went from blue to red because that's shifting from ultraviolet to infrared.
Yeah, okay, that's what it is.
Spectrum.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I mean, like, it seems to me that these lights hold some key to this phenomena, to understanding what we're dealing with. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but they, as minimal as they may seem in some cases, oh, you saw a weird light, a will-o-wisp, whatever, what they seem to connect to everything else somehow.
They really do. I mean,
and every form of the paranormal, from UFOs to ghosts, etc., all see lights. I always
Right.
make the comment that a ghost hunter sees a light and it's a ghost, and a ufologist sees a light and it's an alien, but they're both seeing lights.
Bigfoot guy and its eye shine.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So that go ahead.
No, it's the precursor. I mean, I think it's the precursor to just about every type of phenomena that there is. I mean, when you really, really think about it, people see balls of light and they claim energy spirits, and then other people see balls of light and claim elves, fairies, and gnomes.
Mm-hmm.
And then, other balls of light are, when you talk to somebody like Chris Bledsoe or hell, even Tim and I, it's like, this is almost a ufological thing, or an unknown thing, or we don't know what to make of it.
Yeah.
But it's I can only. This is the only thing that I know, because this is told to me directly by Ted Phillips. As far as what could the makeup of this thing be, or these lights be, because you mentioned plasma.
Mm-hmm.
In Marley Woods, and I would be pretty sure at this point that Sarai, you've seen the hallway lights that I shot down my hallway. You've seen those really oversaturated, weird-looking lights that don't seem to cast any light on the walls or the hallway or the floor. That is the same kind of effect that the Marley Woods lights exhibit. When I sent those pictures to Ted, he goes, "See, this is exactly what we see there. They don't cast any shadow. They cast no color. No indirect light. They are on their own." He related to me that a woman was driving a car through the Marley Woods area, and a ball of light, I think, came from her driver's side, her left side, and hit the front of the car. The only thing that it left was a powdery residue. And so I asked him off air what, and I don't think I'm talking out of school here. I think he has said this before since we've had him back again. What was the analysis of the dust, of the debris that was left behind? And I think he was a little reticent to tell us the first time we spoke about it. But certainly the next time he was a little bit more open about talking. It was part material from a local a swamp that was nearby. So there was remnants or materials of that swamp mixed with, he said, if you can believe it, a lot of what makes up carrots. Make of that whatever you want.
Wow.
And I was like, well, I never really got into like the specifics, like was it beta carotene? What was it? I don't know. But he said, of all things, carrot. And he found that to like be completely amusing. Like, carrots, like, what is that? And I said, well, you got to entice the rabbit out of the hole with a carrot, or you don't get anywhere, right? You don't get to go down the hole with him. But that was what he had to say about that. As far as I know, I'm pretty sure that's the only direct interface with the light that anyone has had that they've been able to analyze. But again, it's been many years since he told us that. So God knows what more has happened since then. I honestly don't know, because Ted's kind of been in and out of action with having a stroke and what have you. So he's better now, but I think he was kind of knocked out of doing any field work for a while. But it might be interesting if I could check back with him what maybe has been found more since then.
All right. And I am back with Mr. Ritzmann and Mr. Renner, and this is part 2 of our conversation about weird lights, orbs, and other such things. And Tim, I wanted to go back to your experience real quick in with these lights that you documented live on Strange Familiars.
Sure.
The episode was Lights in the Woods, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the thoughts I had, one would be if you could get a camera that had a long long exposure on it. So you could adjust settings, like put it on a tripod, set it for the longest exposure with an open aperture, and see if you could track how the lights are moving. Because with that, if you have a camera like that, a decent camera, it potentially will pick up the lights, even if they're faint. Mm-hmm. And then you may get a better idea of what the actual movement is.
Yeah. We discussed that. We have another mutual friend who actually has a FLIR camera, so we're gonna try to get him out there. He's hard to pin down, but we're gonna try to get him out there and see if we can get it on FLIR. And Jeff, the fellow, I didn't know it's confusing because we're with Jeff Ritzmann, and I'm talking about this fellow Jeff that was with me. It's Jeff, the guy who was with me. He actually has some photos. He's taken, I guess, from his cell phone through binoculars and stuff. That he's actually successfully taken some photos that are pretty interesting. That I wish I would have had him at the time I did the episode. I would have put him up with the episode, but I'm sure we'll do a follow up. I'll be able to use him then.
The other thing I was thinking is a spotlight. Like when you see them, instead of using a laser pointer, you can get like even at Walmart or something, you can get a super powerful, spotlight that'll just light the whole area up if you hit them with the spotlight and see what kind of response you get from it.
That'd be interesting to try because they were definitely reacting to that laser pointer. So it'd be very interesting to try.
You should also bring some religious iconography and see if they respond to anything, any symbols. It's kind of woo-woo, but it'd be interesting to see.
Well, I mean, I don't go anywhere where I'm not kind of covered with charms. So.
Like hold out a cross to them and see if they react to that. And I mean, I was curious too. Did you guys, I couldn't tell on the show, but did you try moving towards them? Like, did they react to you guys' movement?
We were in a kind of a limited space, like I said, because of the sort of inherent dangers of the area at night without knowing. So I know the landscape pretty well to the right of that, but right there, that landscape, I don't know well enough to go in at night. Now I did, like I said, I went in, I think 2 days later, maybe it was the next day, and hiked in there. And now I got a pretty good lay of the land for that section of it, which by the way, I didn't see anything. Like I went in there, I'm looking for, light posts, for game cams, for anything that might emit some kind of light. And not that, game cams or light posts would move, but, whatever. I'm just looking for any kind of explanation. There's nothing. It's just woods. It's woods back there.
And,
so,
I sort of come at this from, my own perspective a little bit too. Have you tried leaving offerings out there? We
have not.
I know some people have some very strong opinions and that sort of thing, but I think it'd be an interesting experiment to see if,
Well, I mean, the only so on the woo side of things, when I did hike back in there, I took my dowsing rods, and I was standing in a little clearing, and as soon as I got the dowsing rods out, it's like for about 10 seconds behind me, the woods just went nuts. It's just like not like a Bigfoot sound, but just like every bird, every squirrel, everything in the woods all at once just went, just kind of exploded at once. And then, after that, it seemed to be done. But that was an interesting reaction I got with that. This is also the area where, and Josh told me it's called being pixie led. James and I, there was about an acre of, so there's a couple different ways you can get in to this place. And we were going in from the east side this time, which is down by the river basically, and so we're going from the river up. So we're climbing up, and there's about an acre of woods that in no way, no how we should have gotten lost in. I could actually hear the road from where we were, but we got lost. We got lost in there for over an hour, just turning around. And later I'm telling this, and Josh is like, "You got pixie led." That is so.
What's really interesting to watch is I've had a pixie leaning experience once in my life, except I don't know. I don't want to say I was immune to it, but it didn't affect me. But I was able to observe its effects on everyone else around me. And that was really fascinating for me to watch because, I was with like a group of people and every single one of them just started doing things that didn't make any sense. They were like, "Oh, I'm going to go in this direction. I hear something over there." And I'm like, "Wait, I don't hear anything over there. What are you talking about?" And they would just totally ignore me and run off in that direction. And then another person would do the same thing, but in a different direction. And everyone just started splitting up. And I was like trying to be the voice of reason. Like, no, it's not split up. Like, what are you doing? We're going to get lost. And no one will listen to me. Like, it was like they didn't make any sense.
For me, I felt like we were walking in a straight line and we had to have been going in circles. There's no like, and I thought we just have to go straight to the sound of the road right there. And it was crazy. It was really crazy. It was to the point where when I went back, I blazed the trail so I could find my way back this time just in case.
See, now to me that sounds like it could be an environmental factor affecting your brain, basically. Mm-hmm. Like there could be something there that's just like affecting you on such a level that it's causing you to be mildly confused or hallucinate slightly, like hearing something that's not there. Which I mean, totally makes sense that people at some point would associate that with fairies since they were tricksters and would lead people astray.
I mean, if that could be proved, I would be like, it would not surprise me, honestly, because there was no way, no how that I should have been lost in there. There's no, like that's.
Yeah. I mean, to these people who I saw it happen to, like they had no idea what was going on. Their thoughts were making complete sense to themselves. Mm-hmm. Yet from the outside, like me watching this happen to them, I could realize that they weren't making rational decisions. They weren't thinking straight. But they were making perfect sense to themselves. It was like dealing with like a person who was like drunk or something. Like everything they say makes perfect sense to them, but it's gibberish to you.
And I'm wondering if you could have, if somebody could have been removed and watched us that day, if they would have just seen us walking in circles or something. And thinking we were heading straight out.
Yeah.
And I mean that's a common thing with fairy forts and things like that sense of being turned around. Patrick Harper sent me a story a while back after he had listened to one of the Missing 411 shows about a girl who got kind of caught up in a fairy fort, and every time she tried to walk out one side, she'd end up walking the other direction, like she was walking in circles and she couldn't get out. And people couldn't hear her either. Like she could hear people looking for her, but they couldn't hear her from where she was.
Wow.
And of course you have some of the cases that David has collected where people, are somewhere familiar and suddenly they can't figure out where they are.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that are really intriguing to me. Because if you know an area, you shouldn't be unfamiliar with where you are.
Well, sometimes I wonder if that sort of phenomena isn't like have you ever had this happen to you where like you type in your PIN number for like your debit card, purely by heart, like you don't really remember it. And the moment you like try to remember what it is, like somebody asks you what it is, like you can't remember it and then it's gone from your head. And I almost wonder if something like that kind of happens to people sometimes too. It's like, even though you've been in an area and it's familiar to you, it's more of an instinctual thing. And the minute you try to think about it consciously, it evaporates. And, I think different things too, like fear and doubt can mess you up, mentally, where you start to panic. And when you start to panic, you start to lose your faculties and you start, even though something's familiar, all of a sudden it seems sinister. And, I'm not saying there couldn't be some external factor here too, but I also think that also could be explained just by, like human thought patterns.
Yeah. And when the fear and doubt and the panic, you start making bad choices. I mean, that, you just will.
Yeah. And it could be that, like you talked, Jeff talked about that feeling of doom that you get. Mm-hmm. It could be that that's inducing that fear in you, and it's not, that something's controlling your mind, but that something is making you feel anxious and uncomfortable. I know Akil talked about these sort of anxiety zones that he would see, where he'd walk into this little area and all of a sudden he would feel panicky, like something was watching him. He would feel extremely scared and anxious. And then the minute he stepped out, he'd be fine. And I'm like, if something is making you feel that way, that could also cause you to, easily get lost or whatever.
And that same graveyard I mentioned, you get that feeling from it too sometimes, where you would it would feel like something just didn't want you there. Mm-hmm. It was a very oppressive feeling, and to me that was a useful thing because it helped. I use that to help people conquer irrational fear. Mm-hmm. So this was right in the area where there's a Civil War thing. There's like 2 cannons and stuff. And it leads up to that hill I was talking about in the first part. You can kind of walk around, walk up to the hill with this one monument in this circle of trees and stuff, which is pretty cool. So I would have people like, when you feel that oppression, I'd be like, okay, walk through there. And people would be like, I can't. Like, I literally can't walk through there. And if they did, the oppression tended to change if someone was able to do it, if they could make a circle through there. But it would be a very empowering thing because you just overcome this irrational fear.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, those things are almost like gifts. You know, they're like little tools you can use to deal with things.
And, I also think, too, that you can use those areas or use that feeling as an indicator that, something is there, even if you can't see it. Like, I know, especially, doing summoning rituals, that's one of the ways that there is something there once you call it. Because, things don't always visually manifest, but, you can feel it. It's the same thing with like people who sense ghosts. You go in a haunted house and all of a sudden you feel cold and you feel like an oppressive presence or something. That's kind of your cue, like, hey, something's different. There's something here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Jeff, any thoughts?
Only that as far as Tim's current thing, I'm just been sitting here thinking about what would I like to take to a place like that. If you go on eBay, Tim, there is they sell random number generators in the form of little USB sticks, and you can plug them into a laptop and they'll output to any program that you can record. The thing. Now, whether or not you probably, I mean, you may have to have something there that would log the numbers and timestamp every number sequence and all that, and then you'd have to have something that would go through them. And if I remember right, I think Ren could probably help with that. Volunteering Ren for work, but I would be very curious to see what would happen with a random number generator in the presence of these lights, or during you seeing the lights. I'd be very curious at that. I don't know that I'd aim anything at them anymore. That's just me. I don't know that I would do that because it's just not been like a great history of success with that kind of stuff. In terms of like gauging reactions of this stuff. Again, we don't know what it is. So I think a Geiger counter might be interesting to run out there, and just to go out maybe, I don't know, an hour before dark, and God knows they're cheap enough these days. Just get some of those little DVR recorders, and if there's a hill or there's a natural bowl that you could maybe set them equidistant apart, facing wherever you see the anomaly happening. I'd be very curious if you just stood still, did not move, just plant your backside on the ground and sit. And if it shows up, just let those recorders run for as long as you can, and then see what you get on them. Don't ask questions. Don't think anything in particular. If you can, add it for maybe half the time, and then the other half of the time that you're there, just make a mark and say at 9:35 or what have you. I began thinking thoughts at these lights. I began asking questions. I began, trying to think something at them. I'd be curious what would happen, what would show up on those recorders.
Yeah, definitely having something like Jeff mentioned to measure a change from randomness to order, or from order to randomness would be interesting. I mean, either a random number generator or something like a ghost box, or trying to record like an EVP or something while you're there. That could be super interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that throwing a rope out? I don't know. But if you want to throw a rope out, throw a rope out.
Or even like I don't know. I don't know how familiar you are with like Ouija boards, but even maybe using a Ouija board out there might be interesting.
I would have no problem with that. Now we're going to get comments in the comments.
Yeah, you're going to definitely. Please send all hate mail to Ren.
Yeah, send it all to me. Yeah, give me crap on Twitter about Ouija boards. I don't care.
Right. But the thing for me in looking at something like that is like how much is going to be Tim and how much is going to be whoever does it with him, and how much won't be. I mean, that's so. I mean, that to me is like so ambiguous that it's like what I call anti-evidence. It's proof of everything and nothing at the same time. Whereas if you can put something down on a random number generator and say there is a decided difference in the randomness of numbers or order of numbers when these things are there versus when they are not, and you would have to digitally record these things too. So maybe if you ran the bank of recorders and you ran your experience of just thinking something at them versus not thinking something at them, and I also might want to try taking, if you know anybody who is overtly sensitive to these things that isn't you. Excuse me. I think you could be. You kind of have the opportunity to do a really interesting experiment, like kind of like a double blind thing, where you would take somebody out there who knows nothing about what you've seen there, knows nothing about the area. We're just going to go out and we're going to sit and we're going to see what you sense. And if these lights show up, what do they sense versus what does the ordinary person sense just before or just after or during these things? Does anybody sense anything? Like, you are there, you're familiar with it, you I hate to say it this way, but you almost kind of know what to expect at certain times from this stuff. You've had prior experience with it. Take somebody out who knows nothing. Tell them nothing. Tell them to write down their thoughts or record their thoughts into a DVR recorder, and see what you get just as a blind test. That would be interesting. So I mean, the stuff I'm talking about, like, you could literally write into a paper and present to a peer review type thing. You could do it that way. Whereas like all of the the other things that hold more spiritual angle, it's just not so readily accepted by across the board. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah. And I think it may be, and this is again on the woo side of things because it's me talking, but it'd also be interesting to look at finding somebody who is a competent remote viewer and having them remote view the area, or possibly someone who is talented at out of body work, traveling out of body to the area on a given time. Either one of those things, like being there in some sort of altered or psychic state, may reveal some interesting things.
Yeah, I don't know that I would go there in an altered state myself.
I would. I mean, I'm thinking about it already because, I have pretty regular out-of-body experiences, and I'm already considering next time I have one, maybe trying to go out there.
Well,
I don't even necessarily have to know where it is. I just, based on what
I can give you coordinates.
All right.
If you want coordinates, I can give you coordinates. That would be interesting to me. But no, it's just my thing, with the whole set and setting thing. For me, I've had enough truly fearful experiences there where I was just like, nope. I don't want to be here. And sometimes I pushed through it and gotten to the other side of that, and sometimes I've just left. That I wouldn't want to go in a chemically altered state there.
Yeah, that might be. I mean, one thing about that. I'd want to go there in out of body state because when I'm in that state, I don't really have any fear. There's nothing that can mess with me when I'm in that state. So it's like, I've tangled with plenty of things in that state, so I know how to handle myself. So I don't know. It'd be interesting. I think about that remote viewing experiment where I don't know if McMonagle described it or not, but they had remote viewed this ship out in the ocean, and the remote viewers described seeing all the people in the ship being removed from the ship by literal grays and being loaded aboard of a spacecraft or something. And I don't know what to make of that, but it's interesting that sometimes when people do these sort of psychic viewings of a place, they may see things that we can't see while we're there physically.
Right. Now, Jeff, the orbs of light you've had at your house,
Yeah.
That you set up cameras for, which of course never manifest when you have the cameras there.
Well, they did once. I mean, that one time we got that thing on the ceiling, but only the light on the ceiling, not the light itself, which is interesting.
And this kind of implies, so like if Tim brings all this equipment out there,
Mhm.
is it a formula for nothing to happen?
Well, any kind of organized effort is going to be less successful probably, but I don't think that it should totally negate it. Not unless he gets into a super routine of going out there. I would be forever random with when I went, and I would also go at inopportune times. If the wife says we have to go to the grocery store, say, well, I got to make a stop first and inconvenience yourself. I mean, all seriousness, like she will hate you. But that's why this stuff is not good for relationships in one sense, is that, this is just how random you have to be about it. I think, again, it depends on what you're looking for. If you go out every night for a week to the same spot and inconvenience yourself nightly, I think things will continue to ramp up. If you're not looking for something, in other words, you're not looking to collect data. You're just looking for experience. I think it will happily oblige you for that. I think random number generator might be just random enough. At least in my experience, what it seems not to like is eyes on. Even when it's there and you're sharing the same space, it doesn't want anything to do with you looking directly at it. The light on the ceiling in my living room, that's only been seen largely at a peripheral. But a lot of people have now seen that. And I got some, I would say, medium good evidence that's there. I should make note that when I did get the only footage that we got of that, I was looking at the camera through my phone in the upstairs bedroom. I was watching when it happened. The lights in the hallway, they happened as I was talking to the girl who produced my show for a network that I had a show on at the time. And as I was walking back and forth through the kitchen and the dining room from the living room, I saw these flashes down the hallway, sometimes green colors, blue colors, red colors, magenta. I mean, just the gambit of weird colors. And very bright. And I said, I got something going on here, Michelle. I have to hang up the phone for a couple of minutes. I'll call you back. And I stood there and I looked and I looked and I looked and I saw absolutely nothing. And the minute that I would turn to walk towards the kitchen, I would see it out of my peripheral vision. So what I ended up doing was taking my cell phone and starting the camera. And as dumb as it sounds, I'm literally standing in the dining room with my hand extended past the hallway, or past the wall down the hallway, trying to randomly click pictures with my cell phone, until I saw a flash of light on I have a sterling silver, it's like little skulls bracelet, and I saw the green reflect on them. And I said, yes, I got it. And I jumped back, and out of 50 or more pictures, I only got 2. I got a green one and I think it's like a purple squiggle one. It would not show up if I was looking. So I thought, okay, I won't look.
This is completely paralleled in there's a whole segment of Bigfoot researchers who insist on wearing cameras on their backs.
Yeah.
That film backwards because they swear they'll never get anything with the camera facing forward. It's just the amount, and we've talked about this before, Jeff. I think both on and off the air, the amount of things the commonalities between the phenomenon are just incredible. So when you say something like that, it immediately calls that to mind.
Oh yeah, I mean there's and this was all the time. I mean Jeremy came to spend a weekend with us, and we were sitting in the chair watching TV, and he knew about the light. He knew that it showed up there at odd times. We were sitting watching TV, And I saw it pop in and pop back out. Not a sound. And we're sitting there watching TV, and he just kind of turns around to me and he says, "Are you effing serious?" It's like, he's like, I said, "You saw it, right?" He's like, "Yes. How could you can't miss that. It's like, it's the size of a lake's pantyhose egg. It's huge." I'm like, "Yeah, it's big, but it's there and then it's not there." And it's very, very quick. Very quick. And so what is that? I have no earthly idea what that could be. There's nothing special about the house as near as I can tell. The one thing I will say is that, Tim, when you're out there in the woods, another experiment that I would try would be, don't expect anything, and then examine your reactions when you do see something, and see if your reactions are reflected in it. Does that make sense? So
Yes,
whatever your guttural reaction would be, is there any, within a couple of seconds, is there any reaction from the light as in response to your emotional response to it? Because I have had note that if I'm watching a movie and it's a really exciting part or something really interesting is happening and I'm kind of on the edge of my seat, this is when this light will pop in and pop out. One night I was I was yelling at my kid, and it's probably the one time where I pretty much almost got my eyes right on it, and it literally looked like an egg. It was shaped like an egg, and it was just down from the ceiling, right in the corner of the wall, and I mean, I literally turned and looked at it. I said, "Holy!" And I never got more than that out, and it was gone. But that was like a high emotional time for me. That's when this showed up. So it seems to show up at these times when either me or someone else is having a interesting response to media that we're watching or listening to. If that,
could it be drawing energy from your emotion?
I have no idea what it is, so I have no idea how to answer that. I mean, I'll put it this way: the night that the flashes show up, that's never happened again, ever. The only thing that I ever got on camera looking down that hallway was a very, very large EM spike that lasted for 15, 20 seconds. And it was a huge spike, and it went up and then it went down. It's the only time my natural EM meter ever moved. This thing does not react to televisions, radio, anything. It only reacts to natural EM. This is the reason that I bought it, and it's one of the more expensive ones, but you're guaranteed not to get a lot of pollution with it. So it's the only time it ever went off, and it was pointed down that hallway. But was there anything visually seen? No. The only thing that happened was the floodlights that we run literally all night in the backyard. You heard the switch in the dining room flip down and the lights go off. So right after that spike, the light switch flipped down. I mean, make of that what you will.
When you talk about not being able to look at it, when I had that experience out back with the light in the field, that was one of the strange things about it. Is that this was I can't say exactly how distant it was because it was very hard to tell, but it was just a very faint light, and it was on the ground. And I noticed it, and when I started paying more attention to it, I would notice it would like go on and off in like 7-second bursts. So it'd be on for 7 seconds and off for 7 seconds. But if I looked directly at it, when it went off, it wouldn't come back on until I looked away.
Right.
And I was like, okay, there's intelligence behind this. I don't know what it is, but it's responding to me looking at it.
Yeah. And like I said, I believe that sometimes they respond to emotion. Like I will never forget. And I've had 2 conversations about Gulf Breeze when it comes to the sky watches, because I think the sky watches were an integral part of why UFOs were seen there. It wasn't just that people were looking; they were looking to see UFOs. And guess what showed up? UFOs showed up. They were recorded on video for years, and there were some rather dramatic sightings in that park, Shoreline Park. And when I asked, a couple of fairly well-known researchers that you won't often see on television. I said to one of them, why do you think that area? What is it about that place? And he was very matter-of-fact. He says, because people show up to see them. And not long before Bland Pugh had passed away, he was a local down there, a MUFON guy, very heavily into the Gulf Breeze sightings when all that. He was right in the thick of that. I asked him, I said, in today's world, which was, I don't know, some years ago now, are there any more sightings in Shoreline Park or elsewhere? And he said, no, north of Gulf Breeze, there's been some lately, he said, but nothing to the degree that we had back at the time when you were down so often. And I said, well, when did they stop? Like in Shoreline Park specifically, when did that stop? When did you stop getting reports? And he said, when people stopped going to Shoreline Park. And
Right.
I was like, of course. And I'm writing this into a large part of my book, but this is a place that started out with a lot of sightings, like historically, like way before Ed Walters and all of that. And the people in that area it was close knit. It was like a kind of a recreational vacation town type place. And when the UFO was done with it, it was a disaster.
Really?
People were not speaking to each other. There were affairs. There were, it was a mess. I mean, it from one local told me it literally turned into Peyton Place in reality. And it just people fragmented, families fragmented, friendships ended, other friendships began. It was real turmoil down there. I think probably right before a lot of stuff ended. So, I'll be curious, Tim, like what happens, as you go forward with this thing, if it continues to show up for you and it continues to play with you, as long as you're willing to play with it.
I mean, that seems to be the case.
What will happen with your group of people that go with you? What kind of reaction? Like, also keep track of that. Like, what is their reactions, both prior and after? Like, what kind of things tend to pop up? I'd be very curious to see what happens going forward out of that.
Well, I will definitely keep track of everything.
Yeah.
Now, what do you make of the lights that you were getting in your house?
Me?
Yeah.
That I wasn't getting.
That you were getting, like the light, like
that I was.
Did it? Did it relate to things that were going on other than the emotions?
The night that I shot the pictures was just really incredibly late. I want to say it was sometime after 3 a.m. And now I'm routinely up till 4. But back then, I wasn't up quite that late. I don't remember what the show I had done that night, because it was a live show. I don't remember who the guest was or what we had talked about. But I know that Michelle was on the phone with me talking about the guest that she was kind of trying and book for the next week, and I just started seeing these things. I don't have a good explanation for that, what might have caused that. I think I've never really taken notice because it has been so incredibly random. I would say the most recent thing, and my wife will have to ask her if I'm wrong or not. We kind of take our dogs out in the backyard every night before we go to bed for them to go to the bathroom. And I have a large swath of pines beside my property. I'm on a corner. And Lisa called me out one night. She said, "You got to see this." And she's standing by we have a large gazebo, and when she was looking towards the trees, there looked like there was a cigarette butt on the ground, like a red glow on the ground. And it wasn't, it was, you could look right at it. I mean, there was no question you could look right at it, but you could see it a lot better if you look just to the left or just to the right, which is something that astronomers deal with very dim stars. You could see this thing. They're laying there on the ground. And the minute that I would go over and walk up to where it was not unlike a Marley Woods type of thing where Lisa would stand back and she'd say, "You're right on top of it." And I'd stomp my foot around the ground. She's like, "You're not hitting it." But she would see it. I saw nothing. We never really figured what it was. But I had the camera out back for probably a month in a waterproof and windproof case. And it never showed up. I never saw anything like that. We don't know why that showed up other than that was not long after we had gotten our 2 dogs. So they were very new to the house. It was a new pair of dogs in the house. And since they've become kind of routine staples of the family now, that we don't see that anymore at all. Not in summer, not in winter, not in fall, ever. So it seems to be when things change. If I had a better memory, I could tell you about the night in the hallway with those lights. I honestly can't remember anything really crazy going on at that point in time. I'm at a loss for that, so I can't answer that accurately.
Okay. So when you look at this stuff, more than anything, it seems to denote some level of intelligence behind it, because it does respond to us, because it does seem to play games with us. And even when you look at, you're mentioning the Marley Woods lights, but you look at like the Marfa lights and stuff like that, and the Brown Mountain lights in North Carolina. These things, they seem to respond to people moving toward them. If you get close to them, they take off. Especially with the Marfa lights, because you can see videos of it where people will chase after them, and these things will shoot across the ground out of the way. But if they just sit there, they'll slowly get closer and closer. And of course, there's connections to fairy lore and will-o-wisps and things like that, with the will-o-wisps leading people away. But that's kind of if you're chasing after the light and it's just going to go, you got to figure, is that some kind of instinctual reaction by some very simple form of intelligence? Is it a trickster? Is it just a manifestation of like some kind of electrical thing? Like as you move toward it, you're pushing it away from you.
I don't know. I know that one friend of mine went to a place called Rock State Park, which is not horrifyingly far from me, and he was walking with his daughter. This was broad daylight.
There are Bigfoot sightings reported in Rock State Park, by the way. Just
there you go. Okay. So it's good to name Rock State Park. He saw a light above. I don't know. He said it was kind of like a kind of wheat-looking foliage. I'm sure it wasn't wheat, but some kind of grain that he said it was kind of a grayish, ashen beige color. And there were some woods beyond it. And he said there was this light over top of whatever this foliage was. And I said, it was a light in daytime. He goes, yeah, it was bright. And he said it was shaped like a diamond, point down. And I said, so what did you do? He's like, I told Maddie to wait beside the trail, and I walked towards it. And he said, I walked towards it. He said, but it never got any closer or any further away. And he said, I literally went to the top of the thing, and as I'm looking at it, it almost looks like it's backing away from me, but it didn't seem to be moving. He said there was no movement to it at all. I said, well, what did you end up doing? He goes, what could I do? I walked away from it. He said, I went back to the trail and we left. I said, well, what do you think that was? He goes, I have no idea what it was. And the one thing that I did ask him, that I didn't ask him to do yet, which is when you see these lights, close your eyes. I asked him if he closed his eyes when he was looking. He goes, no, I wanted to keep my eyes on it. I wanted to take it in and just make sure I committed it to memory to try and see every little detail. He said, but it was bright colored. It was yellow orange, diamond shaped, and he said seemed to be the same size and distance from me, no matter how close or how far away I got from it.
Why close your eyes?
I think that if you close your eyes and you still see it, but yet other people still see it, So in other words, if you've got 2 or 3 people in a group and they all see, say, a diamond-shaped light in a field, and everybody closes their eyes, and 2 of you are the only ones who see it with your eyes closed, and 1 of you doesn't, in other words, it blocks it out. It's just interesting, isn't it? I'm not sure what it means. I think you could say something along the lines of a physical and mental projection of some kind. I've definitely had people report ufological things to me that have said, I closed my eyes, I blinked, and I noticed it was still in my vision when I blinked. My white square when I was a little kid, eyes open or eyes closed, it was still visible to me.
Right.
So, I don't know. There seems to be an internal and an external component to these things, and I always like to let's shut your eyes and see if you still see it, just to eliminate the internal component.
Well, and with some of these lights, I mean, they can obviously be photographed, so they're even if there is an internal component, there's also a physical component as well.
Sure.
And that definitely gets a little hard to register after a while.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
One of the things we were talking about in between the 2 parts here is power lines and the conjunction between some of these lights and power lines. Jeff, you want to go with that one?
Sure. I mean, Lisa and I, our lights for sighting of our 7 or 9 lights were in a high tension wire corridor, cut from the trees or cut through the trees. Originally, when we saw them, the first thing we thought was people were jacklighting deer. That was the first words out of my mouth. Until we realized that the land went down in a gully and then back up where the high tension wire was, and these things were well above the ground. So we knew they weren't that. We knew that they were moving in a strange way, and they had a strange scintillation to them. They didn't look like normal lights. Not really sure else how to explain that. I think if I have to make a really good comparison, I think a road flare seen at dark has a similar quality to that, just an unnatural look. And then a listener to Paratopia, who I've met a couple of times, he had mentioned that there were high tension wires across the way from his house in Pennsylvania. He would routinely see lights moving around that area of the high tension wires, and sometimes shooting off and going out of sight over top of trees, or shooting up and away and disappearing. I think next to water, high tension wires are the number 2 spot for sightings of aerial phenomena. So you've got water being the biggest place that you'll see that kind of thing. Construction sites fall somewhere in the top 5. Dams and man-made waterways. Loch Raven Dam is one that's local to me that's comes to mind for UFO sightings. And probably Bigfoot, if Tim wants to chime in for that. It's
there've been some there.
So, I mean, all the same stuff seems to follow suit. And by the way, there's a lot of wires. I'm not sure if you call them high tension. I guess they're electrical wires, but they are on those really old, 1950s, big pole with 3 or 4, appendages sticking out from each side, and they usually have big globes on them to let pilots see that there are wires here. They're very tall. So there's some of those around that area as well. Loch Raven Dam is a dam, so there may be constantly moving water. It's also a place where a lot of people dump bodies. There's been a lot of murder and that sort of thing. So, the high tension wire corridor, I don't know what to make of the high tension wires, other than when you mention that to a skeptic, they say, well, of course, there's high EMF around those things, dangerous levels, in fact, in some cases, and there are often discharges to the ground. They tell you right on the sign, stay well back, there are discharges that can come off of this thing and they can kill you. So
Yeah.
people, that's the first thing that people go to. The second thing they go to is if it's UFOs, that they're obviously siphoning power off the high tension wires.
Obviously.
And water, the same thing. Well, they're using it to cool the systems, and and my answer to that is always, well, how about if it's just some sort of energy form that is attracted, like static electricity attracts, a piece of lint. They're just attracted to it because they are of the same stuff. It's some sort of electrical. It's some sort of energy. There's a leak. And here we get this attractant to that sort of thing. There are other factors in play for Lisa and I in our event up there, but that's the first place that we saw something odd. Was in that high tension wire thing, and that's not uncommon. So make of that what you will. We still don't know why that is, other than energy and energy together. I don't know.
Yeah. And Whitley Strieber, I think in Transformation, where he's talking about, he has this out of body experience one night when he wakes up, and he mentions that he looks outside at the electrical wires on the poles around his house, and it looked as if there were some sort of fuzz coming off of them, like the wires themselves looked alive somehow.
Yeah,
almost as if you could see that. So.
Yeah, I can totally see that. And I would wonder, how many times, and again, this would be a monumental undertaking to do, but if we have some kind of sighting of, there have been structured craft seen near high tension wires,
right?
Not just balls of light. There's been all manner of weird stuff seen in the sky around these wires, and hydro dams and the like. It'd be interesting to see, is there a significant leak in the area of the power line corridor where this was seen? Is something wrong there? Not only from the notion of taking it as, is it a Mothman type thing where there's a problem here that's going to get worse, this is attracted by that, or is there a leak of energy around this thing that seems to attract this, like lint to a staticky comb? Is that what it is?
Well, I was just thinking about ley lines, and ley lines used to be referred to, in China as like dragon paths, because people would see orbs, traveling along what they recognized as ley lines.
Right.
And what if high tension power line routes are sort of what if we've created artificial ley lines?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd be very curious to see, does anybody have a map of, any area where, sightings have taken place, and where are the high tension wire paths through that? Where are the hydro plants? Where are the nuclear power plants? That's another thing. Calvert Cliffs nuclear power plant in Maryland is where I got a call at 3:00 in the morning back in the mid to late 90s, of a woman hysterical on the phone saying that there was a UFO over the power plant. And I said, "What's it look like?" She said, "It's a jellyfish." So I can see right through it, and it's a dome, and there's things around it. And I said, "Well, what kind of things?" She says, "There's little balls of light around it, and I can't tell if it's connected, but it looks like there are some sort of appendages sticking out of it." And I said, "Have you called the plant?" And she said, "No, it's 3:00 in the morning." I said, "But you're okay to call me, a total stranger." and so she said at a certain point, the whole thing, it didn't just disappear or fly away. It just slowly faded away as if it were a mirage of some kind. Make of that what you will. Years ago, Chesapeake Bay, by the Bay Bridge, there were an enormous amount of sightings by the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, and some kids were killed in a Cessna that lost power and crashed, and it was a big thing at the time because a series of photographs came out that a kid, there there were two boys down by the water. They had a camera. They found this big dead fish floating in the water. And they said, well, we just went fishing, so this would be really great. We found this big dead fish. If we got pictures with it, we could say we caught this fish. And so just keep that in mind, folks. They're faking fishing photographs when this happens. So there's your deception element. And they see this disc. And this disc is high in the air. It's surrounded by small globes of white light. It's daytime. They snap pictures. It's sequential pictures of this disc. Kind of, he seems to be scooting around on the water at first, and then it jumps up into the air. You can see the dots of light around it, and then from what they described, it's not pictured, but the little globes of light made a circle in the air. The disc flew in the middle of it, and the whole thing disappeared right in front of them. Later on, there would be sightings of a black disc scooting along the water and intercepting things that were falling out of the sky, which were deemed meteors, but they don't really know what they were. So there's all matter of weird stuff. And again, when you're talking about the Bay Bridge, it's a huge metal structure with electric running through it. I count that as, this is an electrified metal huge object. And there are also power plants around that general area, and steel mills, and all matter of all kinds of electrical gadgetry in motion there. So who knows what that all ended up being. What I was told by a local researcher was that there was a project in the Chesapeake Bay called the Empress Project, which was to simulate the effects of a nuclear detonation on ships. In other words, it was to harden ships. Mm-hmm. And they were testing this thing. This is apparently, I don't know for sure because I never got the whole story, but he told me this is the reason for the kids in the airplane. They fired this Empress, it fried everything in the cockpit, and they went down. After that happened, or as they were doing this project, these UFOs started to show up. And then the whole project, after this mess with the kids, and I think the people, they protested it and made a big stink. They moved the whole project was moved to Pensacola, which is just a short hop to Gulf Breeze. Mm-hmm. Does that coincide with Gulf Breeze? I don't know. I didn't keep up on it enough. But and again, the source that told me this was Bob Exler, and I don't know how reliable he was for that, but he apparently wrote a book on it and was authored by him and another lady, so they obviously researched it enough to know what was going on. I don't know. But there you go. You got, huge electromagnetic pulses going out, apparently, that were far out in the water, but yet you have these UFOs showing up. I don't know.
The other thing about lights too is the sort of religious attribute of lights being illuminating. Like the biblical story of the guy getting hit, and I forget who it is because I'm by no means have a good memory for this stuff, but being hit by a bolt of light and it illuminating him and changing him. And you see that in UFOs. You see it in just folklore, and actually Tim can probably speak to the folklore element of this too.
Yes,
Tim?
Yes. Sorry, I had my mic muted. I didn't want everybody to hear me taking a drink. I think probably not to pass the buck, but Josh could probably do better than I on that. But that particularly the folkloric elements I was thinking of were warnings. There are a lot of warnings associated with them. Both the Native Americans and I know the Pennsylvania Germans, and I don't know whether they got this from the Native Americans or if they brought this over with them, but they both had sayings to never follow the lights. You are never supposed to follow them. And then one of two things is supposed to have bad luck if you followed them, or actually three things. They would lead you off and you'd never be seen from again. Or the really weird one is that said sometimes you'd follow them, and then when you were done following them and decided to walk away, then they would turn around and follow you, which was especially disconcerting, I think, to people.
Well, and that's what we were talking about with the Marfa lights. You try to go after them, and they move out of the way, and then they follow you when you stop.
Yeah, yeah, and I've collected some old newspaper articles of train conductors seeing these lights, and in some cases they would think they were oncoming trains, and they would slow almost to a stop and try to figure it out, and then the light would move to the side of them and follow the train. These are articles from like the late 1800s, early 1900s. The light would then follow the train or pace the train. In one case, the engineer felt that it was a warning, like he stopped because he thought it was an oncoming train when he saw this light, and then I forget the exact thing. I think it wasn't that light, but because the light stopped him, there was a bridge out or some other, something was across the tracks or something, and he really felt like the light had saved him. So it's, I've collected a lot of really interesting, kind of will-o'-the-wisp stories as well.
Yeah, and those will-o'-the-wisp stories, I mean, you mentioned the Native Americans had them, and so did sort of the Pennsylvania Dutch or the German population. I mean, if you look at it, literally every continent has stories about will-o'-the-wisps and lights in the woods, and they generally all say the same thing about them. They may have different theories about what they are, but they have the same warnings about interacting with them or following them. It seems like a phenomena that, mankind has been experiencing since, probably the entire time we've existed on this planet, like it's in every culture, on every continent. We have the same stories about these lights in the woods.
Could they possibly be demons?
Everything's demons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I mentioned on the previous show, like, the Japanese called them, there were actually several different categories of them. One of them was Hitodama, and, that literally means like the soul of a human. And they thought that they were, just people's souls that, were kind of wandering the earth before they were being reincarnated. And there were warnings about them, like if you approach them, they would suck your soul out, which sort of makes me think about abduction kind of things, like if you follow the lights, you may get taken away, you may get and then, there's the whole fairy stuff too that Josh has talked about, where, if you follow the lights, you get led off to fairyland.
Even in the West, they were called corpse lights sometimes.
Yeah, corpse lights. Yep.
Yeah.
Huh.
Ignis Fatuus or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And
are they ever associated with the trees at all? I mean, we see them in the woods, right? I mean, is there ever any thought, or is there any folklore that says these are spirits of the trees or souls of the trees? And is that a thing or not?
I've never read that.
I'm going to say I'm sure it is somewhere, but I'm with Ren. I haven't dug that up necessarily.
The most common thing I see is people saying that they're either malevolent spirits or elementals, like, they're like, sort of elemental spirits, or they're the souls of the dead. And one interesting aspect of it that I see repeated a lot, and you see this in Asia, you see this in Europe as well, is that the lights mark the place where buried treasure is hidden. And I've always thought that was like a kind of a curious little aspect to the story.
There's an interesting amount of like kind of buried treasure lore. I was going to bring this up when Jeff was talking about that kind of concentrated area in northern Maryland where he's had all his experiences. There's this very strange story that comes out of there was an old whiskey distillery outside of Glen Rock, Pennsylvania. It was a place called Fausttown. It was actually named after the distillery. But during Prohibition, apparently some gangsters or something from Maryland came up and they stole one of these huge barrels of whiskey. The Faust Distillery was given a license. Even during Prohibition, they were allowed to brew whiskey for medicinal purposes. A few distilleries around the country were still allowed to brew during Prohibition, so they were still allowed to brew whiskey. And apparently, supposedly these gangsters came up from Maryland and just rolled in, middle of the day, guns blazing, stole a huge barrel, one of these huge oak barrels of whiskey. And the legend goes that it's buried somewhere right around that area Jeff was talking about in northern Maryland. And it's just like there's these other just weird little stories which don't seem to be particularly paranormal, but they just pop up in these same areas. There's another area that I research a lot where I'm researching Bigfoot and UFO stuff in the area. And it's got this whole culmination of stuff. And I stumble across this story about people who were doing automatic writing in the 1920s. The brother and sister, they live right in this, sort of 8 square mile area that I'm looking into. And their big thing was buried pirate treasure. They had become convinced that pirates had sailed up the Susquehanna and buried treasure somewhere. And that their whole deal with automatic writing is they were trying to, get the information from the pirates, I guess, where the treasure was buried. So there's this really weird element of burying things in the earth, or of treasure being in the earth, that seems to go along with all this stuff.
Interesting. All right. Like all of this, because it connects through so many different fields of the paranormal, makes it really, really important. Really, if we're going to figure any of this stuff out, I mean, these are the connecting points.
Yeah. Oh, the amount of people who see orbs, directly before, after, or around the same time as Bigfoot sightings is insane. And it goes, like you were saying, with ghosts too. I mean, to the point where ghost hunter people consider orbs to be, spirits of the dead. They may or may not be,
And the connection to spirits of the dead with, graveyards and stuff and such, connected with these lights as well, is interesting. Yeah, it's definitely a puzzling thing, because I mean, like my experiences with them have never been particularly negative, but I don't generally view any of this stuff as negative, so it's more fascinating to me. But obviously, they can be scary in some situations.
Yeah, if they didn't exhibit like intelligence, I would almost think of them as sort of being like psychic noise, or like like a side effect of the other things happening. It's almost like they're the static electricity that gathers before a lightning strike or something. But then again, they exhibit signs of intelligence. They interact with people, so it's almost like they're entity unto themselves.
Yeah, and that's with what we did the Strange Familiar show, and that's the thing that really stunned me. That the fact that they were reacting real time to things we were doing. That more than, I don't know. It would have been stunning just to see the changes of color and movement, I suppose. But when you add in the fact that they seem to be directly reacting to that laser pointer, was particularly exciting and amazing to see.
What is the light?
Tim, can I ask one thing? I'm sorry, I just want to.
Sure.
Before I forget this, and if you don't want to answer this, you don't have to. When you come back from looking at these things or seeking these things out, do you engage in any kind of ritual to ground yourself again, or anything like? Do you do that?
I can't say if I do. It's more of the sort of my normal routine of, like, I always say, like, music is my meditation. So I'll sit down and I'll play music for a couple hours or something like that.
You just answered your own question, so that's that. You said routine, and that's the end of that.
Okay.
No, and playing music is, again, life affirming and all that sort of stuff. Because I keep thinking back to, like people like George Hansen have told me about Bigfoot, because that seems to be a recurring thing with the lights and what have you, and the UFOs and everything else. Like in a lot of Native American cultures, it was a bad thing to see a Bigfoot. Like, you had to be ritualistically cleaned, so as not to bring this this odd, like, to me, everything in the world is based upon ritual. Like, since I've kind of expanded my head a little bit to include this anti-structural, marginal stuff, I see ritual everywhere. Right down to, like, you come home from something like that and you play music, and that kind of grounds you in here and draws a line. If you want to think about it that way, it draws a line between that and where I am now. That's the line. That line doesn't get crossed. when somebody sees a Bigfoot in a Native American culture, they're cleansed so that draws a line that this doesn't come near us. I have to wonder if something like that, because you seem to be without a lot of ill effects of this stuff. And I find that endlessly fascinating, because I am the poster child for the other side of that. Everything that I do, like I literally go out and try to interact with this stuff, and then I come home and lay in it, like going in a swimming pool without coming home and changing your shorts. So I was just wondering, if there is some threshold that you cross that you feel separates you from that stuff. Is there anything like that you can think of that off the top of your head?
Well, as odd as it sounds, I don't tend to bring it home because my family's just tired of me talking to them about it.
Okay. No.
So, I mean, I bring it home internally because I'm writing books and I'm doing a podcast, obviously, but
Sure.
But there's a real separation where I'll come home and I might talk to my wife for 5 minutes, like, oh wow, I saw these incredible lights, they're pretty wild, and then we'll sit down and watch a comedy or something. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it's there's an intentional on my part of not bringing too much of it home, except for in the work I do with it personally.
Right.
Otherwise, I mean, as far as the negative thing, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like it's, to me, it feels like there's negatives and positives, and it can depend. And this particular place, I have to say, is the place I'm the most wary of. There's a few places I go on the regular that I have no problem being alone at, which other people would probably be completely freaked out.
Oh, really? Okay.
But this place, I'll day hike there, but I don't think I'd be there alone at night at this place.
How close is this to the place where you were playing chess with something?
It's pretty much the other side of the county. That was like south.
Oh, really? Okay.
This is north, pretty much.
Okay.
Tim, what color was the laser pointer he was using?
Green.
Interesting. There's a little correlation here. Okay, so green laser light, especially with a cheap laser pointer, emits infrared.
Mm-hmm.
So
and it was cheap. It wasn't, it was like, hey, I got this from China or whatever,
Yeah. Those emit infrared radiation. That's why they're extremely dangerous to point in the eyes, if anything. They can cause blindness, all kinds of problems. So one thing I'm remembering here, you remember the Seattle Demon House guy?
Yeah.
There was a little thing
Keith Linder.
Yeah. There was a little thing he mentioned about how, I forget, I'd have to go back and listen to the show, but something about using infrared cameras.
Mm-hmm. They don't like
They don't like it. For some reason, it like hurts them. Or it's like irritating to them. And I almost wonder if that's the reason they changed from red and like winked out, is because somehow that light was irritating them or hurting them somehow.
I mean, that would make perfect sense. That's the sort of reaction you got. And then like I said, they would stay out for a period of, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds to a minute, and then they would come back on.
It might have been blinding them somehow. And this brings it back to eye shine.
if they was that, and again, that's what Jeff, who was with me, that's what he's saying. But if they moved up say they moved up, and he would hit them when they were up, and they would like aperture out, like Jeff was saying. When they came on again, they would be down low again, like in their original, or what appeared to be their original position, or close to the original position. It's very, very weird. Like and Jeff, the guy who first told me about him, he told me that he tends to see them in the same spot, like all the time. That said, while we were there was, like I said, there was some like over to the left, and he was like, oh, I've never seen that one before, and then we saw one up higher on the, to the right, and he's like, oh, that's new. But mainly, like there's like one area he says they're almost always there as long as the leaves aren't on the trees. He said when the leaves are on the trees, you can't see them.
Oh. And you say after you hit them with the laser, they would turn what color?
Red.
Yeah, you might want to look up. You might want to write Ted Phillips. I'm just saying, because I remember distinctly him saying either I want to say it's the blue and the red ones. He categorized the blue and the red ones as nasty.
Hmm.
Blue meanies. That's how I remembered that. He said the blue ones and the red ones are kind of like there were reports in Marley of, like for instance, a woman come out of her barn and her horse was in the barn, and she would see a red light go into the barn and then fly out the other side of the barn. Seconds it would be in the neighborhood of the barn, and then when she went in, the horse was all over the walls. So he categorizes those as destructive or mean or not good. So you might want to, you might just check in with him and say, just describe what you're seeing. I got his email. And just see what he says. I'd be very curious to see what kind of reaction he has to that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm willing to take anybody's information and opinion, etc.
Sure.
Because I don't know what they are. That's the frustrating thing. I can't say what they are. I can only say that from my observation, they reacted to what we were doing.
Yeah. How luminous would you say?
At first, but for the size, they were bigger than fireflies, right? So okay. They're much bigger than fireflies, but that kind of subtle light when you first see them, you had to your eyes had to adjust to the darkness, and you'd almost catch them in your peripheral. Then you could focus on them, but then when you start messing with them, when they would sometimes he'd hit them with the laser, and they would get really bright, really bright red, and then like you said, aperture out. Just
okay.
So the luminosity was changing too. At one point, they got bright enough where it looked like they were lighting up the trees around them. Okay. The one and that was pretty wild. But so they would change in brightness as well as shape.
And you've been there in the daytime, correct?
Been there in the daytime, yeah.
So in the daytime, when you're standing at the same vantage point, is there any way that you could gauge, like, okay, they can't be any further away than the back of that hill? Is there a way that you could gauge distance in any meaningful way?
Yeah, probably. I mean, if yeah.
I mean, at worst case scenario, 80 yards or more.
Yeah, I guess between 100 and 200.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yards is what we were looking at, but I'm not great at guessing distances. I will stop by that. See, usually during the day I go on the other side. It's just easier to get in from the other side during the day. So if I hike in there, I go from the other side. But I can go to that side during the day and try to get a better estimate of what we're talking about.
Yeah. Might be worth a laser tape measure for that job, because you can just point and click and
right.
Maybe that way at least like I know I'm looking at something that's this far away.
Yeah, I think JR was going to bring him one of those like rangefinder scopes,
Yeah.
And kind of get a really good read on it.
I'd be very curious.
I as far as like the science of this stuff and the measuring of this stuff, that side of documentation, I'm so awful about. I so want to experience things that I go out there and I'm in the moment, and
it's the last thing you're thinking about. It's the last thing you're thinking about. Yeah, believe me, I know.
And I do need to get better with that kind of stuff, especially if this is a recurrent. Like so far, I've seen them once, but I haven't been out there at night since that night. So
and no effects on the ground that you can see in like the general area, or you haven't been to where you think they would be.
I went to where I thought, like I hiked into where I thought they were. Like I did that within a day or two of seeing it. I have to get in there and look, and I can't tell. It needs to be somebody standing where we were and somebody else in the woods, I think, with either
saying, yeah, you're right where
yeah, exactly.
I would also keep an eye out for small stone columns,
Mhm.
or little piles of rocks here and there.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be curious if you find anything like that.
Well, we did have a rock thrown at us. So
Oh, okay.
hit my Jeep. You can hear it on our very first episode or second episode we did from the place. You can hear the rock hit my Jeep as we're standing there.
Huh.
But
Wild stuff, man. I don't know.
yeah, it's crazy. And see, the original story we got about the place was this guy was telling me about it. He said, I used to go up there when I was a teenager in like the late 70s, early 80s. And he said, we'd always get rocks thrown at us from the woods. We'd park our cars up there and these hobos would throw rocks at us from the woods. I was like, what are you talking about, hobos? I said, did you ever see these hobos? He's like, no, nobody ever saw the hobos. But if you park there, they throw rocks at you. I said, okay, that sounds like something else to me. And then he tells me this bizarre story about this. There's an albino family that lived in a shack there or something like this. Just this whole weird like story with that. And so we go up there, and then within, like, I'm telling my buddy this, and within, days of me telling him this, he gets a client of his tells him basically they're having this Bigfoot encounter right nearby there. And like, okay, like now we have to like check this place out. So we go in thinking, Bigfoot, and now there's all kinds of questions like Jeff's girlfriend saw something that like a quadrupedal thing that looked like a giant ferret or something in there. Like the way she drew it just looked weird. She got like orbs and the white flashes of light in there. I believe in her. She saw them in the rearview mirror of her car when she was parked in the parking area. And there's all this other it just became this just gobble of weird junk all in one place that, we went in looking for one thing. And of course, as is the case, often you start getting all this other stuff.
This sounds like Marley Woods to me. I mean, especially when it comes to the weird animal stuff, because that's prevalent there too. There's been, I want to say that, that Ted has reported like very large wolves, which again were a Skinwalker Ranch type thing, which that's compared to that as well. But there's been some really weird stuff, animal stuff that's been seen as well. I mean, unnaturally large things. There's been different, like when you come to a farm, when you've got barbed wire or razor ribbon running anywhere, you're bound to catch hair and what have you. I mean, I remember him talking about that there was, just really strange hair had been thrown around, and I know he was doing analysis on all that. I have no idea where that stands now, but yeah, I mean, it sounds like Skinwalker Ranch, aka Marley Woods Light or something. But hey, if you, I mean, the thing that I always wonder about is, if you continue to go and continue to see things and experience things, and don't really worry so much about documenting it, is it really going to get, crazy? I always wonder, like, how bizarre is it going to get? Like how far can you push it before you're like, okay.
And it does seem like things amp up,
Yeah, as a reaction to your attention,
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I say if you take more people out there, I wonder what the reaction of the phenomena would be if you took 10 people or 7 people. Said like, let's just go see what's out here, or maybe tell them ahead of time what you've seen. I've seen this stuff there. I want some other people to see this. What will it do? Will it not show up at all? I don't know. The random stuff. You said you've been out there before and not seen anything.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see, like, on what days, under what circumstance, that sort of thing. But I mean, just being random about it probably is better than all the routine in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we are out of time, so we're going to have to conclude. But this has been a great 2-part episode on this stuff, and I'm sure we could probably do another one at some point, especially as Tim investigates this more.
Yeah.
So I thank all 3 of you. This has been great.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so Jeff's next appearance after that was a show entitled What is Wrong with Paranormal Research? And it was him and Greg Bishop, which is just such a fantastic combination. That aired originally August 4th, 2018. And after this, I also have a Patreon segment. So, welcome to the show, Greg, Jeff.
Hello.
And it's been a while.
Yes, quite a long while. You've had all kinds of other more interesting guests than me to keep the thing going. Jeff said he only listens to your show and my show right now, which is kind of cool.
Oh.
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
And Jeff, it's been a long while since I've had you on, since we did the light show.
Yeah, that has been a while.
I don't know when that is, because time's kind of weird.
Oh, yeah. Time is weird, for sure.
You're like fading out, Jeff.
I am?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's better.
I'll sit up straight.
And so tonight we're gonna toss around a question here. I think this was presented by a Patreon, and I thought this is a really good question for a show. And it's, what is wrong with paranormal research?
Ego. That's like the number one thing.
Yeah, I think that's what's wrong with most things, really, when it comes down to it.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Ego and greed.
Yeah. Ego, like, that's probably 90% of it. Well, probably 75% of it. Greed's like 24% of it. And actually wanting to find out what's going on and get an answer is 1% of it. Oh, wait. And then, actually, no. If it's also, try to get laid. I think that's also part of it too, which is a really bad way to do it.
I was going to say,
yeah, it's that's just doomed to failure, because most people that are involved in it are kind of weird and unstable in some way. I know I am. So you got to find something outside of the paranormal that tolerates it.
So what is actually wrong with the way the research is conducted?
Well, Jeff and I were talking about what'd you call it? The bored housewife syndrome?
Yeah. Well, that's one facet, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there is, research, that's a really loose term, isn't it, for this stuff? So,
yeah.
I think it's one of the biggest problems is that people, they have an ideology, and then they try to basically prop up their quote-unquote findings around the idea or the preconceived notion that they have. And so, I guess if people would be a lot less married to their theories,
yeah.
In other words, don't hold fast to anything. Just kind of take the stuff as it comes and kind of parse it through, I guess, your own filter, because what else can you do? So yeah, that to me is one of the biggest problems. Is it's so many people want to believe a certain thing or a certain way, and when the evidence doesn't support that, they either ignore it or they bury it, and then they try to make something that what is it, the square peg into the round hole type of thing. And I think you've got a lot of people who, as Greg was saying, I had called it bored housewife syndrome, because back in the late 80s, early 90s, I guess, there seemed to be, like, at least in my neck of the woods, there seemed to be an inordinate amount of women into ufology, and these were the women who you would see on sightings, or you would see on encounters, or you would, these were people who were actually moving around in this field and doing stuff. And I got to know more than a few of them, and it seemed like every one of them that I met, because I always try to figure out, like, who are these people as people, before I go looking at what kind of research they're doing. And what I see is, like, you see a lot of women, and I don't just relegate this to women. It's also, there are plenty of men out there in the same position. A lot of them didn't have a career per se. The children were grown. The husband was away at business a lot. So they had kind of like this empty space to fill, and they kind of filled it with this. which is great because it gives you a lot of time in order to do that. And as near as I can tell, that's one of the things that you need to become sort of a name in this field is a lot of time. And so that's what I saw was, and I called it bored housewife syndrome, but it could be bored house husband syndrome the same way, because you have the same on the opposite sex side of things. So, and these people, as near as I could tell, were not particularly versed in anything. I didn't know how else to put that other than they didn't bring anything to the table with them. You know, there's just very little in the way of a skill set to do anything. They were basically like, I read the MUFON journal, and now I do this. So,
most of it.
You know, it's a lot of it's a lot of people. You know, one of the things that always aggravated me was the amount of people that you see out there pontificating on like visual data, which I've been doing for 30 years, and that's what I do for a living. But I see so many people try to enlarge pictures to some ridiculous amount and try to make sense out of single pixels of data, and try and tell me, don't you see the head? Don't you see the head? Don't you see the eyes? And I'm like, no, I don't. What I see is, you know, a Rorschach pattern that you're, you know, trying to make a mountain out of a molehill, and this is nothing. And so therefore, when you call that out, you get all this resistance. So it's you can tell right then people are very married to not only their theories, but they're also married to whatever case might come their way, if that makes any sense. Like they
twisting that case into what they think it is when it comes their way.
Right. So everybody wants that to bite that big case, and I think a lot of people go into it thinking this is it, this is the one, and rather than be disappointed in finding out it's really not what they thought, they kind of just keep it going. You know, that's never a good thing.
Yeah, I thought of something else when you were talking. Another problem is the herding instinct. Like you'll get an organization and they'll say, this is what we're about, and they'll have a culture of that organization and everybody follows that culture, and then it doesn't allow for individual thought, it doesn't allow for originality, it doesn't allow for to, like Jeff said, to, you know, move with the case or the subject. It's basically just saying, this is our doctrine and this is how we go about it, and this is what we do. And I find people in I met some people in MUFON recently, and I said, so why are you still in MUFON? Seeing as what went on recently and who runs it and what may be going on with them. It's like, oh no, we're going to change it. And I was thinking, I don't think it's going to be possible for you to change it. I suggested that they break off and make their own group and just work in a small group, which is what I've been saying for a while. Which is why I told Jeff I sell T-shirts that say "mimic the obliqueness of the subject."
What do you want to tell people a little about what's going on with MUFON in case they're not aware?
Well, in the last year, there was a big scandal because the state director for Pennsylvania, I think, was it, John Ventry, put a rather vitriolic, racist rant up on Facebook, and quickly took it down when he realized people realized what he was saying. And Lon Stickler, who I had on my show, actually kind of made a cause out of it and said, did anybody notice this? What's going on here? And that blossomed in some way, I guess you could call it, into a bigger scandal where the international director, I think it was Harzan, came on and said, well, you know, what's the problem here, the hater or the people doing the hating or something like that? And he was basically excusing his statements. And I think I'm in the right here. If somebody says some viciously racist thing, you should point it out and point out how ridiculous and how cruel it is. And they decided to downplay it. saying, well, it doesn't really have anything to do with the research and all that. And it's like, well, it kind of reflects on the organization, no matter what it is. So there were a lot of comments that came. He posted this thing. Harzan, I think, posted this statement a few days after this, and people immediately were like, "What? What?" And my statement was, I didn't say anything about the Ventry. I said, when most organizations have a scandal or somebody say something like this, they immediately say, this person is not part of our organization anymore. They do not reflect our values, no matter what you think, no matter how you feel about it, if he's your buddy or anything, if you want to save the organization, that's what you do. I mean, your organization could be a bunch of, crazy, conspiracy, right-wing racist people. But the thing is, you don't go admitting that in public because it doesn't look good. It shouldn't either. So after that, I guess people found out that, one, he gave like thousands of dollars a month or at least a year to MUFON and was in the inner circle, which is for people that give tons of money to MUFON. So not only was it a old boy thing, I think it was also a money thing. So this came out, and a lot of people left. State directors left and right. State directors were quitting. Some of them came back. Some never did. Nick Redfern stopped writing his column for the MUFON Journal because of it. Anyway, and then there's other things about selling the data to BAAS, the Bigelow people, or BASS, and other questions about what's being done with the data, etc. Anyway, so in light of all this, I mean, it just reinforced my square peg in the round hole of, I don't even think it's a round hole or square peg. Just get rid of large organizations. They just don't do the subject any good because the subject is so mercurical that a large organization can't move quick enough to keep up with it. And it just basically just sits there while the thing runs around and makes fun of them. Really not makes fun of them, but it just, it does its thing, and the organization is like, we're going to study it, we're going to have the answer, and all of our resources are going to. It's like, no, it's not. You're going to grab a tiny little part of it and not let go of it like a dog with a bone. And meanwhile, the thing has run away. You're just sitting there with the bone thinking it's the whole thing. And that's my view of a large organization, and that's another problem. It's just the phenomenon is UFOs particularly are not amenable to being studied by large organizations, I don't think, unless it's a loose affiliation and the people, it's basically kind of a clearinghouse or a place where people can coordinate with each other. But I think that any group like that all of its chapters should be relatively autonomous and be able to do what they want. And now you can. I mean, people say, well, how do you get funding? It's like, well, Jesus, go and do crowdsource funding. I mean, you can do it many ways. So I think the time has come. It's past where people should be using their own resources and their own ideas and have them strengthened by being in a small group of 10 or 20 or less, and look at a problem for a while and study it very carefully and very and objectively as possible. Keep very detailed notes. And when you find out what you find out, give that to people, put it up online and say, this is what we found, what do you think? And let the field go in that way, because I think the more democratic it is, the more chance you have of coming up with something that may get a little piece of whatever this thing is. Because as you and I, all of us here agree, it's probably not just one thing. It's probably all kinds of different things. It impinges on different parts of our experience, our culture, our mythology, our psyches, our everything. So, I think all this should be taken into account. Now I'm rambling. Your turn.
That was the Corey Good Stuff part of MUFON as well?
He was out there. He was a featured speaker last year. Him and David Wilcock, which I thought was it's like, wow, you're trying to improve your image and you have these guys. So this year they got Louis Elizondo and a few other people who I don't know. They're a little more respectable, I guess, than Good and Wilcock, but they're fighting with each other now anyway.
Yeah, and Gaia.
Yeah, exactly. So It's just more, as Bill Hicks said, more fevered egos.
Hmm. Jeff, thoughts?
Well, I mean, MUFON's been trouble for years. I mean, um, I think that's one of those. MUFON is always the one that kind of gets brought up to me when I say that these organizations don't last all that long. They don't have. They say, well, the longevity of MUFON has been decades, and I always point out that the MUFON as a big corporate entity is not the one doing the research. The research is being done by these field investigators and state directors in certain states. So it is broken up into these smaller groups. And I have watched these smaller groups kind of fall away and then reconstitute in some other kind of form after some kind of blow up. Sometimes it's really as simple as I knew of one group at one point that I went to, and I just thought, wow, this is so much different from the Maryland group that I used to, used to go to meetings. I was never a member. I just went to the meetings, and they were extremely, extremely new agey, if I can say it that way. Not a lot in the way of critical thought going on. And I went to see Graham Bethune talk before he passed away. This has been many years ago now. And he, regaled this crowd with tales of Venusians and all this contactee stuff. And I was kind of like, this guy cannot possibly get a warm reception after this is over. But he got a standing ovation. And this was this was a group that basically imploded around about 6 or 8 months later because some new blood had come in and began to ask these questions. They began to ask these critical questions about the speakers that you were having and what was the leader of the group saying, a state section director. Why were you backing these people up? Don't you know this is nonsense and it's demonstrable nonsense? And basically the group fractured out. They said, we're not coming to these meetings anymore. We're going to start our own group. And then all of a sudden the group became sort of reformulated into something that was, I guess, a little better from what it was. But these groups, they're still cyclical and they still go in and out. And I think the drama that has been coming out of these state groups for years, I mean, that's always been a thing. It's always been a thing. I remember, 20 years ago that there was all sorts of dust-ups between territory and who gets what case and people fighting over cases and people not sharing information with one another, being very territorial about what they studied and where and who got to see what and all of this. I mean, it's really absurd.
Yeah.
It is ego, but it's also this. There is. I guess for a lot of people, there is a lot of work that's put into this stuff, and I think that eventually the word credit starts to be dredged up, and who gets credit for what. And yeah, that is ego to a certain degree, but it's also this field can tend to, and I don't know that this is exactly purposeful, but this is just, as I've always said, seems to be how it works. That's my favorite phrase these days. It seems to be how it works that the people who do the least, if they present better than the next guy, those are the people then that become the authoritative experts or viewed as the authoritative experts on the subject. When they're doing very little in the way of real research. And most of them haven't really done much of research, if you want to get technical about it. So, and that just exacerbates the feelings of resentment, and that leads to upheaval in these groups, and that leads to fracturing of groups because one person might like investigator B and the other one doesn't. And they're very vocal about it. So that tends to make, and that schism happens over and over again. So this is why I say it just seems to be how it works. It doesn't necessarily. I can't put it down all to human psychological things. I don't see
Oh, no,
it that
I
way.
wouldn't either. I totally agree with you, Jeff. It's just a dynamic, as you pointed out years ago. It's a dynamic of these kind of groups, and it's not the same dynamic as a group that would be, like bird watchers or something. Yeah, they fight and all that, but it seems to me more virulent in paranormal groups. Much more virulent.
I mean, and I think the reason being is that I'm a huge Star Wars fan, and I was in a Star Wars kind of group type thing, and that turned absolutely vicious at one point too, and the whole group again reconstituted itself into kind of something else, and now it resembles very little of what it used to be. But at the same time, I don't think that it ever got quite vicious or quite as backstabby as ufology or the paranormal in general. These ghost groups are another thing that they routinely fracture and fall apart because ideologies don't match up. They don't overlay correctly. One person interprets something one way and one sees it another. Mm-hmm. On one hand, you can put that down to how the phenomenon might present itself to one person or another. But there's also the notion of two people seeing the same but perceiving different things. And that, I think, is we could definitely attribute something like that to the way the phenomenon presents. And that causes schisms of disconnect and discord, and that sows that kind of resentment. Because both people are being truthful.
Yeah.
The
phenomenon
is lying.
Yeah, it actively discourages any kind of standardization of study, because it's like, well, if we only do it this way, everything will be fine. It's like, no, if you do it that way, it just squeezes in and does something else.
Right.
And it's like, well, if it was run like a scientific organization, well, it can't be, because you'd have to run it like a scientific organization of a bunch of writers or artists. You have to.
Well, and I certainly like to think these days that I certainly like to think that at least the very critically minded people who follow this subject, I like to think that most of them are starting to get the idea that this stuff doesn't exactly respond to structure and scientific theorem, and it doesn't. In other words, it's not that you can't apply the scientific method to it. It just doesn't work for it, because it won't be contained inside of a structured experiment. Parapsychological labs have done some things, but we haven't been able to actively isolate a consistent hotspot for what we can only say is most definitely the UFO phenomena as we think of it. In other words, structured objects that don't seem to be from here, seem to be intelligently controlled, show up on routine, manifest from thin air, and I think until
as you said, respond individually to people, which is another huge problem.
Right. I mean, I think people are starting to get the idea, that this stuff won't hold. We need to build some kind of other formula of instruction around how people would approach a case, how people would approach a sighting. I think basically these days that the visual data is kind of a dead issue. So that used to be a really big thing.
Right.
And I mentioned Graham Bethune earlier. The night that I saw him speak, even here in Maryland, he had for sale a set of photographs. And again, he claimed these were taken somewhere down south, and it was of a Venusian spacecraft and this, that, and the other. And I immediately recognized this thing, and I approached him about it. I bought a set of these pictures, and I said, I'm intimately familiar with this craft. And he said, really? Have you been visited by these things? And I said, well, yes, this is actually sitting in a warehouse in Baltimore, because the company that I was part owner of in Baltimore, an event company, built it. And
you get really pissed off at you?
He didn't. He said, is that right? I said, yeah, I can take you to it right now, like literally.
Yeah.
It had a ball underneath of it with blue lights on it. It's called a jet eye, Jeteye. And jet eyes are or were a really popular thing in dance clubs and whatnot, and the plexiglass segments of the. I mean, it was all there, and I said, I guarantee you, if I take this this photograph and I scan it, and I take it into Photoshop and I lighten some levels on it, I guarantee you, I see lighting truss behind this one shot.
Yeah.
And he was very polite. He didn't get angry about it. He just said, "Well, I have to disagree with you." I said, "Well, again, I can take you right now. I got a key to the warehouse. I can take you right now. I can show you where it's sitting." And
You didn't want any part.
right. But at the same time, when I spoke in Jersey at Pat Marcatillo's conference, and weirdly enough, approached me after I got done talking, and he brought me those same pictures. And I told him what the story was with these. And the heartbreak in his eyes was evident. I mean, he said, because I'll never forget the way he said it to me. He says, "You've taken away all my proof." And I said, "Well, it's always better to know than to believe, right? I mean, you believe these were true."
Just turn you into a quivering wreck. I'm trying to do this to you so you don't. I'm telling you this, so somebody else doesn't later who's not as nice as me.
Yeah, I mean, I just told him. I said, I know where this was. At that point, the business had sold most of their inventory off, and the owner had retired, and I had moved on to another workplace. But
should have gone and taken a picture of it so you had one with you, did you?
Somewhere around here in an old photo album, I'm quite sure I've got pictures of it. I mean,
because you know what the nature of these things, you'll keep seeing that for years.
Yeah. Well, somewhere there's somewhere that in one of my business partner's old notebooks, he had a picture of it with Judas Priest standing in front of it.
Really? Nice.
So yeah, and people. I mean, when acts came through, sometimes they would see it and ask about it, and it would get brought out on stage for lighting, for like accent lighting and stuff. But yeah, it's one of those things where you expect a lot of resistance from some people and you don't get it, and then other people, they just act heartbroken about it. And this is why I've always said, like, I've gone through the exact same thing as everybody else. At one point, I thought, is this extraterrestrial? Is this? Is it that? And through the years, I would always go, well, crap. Like, seeing that and now seeing this and reading this here and getting a better understanding of some other things, like, standing on the shoulders of giants, as they say, you start to realize that, no, that's not going to work. And it doesn't fit the phenomena. So what does fit it? And eventually, I mean, at this point, I've pretty much given up all of them. And I just say, I don't have any idea what it is. I just know what surrounds and what encompasses it, and that's interesting enough for me for the time being. So,
what fits it is non-dogmatic people with an open mind who don't have a preconception. That's what fits the subject. And that's really, really, really hard to find.
Oh, yeah, tell me about it.
Because it's also not very exciting.
No, it's not, and that's the thing. That's and so much of what you see in paranormal research these days is really based around drama. It's about how much drama can a ghost investigation create so that they can sell their DVD at the next conference.
I think there's actually plenty of groups that aren't doing that, but you never hear about them because they're not.
Well, of course not. No.
But yeah, they're the ones you hear about. This is the problem with a lot of things, that the person that screams the loudest is the one that represents everybody, even though they don't want them to.
Right. Well, and frankly, respectable groups doing interesting things as far as research goes, trying different things. They don't really want anything to do with the mainstream field.
No,
and rightly so. So, I mean, there's that. So, I mean, and frankly, a lot of those people are starting to publish on like academia.edu, and you'll see some papers float around here and there. They're not always the best written things, but at least it looks like people are trying some new things, you know? So
yeah, it seems to be centered around fooling yourself and whatever the phenomenon does into reacting in a way that you can see instead of sitting there and waiting for it, but maybe more fooling yourself into not expecting anything, or fooling yourself into not, I don't know exactly how to put this, but in a frame of mind whereby you're not forcing things into a preconception. But the thing is, trying to do research and not having a preconception, there's a koan for you.
Right. Yeah. That's. I mean, because somebody would say to you, "Well, what the hell are you here for then? What are you looking for?" You know. And I think one of the
maybe the phenomenon should lead you then by whatever happens.
Yeah, I mean, I watched. I used to watch Ghost Hunters quite a lot, and one night that they were on there, and God, I can't remember. I want to say Dustin was the guy's name. He's a young guy, or looked a lot younger than he was. But at one point, he's in a house, and they're doing this investigation, and all of a sudden, he kind of gets this look on his face, and he says to the girl that he was investigating with, "Do you ever wonder what we're doing?" And she says, "What do you mean?" He said, "What exactly what are we looking for? Are we looking for life after death? Are we looking for proof of an afterlife? Are we looking for spirits of the departed? What is it that we are actually, what are we doing this for? What are we in search of?" I don't remember what her answer was, but I thought, wow, that's a really provocative question to throw out there, and it's as close as that show ever came in my mind to, every week it was the same. It was the same schedule.
Yeah.
Go to the house, set up cameras, freak out with bumps in the night, and try and get some EVPs, and then present it to them. And every week they got something.
Of course they did.
Early on, it wasn't like that. Early on, it was spotty. But after a while, as things got more, I think the demand came, you got to come up with something. And so I always said, okay, we get it, guys. Like, there's weird stuff happening in houses that people are reporting, and you're catching something. Okay, so what's next?
Yeah.
And we never got there. Nobody ever came to the table and said, what are we doing with this? Like, what does all this stuff seem to tell us? That never happened. And I think that's why a lot of these shows, like a lot of podcasts, like a lot of, YouTube channels, they tend to stagnate because they just become the same beat all the time.
Yeah.
And nothing moves forward because, that's what these people are after. They're after the FaceTime. They're after the novelty of it, but I don't think a lot of them are really interested in going, what are we here for? What are we looking for? What is all this about?
That's the most important question of all when you start doing this is, what is your motivation? What do you think you're looking for? Why are you even doing this? I think that's way more important than whatever you're trying to find out. Because if you don't know what you're looking for with this kind of weird stuff, if you don't know what your motivation is, it's kind of like going into the Israel Lagarde thing about going into the Golden Dawn. I'm like, you better go through a system of heavy psychotherapy before you even go into this, so you know why you're doing it. You might not even want to after you find out what are your motivation. So I think more than anything else, your motivation becomes really apparent to a lot of people except you when you start doing this, especially people that are outside of outside of the field. When they see you doing what you're doing, they'll put you in a category, and probably you fit in that category. Right. But the most important thing, I mean, I guess it goes back to ego, I guess, but I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, if you get involved in the paranormal, you better know why you're doing it and what you expect to do with it. Or, conversely, I think the best attitude is, let's see what happens if we stay interested in a certain way for a certain while. And then if nothing happens, throw that out. Or if your group doesn't find anything or does find something, immediately throw that out tell everybody what you did, and move on to something else. I think, to me, for some reason, I think that's the best way to do things. Like I said, mimic the obliqueness of the subject. Be as mercurial as the subject, yet vigilant and as analytical as you can be.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to realize in that going in that direction and laying that framework down and saying this is how we're going to proceed forward. I think the thing that I hope that people will come to, and it certainly is something that I've come to over the years, is that just when you think you've got a thumbtack to take that string to pull that string to the next thumbtack point, the thumbtack's gone.
Yeah.
And so you wind up chasing your tail from one thing to the next, and after a while that gets tiresome and can drive one mad. And a lot of people do quit in disgust of that, even if they do keep to themselves into a small group and do that. There's things still. At some point, you have to realize that you're being led around by the nose, and whatever this is, it tends to want to do that. Both from both sides. In other words, from our side, we become addicted to what is it and the mystery of it, and the I have to know. And, of course, the ego of, I'm going to be the one that grabs the brass ring. I'm going to be the one that solves this, there's
all these different motivations that has nothing to do with the problem itself or why you're doing anything like that. And that's where that lives. It lives in that psychological, emotional storm that you don't even see that you're inside of. And it's just sitting there, I don't know what if I want to assign agency to it. But that's it. I mean, it's sort of, referencing your trickster thing, it just lives in that chaos, in that what's the word? That brass ring grabbing area.
Yeah, and the other half of it to me is always going to be
like a parrot.
It's going to be realizing that it changes and morphs into different. It will lead you in different ways to different things, but at the same time, it's important kind of not to get disgusted as you go through this on your own, because that's really the only way that anybody's going to do it, is to kind of go through that journey on your own, because it is a very personal thing if you have an experience of one kind or another. So there's that part, but there's also, the notion of that, you can't be married to these theories, but as you are pulled through them, you are learning things. This is the important thing to realize is, what Valet asked so many years ago, what is it doing? Is it science? It's saying, oh, you think you know so much? Do you really think you know? Well, what about this? Zook, and there's this weird thing nobody can explain. So you're learning to problem solve. You're learning to explore different areas of perception of life, and you're meeting different people. You're meeting people you probably never would have encountered in daily life by going to these conferences and of course reaching that point where conferences don't do anything for you anymore, and then then you become a 51-year-old embittered man who it's
I think Sorrel went to sleep. I think we're doing your whole show for you.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
I'm here.
No, you're like Vin Scully. You know when something's going on, you know when to just say, let's let this happen.
Well, yeah.
People are learning something, and I think that's valuable. But of course, we're talking about the paranormal in an age right now, or a time right now, where everything is like anti-intellectual, and people very much disregard experience and expertise and education.
They mistrust it. They mistrust.
I see that
they're not
all
hearing
the time in the paranormal, the time.
I'm not hearing. That's been emboldened. If I'm not hearing what I want to hear, you must be. I wrote an article or something online, and somebody wrote to me, or at least wrote they wrote to me and said, I know your type with all your complicated ideas and your special words trying to confuse people. And I said, I'm trying to make things less complicated by trying to put it into words. So
Yeah.
I created a T-shirt that says, "Caution, I use special words."
I think you should put, and I also wear
And it's
complicated shoes on
Aaron
the
Goliath.
back of that.
Huh?
So, I said, I think on the back of that shirt you should say, and I also wear complicated shoes. You know, but yeah, I mean, like people, the idea of expertise or experience and all that. That's I don't think it's ever. I don't think higher education in a specialized field like imaging or like biology or mineralogy or whatever you want to take in college and get a master's degree in. When you walk into these discussion groups and you start talking about, I'm able to actually read that chart on that implant that was extracted, and I can tell you from looking at that it's very common to see these elements in here. This is not a big deal, and by and large, what you see in the rest of this chart is that it's basically body fragments, and there's nothing amazing about this. I'm not saying, because again, if people are shown that very complicated graph and told this indicates an alien implant, that's what they want to believe, and so therefore they hold fast to that. And when someone comes in and says, well, I actually, this is what I do for a living, and I can tell you that's inherently not what you're seeing here. From my view, I'm seeing things that are just body fragments and enough iron that would be garnered from eating Fruit Loops every day for a year.
Yeah. And you hasten to say, in this case, with this thing that you're showing me right now, but for some reason people say, no, that's how you feel about everything that we would bring to you.
Right. Yeah, they're immediately get labeled, a debunker or a government agent or whatever.
Yeah, I have to say this at the beginning of lectures to say, look, I am on your side. Don't think I'm coming in here trying to tell you that all of this is BS, because I don't think it is. I think a lot of it is, but I'm trying to separate the signal from the noise for myself. And there's a lot of noise, in my opinion. But look, I think there is something that's not us that interacts with us occasionally. I really do think that, until I get some sort of something that'll change my mind. Past that, I don't know what. And usually that keeps people from getting nasty with me at the end of the lecture and asking me, ask me the same question 5 times till they hear the answer they want.
Yeah.
Just like, look, I'm on your side. It's not, I'm trying to figure this out from a different angle. This is my take on it, and your take may be different. So if I say something that upsets you, I don't know, I guess I'm sorry, but this is my point of view. But I'm not out here to tell you you're all full of crap and you're just barking up the wrong tree and you're all stupid. It's like, no, I don't think that. We're all interested in different ways. This is the way I'm interested. If you got another one or a better one, write something and come up and present at one of these things. I'd love to see it. So that usually makes everybody like, oh, okay. I may hate what he's saying, but at least he's not here trying to. He hasn't been let in. Somebody didn't check him at the gate, and suddenly, this horrible person got let in, which is what happened.
Right.
Yeah, who's slipping up at the gate there? They let this horrible person in that is not in the proper church or whatever.
Right. Well, meanwhile, you're actually the pilgrim in an unholy land, right? So that's how that kind of works. But I always go back to, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, I guess it's probably been. I go to this little group meeting and somebody says, so, what's your deal? And I explain what I've been doing for, the past 3 decades and looking at film and photographs and videotape and all matter of visual data has kind of been what I've been able to contribute by and large, to all this. And And one lady piped up and said, well, what have you found over the years, and what cases have you worked on? And I mentioned a couple that I'd done, and I said, but out of probably in the thousands of stuff that I've looked at, I said I've probably found a handful that I think are truly interesting and may actually represent this phenomena.
Yeah.
And she became incensed. And she said, I find that incredulous. And I was like, well,
Incredulous?
I'm sorry that you find that so incredulous, but I said,
I'm incredulous.
that's just the fact. She said, well, how many are we talking about here when we say a handful? I said, out of like, just say out of 100, maybe 2, out of thousands, maybe a dozen. I said, that's probably around the number I'm talking about. And she just exploded with this. I find that to be absurd and blah, blah, blah. And somebody else at the table put her hand on this woman's arm and said, I'm sure he's not talking about your case. I was like, oh, well, there it is. There it is. And we're having a hell of a lightning storm here. So if anybody hears rumbling on my end, that's what it is. It's thunder. But yeah, that was the response that came back. I'm sure he's not talking about your case. And I'm like, well, I probably am in all likelihood. I probably am talking about a case very similar to whatever you're looking at. So, and that's what you get. You get that sort of pushback because somebody has put a lot of time or effort and belief into a witness, a case, a photograph, and you are the one that comes in and says, well, maybe not so much, know? And in the end, what you get, and if we talk about how visceral the response is to that, and I think this is what can be forgotten a lot of times, when you're an experiencer and you see these things, this becomes something that you know. I know that there is something to this stuff based on what I've seen and what I've experienced in my life. I know this stuff happens. I don't know what it is, but I know that it is quote unquote real.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Your anchor is a personal experience. Yeah.
I cannot expect someone who has not had that experience to consider it real. I don't ever impose that kind of indignation at people because they don't get it. The burden of proof is always going to be on the people that report this stuff and all of that. All of that said, when it comes right down to it, this, for many people in this field, UFOs, ghosts, the paranormal in general, is an article of faith. And there's another thing that's called an article of faith. And we all know what that word is, religion. And you will get much the same response if you were to walk into a Baptist or Catholic church and say, there is no God. You guys are fooling yourselves. You're down here on your knees and you're giving money to this man who says he's giving it to charity. He's probably not. The church has done horrible things over the course. I mean, what does this sound like? This sounds like how skeptics approach the UFO thing. Yeah. And so you're actually attacking, they feel you're attacking their faith. And I think that if there's something to be done on our end of things, I think it's that we need to take a lot more care in how we voice our dissent with these things. Mm-hmm. If you think critically about this stuff and you see something that doesn't look right, just don't be a jackass about it. Exactly. And don't get feeling all haughty and superior about it, because that's not going to get anybody anywhere.
Yeah, I've got skeptical people I know, and I keep telling them, look, if you want these people to actually listen to you, don't call them stupid right out of the gate.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you did that to me, I would hate you too.
Right.
Quietly. What, personal message or personal communication or phone call, say, look, have you considered this? That's all you have to do.
But, a lot of that stuff is about ego as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Some people, precious few people you can get to. But the ones that you can, if you treat them with respect and kindly, maybe they'll listen to you and a breakthrough can be made. Not by embarrassing somebody publicly, That doesn't work. That makes you fight. That makes them fight against you harder.
Yeah, exactly.
Even online, like in an online forum or something, if there's a bunch of people watching. So what happens when you get attacked? You go into fight or flight mode online, and you start fighting back viciously instead of listening to the person who might have a good point. That person's just saying, "What's wrong with you? Don't you get it?" God, that's the worst phrase. I want to punch anybody that says, "Don't you get it?" What do you mean? Yeah. Don't I get your godlike, view of reality? No, I don't. But the point is, like I said, the best phrase you could bring to somebody that has a certain belief system is say, like, look, here's a very strong point. Have you considered this? Take a look at it and then get back to me and we'll talk about it a little bit. Not what's wrong with you, you idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once you make someone defensive, that's it.
Right, exactly. That big door just closes. You'll never get through to them at all. And all you're doing is making yourself feel superior, which is what I think a lot of so-called skeptics or debunkers, I think that's a dumb word. Well, it is. It's dumb in the way that ufologists use it. I mean, there's bunk, it should be debunked. But the skeptics are there to make themselves feel, it's like, well, we know and they don't, and they're such silly people and they never learned and the education system sucks. And it's like, well, you can bypass all that by being nice and personal and helpful with somebody and see if that works. If that doesn't work, then forget it. They're hopeless.
Yeah.
And just because you're nice someone doesn't mean they're going to believe you.
No, but you got a lot of better chance than calling them stupid right out of the gate.
Right. You have a better chance at a conversation.
That too. I mean, I've had great conversations with people and they don't, and it starts out like, actually, I don't really like what you're saying here, but could you please explain yourself to me? I really want to hear how you came to that opinion. And sometimes it's, like, you can tear it apart immediately. Oh, dude, come on. Other times it's like the person has put a lot of thought into it and you really have to think about, I don't agree with your opinion, but you put a lot of thought into it. So maybe we have more to talk about. But this is rare. This is extremely rare that somebody's going to talk about something in a civilized manner, as Jeff points out, especially with the paranormal.
And what about Bigfoot?
Yeah, how about that?
That Bigfoot, huh?
Where's Tim Renner? Is Tim Renner here? Get Tim Renner in the building.
But you see a lot of the same stuff going on there, and we don't know if we're looking at a natural animal or if there's something paranormal going on.
Well, it doesn't have to be or. Weatherly was on and he said maybe it's an animal that can do these things. Mm-hmm.
Or maybe there's an animal. Maybe there's an animal that's being mimicked by the phenomenon. Yeah,
that, or it's some sort of quasi-physical entity or a physical entity that knows how to slip in and out of. This sounds very what basis is there of this, but can slip in and out of our awareness or reality or whatever. Like we go through a doorway or walk behind some trees or whatever. It just knows how to do it. Just naturally, without even thinking about it. I want to go over there, and I don't want to be here, and suddenly it's just not there.
Well, Soraya, for speaking as somebody who really isn't in touch with that area of anything when it comes to Bigfoot or the Sasquatch or the Yeti or any of these things, you are more connected to that than I. So let me ask you this.
Or me.
Do you find personalities in the Bigfoot field that, well, let's just put it this way, that you wouldn't turn your back on these people? You wouldn't send them to the corner store for milk? Do you find these same kind of people? Do you find hoaxes in the Sasquatch world like you do?
Of course you do.
Oh, okay. Do you find that people are exposed to this at one point and then become ultimately obsessed with it?
Yep.
Then it's kind of like it's kind of like one of those things to me where if you find all these similar traits in this, and it kind of seems to work the same way, then maybe we need to stop looking for some animal, because I'm thinking, man, it sure seems likely that we would have found something by now.
Yeah.
And it just hasn't happened. So I kind of tend to go the way of this is a specter of some kind that, this manifests. And I was telling Greg last night, I wake up periodically in the middle of the night listening to I literally had just started listening to Tim Renner's show like last week. I listened to one episode of it, and something got said in there where I thought, okay, so what if enough people believe in a Bigfoot creature, and it becomes something that everybody has a very strong belief in, and some people are driven to obsessive, lengths to go study this and spend time in the woods and throw themselves out of routine and throw themselves into, financial straits and stress and all. And so what if all of that has exactly the same effect as in other forms of the paranormal, where these things bloom and manifest out of that belief or out of that contention with so many people in a specific area, and this is where these things happen. Are we making Bigfoot sightings? Are we conjuring Bigfoot? There's a good title for a book, Conjuring Bigfoot. That's copyright me. So, it's like, is that what's going on? I mean, and I have no idea because I'm not even remotely in that world. But it's if you find these like traits, then it seems to me like that's something to look at and say, okay, well, where does that lead you if you go down that path? I don't know how Bigfoot research has progressed over the years, but I do know there's been some weird hair found in certain spots, and so there seems to be this tangible bits there that you can get your hands on, which is kind of interesting.
But it's also like the UFO world, where you have landing marks from UFOs or circles. You get prints from these things that are hard to disprove, but they don't actually prove anything either.
Yeah, they're anti-evidence. That's that's everything from the Roswell slides to Bigfoot prints to any more, any kind of video that one would shoot of a ghost or
that you cannot produce on demand.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the case that always comes to mind, there was a case where a UFO came down on the family farm and it left a white circle in the woods, broke a bunch of the trees, and the woman touched the white circle and she lost all feeling in her arm permanently.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's like, okay, well, there's no normal things that we can say about this. This isn't something that just happens, but it also doesn't prove anything about what it was.
Right.
No, just prove there was something there. The other thing is, when you're looking at these things, it's almost like Jeff pointed out earlier, it's almost like an article of faith, but then you get these things, and it's like, I think I'm like venturing into Diana Pasulka territory here, where you get into a thing where these things become almost, they're articles of faith. They're like having a saint's bone or something.
It's a relic, yeah.
Yeah, it's a relic. It's a relic that represents your belief or faith in this thing, and they're treated as such. I mean, I've actually collected little bits of things from different places, and I hold them in some reverence. But like a stone from the beach at Shag Harbor, and a piece of masonry from the well where they supposedly threw the Aurora, flying saucer down when it crashed in Aurora or whatever. I have these things, and they're like little pilgrimage things, like as if a Catholic had a medal or like I said, or they build a reliquary around saints' bones or something like this. It is a tangible piece of an article of faith. And I think this is going on a lot with this kind of evidence, this physical evidence. It's almost treated like, by the rank and file, it's almost treated like holy object. I mean, I know I do.
and it's held the same way as well. I mean, how many times has the Catholic Church been approached about, and I don't know the names for these relics, but there is a vial of blood that liquefies on a certain day of the year that in Spain or France or somewhere. There's a piece of the Holy Cross. There's nails from the Spear of Destiny. All these things, like people have wanted, science has wanted to carbon date, to analyze, and the church won't allow it.
Right.
And when you get into ufology and you find these ejected pieces of molten metal, or you find these pieces of alleged crash debris and all that, these things are held and skirted away by their owners, never to be really looked at. I go to, I mean, as nice a guy as I hear he was, I watched Lloyd Pye for years have all sorts of tests done on the Star Child skull, and I watched him get it's human, and go from one to the other until he got to that one that said, yeah, there's something very unusual here. See, there's something unusual here. Yeah. I mean, I remember that vividly. I couldn't give you dates on any of this stuff, but I remember that vividly. I'm thinking
the same thing.
This is just going place to place to get the answer that you want. And that, these things are basically passed around amongst a very tight and exclusive bunch that really never puts this thing forward into the mainstream scientific community that could really do this in 4 different locations with independent people and really get to the bottom of what these things are. And isn't that what we want? But you find out it's not what they want.
The TTSA and some others are running around, they have been for years saying, if you've got any pieces of these things, we will have them analyzed. And the reason they're having them analyzed is, I think, because, well, it's not just my opinion. I think they've actually said it. Because they want to see if it's exploitable in some way, in a way that would be useful to developing something that's useful.
Now, who said this?
Treating them so much as an article of faith, but as data.
Now, who is this?
TTSA, and I would suspect other groups running around trying to ask UFO researchers, look, if you got a piece of something that fell off a UFO or whatever, let us look at it. We'll give it back. We'll sign a thing saying we'll give it back, and it'll be notarized and all that. But we need to get a piece of it so we can analyze it and find out what this is, if it's real or not or whatever. And what they're trying to do, and they've said this outright, is maybe we can find something on here that's exploitable as technology.
Mm-hmm. But here's the question, Greg: if you had something, would you give it to them to look at?
I don't know.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
It like a lot of other things where people gave stuff to some authority, they never saw it again.
Right. Well, that's one thing, but
they're saying that they will, and it's totally open and all that. And I don't know, because I don't know anybody that has given them anything to take a look at.
Right.
I would hope that you can trust them. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But it's a lot easier to make a stink about things than they used to be.
Yeah,
that is true.
There's a lot more eyes on you if you start screwing with people. It's like, look, we signed this, we all signed this, and now they say they don't have it, they won't give it back to me, so what the hell's going on? And I don't think they want any bad publicity. So, I don't know.
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, for me, I would say, I think I'm going to go with, an independent lab somewhere. And, and again, the problem where, when we talk, here's another problem, Sarai, going back to the main point. The money, the funding. Yeah. It's horrible. Mm-hmm. You can't get funding to do much of anything in this field. I mean, I was astounded that I walked away with enough money to get cameras to lay out in here to go live and have people monitor them. I was astounded that happened. But at the same time, if you want to, you have a piece of something that you think is very odd, and you want to have it looked at by an independent lab, that's a lot of money. And are people really going to pony up the cash to see if what you have is really something anomalous? And history shows no.
Yeah, the answer they want, they'll get pissed.
Right. Yeah. And this from a field that when you're talking about the subject as a whole, far more money has been spent in simulating UFO things for TV and film than has ever been put forth in studying it from a scientific standpoint, if you want to get to that granular level. It's never happened. It's so lopsided, it's crazy. Whereas, look at law enforcement. Law enforcement shows are a lot of money. But there's far more money spent in real law enforcement than there ever has been in TV shows about law enforcement. This is the only field where this seems to hold. So that too is a really interesting thing. People see this as marginal. It's marginal. It's not all that important. The people who are passionate about it are passionate about it, but unfortunately, a lot of them are broke. And
rich people don't find pieces of UFOs.
Right. Right.
So I totally forgot what I was going to say. We're almost out of time, actually.
Well, that's what editing's for.
I don't tend to edit much, honestly.
Really?
I like the natural flow.
I sound like an idiot.
I don't know. Any final thoughts on this stuff?
Wow.
Don't get involved if you got an expectation of an answer. That's a good one, actually.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And I the only thing I would say would be not to and along those same lines, I would say don't get married to any one theory, and start doing things in much different ways than what MUFON has told you to do, or even I've told you to do. I mean, right down to little me to big MUFON, just do your own thing and try and be as open and broad as possible. But look at these people who are having these experiences. That's where you're going to find something interesting. The phenomena isn't going to provide it. It's just going to keep tantalizing.
Yeah. Somebody I respect told me the answer can come from anywhere. So that's that's a really good thing to keep in mind.
Mm-hmm.
If you have motivation and you're reasonably, circumspect about what you're doing, I think you got just as good of a chance in a lot of ways as the TTSA people.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
In making some sort of a step or a breakthrough, at least for yourself, which is like the most important one.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if it doesn't interest you or you're not getting something out of it yourself, answering your own question, if this is part of your journey, then like more power to you. But if you got a destination in mind for this, then you probably should stop.
Oh, and by the way, if anybody listening finds out or discovers something really amazing, chances are no one will care.
And why is that?
Just throwing that out there.
I know exactly what he's saying.
Because they won't. Because it's one of those things where I think people see the phenomena, any of these phenomena, to be very. I think they look at it in a very pedestrian way, very simplistic way. It's either real or it isn't. It's either this or it's that. And when you start to dig down into your own interests or your own targets with this stuff, it tends to get very complicated very quickly. Yeah. And then you discover some kernel way down there, and you've got to backtrack through everything that got you to that point. And people just don't find that to be interesting. They just want to know what's the end game. But the problem is that where you arrive at, that you find something interesting, you are not only compelled to tell them the entire story of how you got there, but you have to show them how this is how I arrived here. So what's this? Or
otherwise
what's that?
Make any sense.
Yeah.
The things are so interconnected and so tied to one another that unless you step through it, they will not understand what you're excited about.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense.
You have to have patience to listen to that, because if it happened to them, they would have to go through the same thing of explaining, because it would not be really that similar to yours. You might have come to the same conclusion, but you would no way have gotten to it the same way.
Yeah, and chances are where you walked to get to that point is so dry and maybe even to an academic dryness that people don't find it interesting. You know,
Yeah, but
they
it's
want the
epiphany.
vitally important.
All right. Greg, where can people find you?
Probably at Radio Mysterioso, my cast, which is not on every week. I don't keep to a schedule anymore. I stopped that a few months ago. I just have somebody on when I think it's a good time, and which is no way to build an audience. Because I'll put up an interview when I feel like it, and I think it's like, well, this would be a good one. I'm not like desperately trying to find somebody for the next week like I used to. I just realized that that's not the way I do things. So I try to keep it like the show is a very personal journey, and the fact that anybody listens to it is amazing and makes me very happy. So yeah, if you go to Radio Mysterioso and you want to listen to any of those things, I will be eternally grateful, especially if you react and say something.
All right. Jeff, is there anywhere people can find you?
No. I don't know, Twitter.
Well, what was that? Twitter?
Yeah, just look me up on Twitter. I'm kind of done with Facebook.
I've noticed you pop on and off there.
Yeah, and I'm only popping on and off because I got a business page there, so that's really it.
Yeah.
But there's the Twitter feed, which I don't really. Surprisingly enough, I don't do a lot of paranormal stuff these days because I'm writing the book still, and I'm about 3/4 of the way through. And again, this is a book that probably no one's going to buy or read. It's just I really need to get this done, and the problem is that I keep listening to your goddamn show, which puts more stuff in my head, which means I got to write more pages. So thanks for that.
You're welcome.
And thanks for Tim Renner as well. So it's just these little loose ends I'm trying to tie up, and then I got to start organizing this book into some kind of progressive, thing that makes sense for people to read. So,
Now, this is the book. This is the book about your experiences.
No, I mean, I've got like one chapter in the beginning where I talk about some of that stuff,
Okay.
but then I start going into more along the lines of, and I guess really one of the overarching thematics in this book is that if you have these experiences and you're looking for some form of, and I'm not just saying support, you'll get support, but if you want real direction and help, it's not here. And so I'm hoping that if someone is out there having some scary things happening and they're not altogether comfortable with it, like I was, that they'll read this and maybe go, okay, there are things that I can do if I don't want this in my life. There are things that I can do to maybe squelch this down a bit while still being somewhat intrigued and interested in it. So there's nothing wrong with that, but that took me the better part of 12, 15 years to kind of get to that stage. And so this book kind of says, here's what happened to me in the beginning, but then it kind of goes on into everything from seeing the paranormal, seeing its footprints, not only in the paranormal stages of interest, but also well outside of those interests in places that you would never in a million years think that it is, but it be, and it's very much there, and I describe it in some detail, which I think people will find very interesting. So
Cool.
I'm having a great time writing it, but it's kind of at this point where I got to start winding it up because it's I covered a lot, but hopefully I can now arrange it into something that people will be propelled through it rather than kind of getting hung up on one chapter or another.
Nice. All right. Well, thank both of you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, thanks so much. It's fun as always. Always a fun show and discussion.
All right. So this next segment is a Patreon only segment that I'm making public because Jeff is on it. So this is again Jeff and Greg right after the previous show, spending an extra 40 minutes with me on a Patreon segment. All right, and this is a Patreon only segment with Jeff Ritzmann and Greg Bishop. And we're going to tackle one of the AMA questions, which is, what fringe paranormal topic does the greatest disservice, as they are likely bunk or have proponents with an agenda? And I think, you can make an argument that some of the TV shows fall into that category.
Maybe, yeah. What I said earlier was I think it's down to the person. It's the personality. There are people in all fields of the paranormal that are honest, helpful, really trying to do some good work, and there's a lot of people who are in it, like we said earlier, to pump up their ego, make a name for themselves, and make some money. And I think you find that in every single aspect of the paranormal, be it cryptozoology, ghost hunting, ufology, parapsychology. Although I don't know if I'd put parapsychology so much in paranormal anymore, but there's people in all those, and the door is wide open for them because there's a huge will to believe and no standards, really.
Yeah, that's true. But like, is there one topic that's so ridiculous that it actually hurts everything associated with it?
I don't know. I mean, I guess conspiracy stuff, but that's not paranormal. I mean,
but it gets lobbed in with paranormal.
Yeah. It shouldn't be because it's nothing to do with it. But like Pizzagate stuff and chemtrails and all that. That I guess does the thing a disservice because it seems to have the most, what's the word, rabid supporters. I mean, people that will engage with you to the point of probably wanting to beat you up or kill you if you don't agree with them, which I don't see and that'll happen in parapolitical, but not a paranormal arena.
Yeah. And I think that stuff crosses over in a bad way.
Yeah.
It just and I think too it gets used to dismiss. Even I remember we did a show on this woman who had talked to Red Pill about the electric universe theory.
Yeah.
And she threw the electric universe theory in with all this other ridiculous stuff, saying, well, all of this stuff is unscientific, so it's all equally bunk. And, you do see that with certain paranormal type of stuff, and you can definitely see it with the conspiracy stuff.
Well, by lumping all this stuff together, it makes it very easy to dismiss, and you don't have to deal with things. I can't remember. Was I talking to you about this, Jeff? Where it's very easy to dismiss the person, but not so easy to dismiss the subject if you pay attention to it. So usually people concentrate on dismissing the person. And that's the lazy way to go about it rather than look at what they're saying. There was just Greg Taylor from Daily Grail just wrote a really good piece on Alex Jones and how ridiculous he is and where his stuff comes. He just took one example of something that he pointed out, something to do with the UN and population control or something like that. Or no, that wasn't it. It was, allowing one of the solutions to world population problem is allowing virtually unfettered immigration to various countries, Western countries in Europe and the United States and all that. And the point he said was, you go look at the actual damn thing, at the actual report, and it says, look, here's one idea that makes sense by the numbers when you don't really think about it. But if you actually tried to do it, it would cause so many problems, and it was a really stupid solution. So let's throw that one out.
Yeah.
But when Alex Jones and his friends get a hold of it, it's like, look what the UN is planning to do. So that was a really good point made, and I think that happens also as well. It happens on both sides too. I mean, like a skeptical group, if they're unscrupulous, will take the dumbest thing, like the Penn and Teller show, the bullshit show. I used to call it the shooting fish in a barrel show because they take the stupidest part of anything they were looking at and then shoot it full of holes. It's like, well, of course you could shoot it full of holes. It's a dumb idea with dumb people promoting it. You're not talking to somebody who's deeply involved in this on a theoretical level, or is circumspect about it, and not frothing on the mouth, whatever. Let's go find the craziest people and represent everything in that field as those crazy people. So the skeptical community in a lot of ways does a disservice to the paranormal community just because it's ego again. It's like, I want to be smarter than you. Look at these dumb people.
Yeah. Well, they're not exactly trying to do a service to the paranormal community.
No. They're just trying to show how smart they are and make fun of people at somebody's expense for a TV show. In that case, but in other cases, not. There is one. I went and looked at the Metabunk group when they were talking about the Chilean UFO video, and they said, "Look, it's an airplane." And I said, well, let's take a look at this. I spent 2 entire days, looking at every single piece of their argument, and all of it made sense, like hundreds of things. And I was looking at these. I mean, I'm a pilot, or I have a pilot's license. So it's saying, like, we call, here's where you can see the airplanes from. Here's what happens when a contrail is forming and how it can cut off and come back on. Here is where the camera was looking at the time they took the video. It was in this exact direction. At that time, there was a plane that had just taken off from the airport. It was this altitude. It's like, oh, it all fits. It works. They've actually explained this Chilean UFO video, or whatever it was. And the strange thing was, the whole time I did not hear one snarky comment. They just talked about the problem, not about the people that have reported it, or Leslie Keane, or anything. And that kind of skepticism, I respect it.
Yeah.
It's very loud, because it's very, let's take this piece by piece and check it out. In that case, I thought they did a great job. I haven't really looked at anything else they've done. I mean, obviously, they're like, all these things have an explanation, so let's find them. And I don't think everything has a cut and dried explanation. But in that case, they've done a great job. So it can happen.
Jeff, what are your thoughts?
I think I have put my finger on one thing.
You're like fading in and out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll sit up straight again.
Sit up straight. Project.
I think if I had to put my finger on one thing, it would probably be as specific as regression hypnotherapy as probably one of the most damaging things, both in a paranormal sense and in a individual human being sense. Just from the standpoint of the alien experience as a whole, I think it's safe to say that we know now that this is not a reliable way to recover memory that isn't there, but it does in fact harden memories that are confabulated by the researcher or by the person themselves. In an effort to please the therapist, they have to come up with something. And on the other side of things, it's damaged a lot of lives. It has. I think people really don't understand the gravity of what Dr. Lilienfeld had said to me in an interview, which was when you put somebody in this hypnotic state and you start suggesting the things or walking them through this sort of suggestible state, you're changing who that person is. That is extraordinarily dangerous, and lives have been ruined by this, not only in the ufological community of looking at alien experiences, but also in terms of all the way down to parents being accused of molestation that never happened, and it's all become very akin to the satanic ritual abuse stuff. The sad part about it is that we now know that this is not reliable. We've seen the evidence that it's not reliable. The studies are out there in psychology and in academics to show that this is not reliable. It is a memory hardening tool, a false memory hardening tool, that is then basically coloring everything from that point forward, from Hopkins and Jacobs on up. This has been taken as this is what the experience is. And part of my book is kind of going through the aspect of saying, I found people talking about odd things that I identified with, but not the the narrative that they spun out of hypnotherapy that never really resonated with me. I didn't understand where they were getting this stuff about hybrid babies and all this, reproductive stuff. Like, I didn't have that, and I wanted to know why. And then I started talking to people and finding out very few people that I knew that I trusted in what they told me is true had those type of experiences. So why didn't they? That was kind of my first tipping point to go, I need to look closer at this hypnotherapy thing. And 20 some odd years later, I'm like, okay, it's garbage. And it has effectively written the narrative of how the public perceives the alien experience to be, where in fact it bears very little resemblance to anything that you've heard somebody talk about on TV garnered from hypnotherapy. So that, from the standpoint of the paranormal, is extraordinarily damaging, because now we're in this hole that we have to dig out of, and now people have become so disinterested in that slice of it, because they don't know what to believe. The hypnotherapy stuff doesn't hold, and it's all very weird, it's very outlandish, it's very hard to believe, but in fact that is what it's like. And it's weird beyond comprehension. So there's all that. But people have been legitimately hurt by it. I mean, mentally damaged by it. Their lives have been ruined by it. People have done prison time because of this crap. If I had one thing I'd like to expunge from this stuff, that would be it. That would be it.
And it's still being used, and it's still generally accepted.
It is,
at least in this country.
Yeah, well, it's still being utilized in ufology. And I'm not going to name the organization because I'm not giving them any free press, but there's an organization out there that's doing a survey that says, we don't want any hypnotically retrieved memories injected into our survey here that we're doing, but yet every person on their board or their sphere of people who are steering this thing, it's like a laundry list of people who have engaged in regression hypnotherapy and still do, as far as I can tell, to this day. So how reliable do you think that's all going to be? Forget that this survey itself is like one of the most pigeonholed surveys. Like, it's so tailored to be a predetermined outcome, it's ridiculous. But that said, how reliable can you expect this stuff to be statistically analyzed by people who have done this? It's beyond contemptible to me. And frankly, it's like, two of the biggest titans in this field, in Hopkins and Jacobs, there's still people out there that have lovely things to say about them. And I'm sure as people, as personality-wise, I'm sure they're very nice people. But I think what they engaged in was deplorable. And I think that it's really a shame these days that not only have people been hurt and changed as people by this slapshod junk practice, but that it has effectively so muddied the perception of what it is that I don't know that we'll ever get that cleaned up. I really don't, because the people who have had that experience of hypnotherapy and have quote unquote recalled an event, it is more real than real for them. This is what I mean by it changes who they are. It is more real than them waking up that morning. They are so hardened in that memory that you cannot tell them that that did not happen, that their mind created that, or that they were suggested by the therapist to recall something like that, or they were culturally contaminated to remember that. That's not what they want to hear. They know it happened because they viscerally experienced it in a highly hypnotic, suggestible state. That's what's truly terrifying to me about it. And so I went on a network that I was on some years ago, and I did like a 3-week series on this. And my former show, Paratopia, we did a very lengthy stint about hypnotherapy and hypnosis, and we talked to people who had been abused by it. We talked to psychologists. We talked to stage hypnotherapists about it, and I was happy that at the network, where it was a different crowd, it was a crowd that was a little bit more willing to believe certain things. I was very gratified that in the chat room at the end of, at the beginning of the programs, it started out, oh, here we're going to do this, we're going to bash that. It was very negative. By the time I got done with that 3-part series, people were saying, holy crap. Like, I can't deny what you've presented. There's no way I can defend this. And these are people who are pretty diehard to thinking that what's recalled in hypnotherapy is the real deal, and this is a useful tool. And these were people who started out arguing with me. In the end, they were saying, I can't believe it. It's all junk. So where do we go from here? Which was the question. And I said, the question is, just to talk to people. You don't need this,
Yeah.
People just need to talk and listen. And,
mostly listen.
Yeah. And even taking if you guys are out there listening and you get a witness that comes to you that says they think something like that happened to them, take them in the daylight, preferably, to that spot where they believe this happened, or their home, or wherever. Just sit and talk to them. Don't suggest anything. Just let them spill. And in that environment, in that comfortable setting, you will be surprised what people will be able to recall in such detail. But what they can't recall, don't push it. They can't recall it for a reason. And that reason probably isn't anything that we should be fooling around with in ufology.
Well, that and I wonder if this experience, this UFO experience, this alien experience is akin to a spiritual awakening. Mm-hmm. And when it's hijacked by hypnosis, you're taking that away.
Yeah.
You're changing it into something that might not be. And the thing is, when you go to a UFO researcher, well, what do you think that the person doesn't even have to say anything. You went to a UFO researcher. What the hell do you think of the story that's going to come out?
Sure. That's the cultural contamination aspect of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to a Bud Hopkins or a David Jacobs or a Yvonne Smith because that's what they do. So you already know what you're looking for when you go in the door. It is kind of different to a guy who called me. Again, I was living at a different place, a different residence, so I know it was at least 10 years ago or more. That a guy of all places at a stop smoking hypnosis clinic called me, and he said, "I had this guy come in. He's been coming into me for about the past 3 weeks for smoking, and yesterday he started screaming hysterically, and he was very, very tranquil minutes before. And when I asked him what was going on when he came out of it, he said, for some reason, I remembered waking up in the middle of the night and there were all these things standing around the bed telling me I had to go with them and that my wife couldn't go and that my kids were okay, but I needed to go with them. And he said they were weird looking. I didn't want to go anywhere with them, but yet they made me. And that's all I remember."
Yeah.
He's like, "What is that?" The guy called me. He's like, I said, "Well, was there a craft involved?"
And you said, "I don't know."
Yeah. He said, "No, there was nothing." He didn't say anything like that. I said, "Well, don't bring it up." But, this is not an uncommon thing for people to say. But that's usually where it begins and ends. The narrative springs forth out of, This is why I tell people, just look at what Hopkins wrote about, and look what Jacobs wrote about, and then look what Mack wrote about. They all used hypnotherapy, but they all get, it's like a trifecta of very, very much the same narrative per writer. So you can tell at that point that all three of them are basically their approach to it, their the way of they ask questions, even maybe the way that they do the hypnosis, if that's even what it is garnering them the results that they're looking for. And so then they put those out, and none of the three would ever get together and say, "Yeah, we all agree unilaterally this is what's going on." But one influences the other, influences the other. Now here's what I'll leave it with. So that narrative is out there. And the people who've been hypnotized to believe it, they believe it, as I said, so strongly because it's been hardened memory for them. Mm-hmm. Okay? So what does that do to the phenomena? How does what does the phenomena do in response to that? That's all I'm going to say. Mm-hmm. So when you get that person who says, I had, eggs removed from me, I had sperm removed from me, it was all very sexualized, it was very weird, but it was sexualized. I don't think we can necessarily anymore say that clearly didn't happen or that's cultural contamination. I think we have to look at it that maybe the phenomena is actually mimicking what we are writing the narrative to. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
So the narrative is written. If the narrative is written, I think Jeff Kripal would take it from there. So, you'll have to have him on and have him kind of go on that direction a little bit more. But, if we're writing the narrative and it's about narrative and story and the paranormal being a story that's waking up to its author, then that's what could be happening. And now in that sort of really bizarre co-creational way, that's what could be going on. So we can't dismiss that anymore. So you see how that's really mucked things up. Now we might be experiencing something from this phenomena that it's basically saying, and I don't mean to anthropomorphize the phenomena into something we can understand or guess the alien mind, but isn't it kind of like interesting to think that maybe the phenomena is saying, is that what they want? Okay, we'll give them that, John. Just, when you pick the next one up, just do that. It's clearly what it wants. You see that kind of reaction in the psychedelic experience too. The experiencer says, takes the mushroom or the DMT, and he says, "Oh, this is great. I thought this was going to be scary," and then something out of the corner of the room says, "Oh, you like scary? I can do scary." It's that same kind of thing. So who knows where that goes? But clearly, that to me is one of the most damaging parts of all of this, inside and out.
All right, that's fair. And I've heard other podcasts, which I'm not going to name, talking to someone about an experience, and they just randomly throw out, "You should go get hypnotized."
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. As the cats say in the videos, "Oh, no."
Right.
So people wrote me when I was doing Excluded Middle in like 92. They say, "I think this weird thing happened to me. What should I do?" And I'd write them back and I'd say, "Go see a mental health professional. Do not go to a UFO researcher."
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's always the first.
Because you got to find out. Yeah, it's like the thing with Rigardi again. I mean, find out what's going on with you first before you jump to the conclusion of I'm being abducted by aliens, because it could spin off into something you really don't want that really didn't happen. And then, recursively, maybe it did happen when you start talking about it, if that makes sense to anybody listening. And that's a horrible thing, complete backwards something that you can handle.
Yeah.
I have another question I'm going to throw at you guys.
Uh-huh.
It says, "I know about some of your thoughts on why some people have paranormal, UFO, etc. experience, transitory change, non-ordinary, etc. But why do those interested in the subject that are even seeking the experience not getting it?"
Because you're seeking it.
Yeah. That's perfect. Yeah. I've never really had anything like that. I had something here in Santa Barbara a few years ago where I saw something that was very strange floating in the air. And it wasn't a balloon. It was truly unidentified to me. But that's the only thing I've seen. I've never had, something visit me in the night or anything like that. Maybe I don't want that. But it's, I think that Jeff has the great answer because you're looking for it. That's why when you stop looking is when it jumps you.
Well, not only that, but
when it does happen, I mean, I gotta kind of float this out there, because 9 times out of 10, this is how people have come to me about this stuff. is I was really interested in it. I was looking for it, and then I kind of like dropped away, and I said, eh. And then one night, this like an A to Z event happened, and they didn't even realize what had happened until it was over. And when it was over, they went, "Holy crap! We just blah blah blah." And did you see that? And what? And so, 9 times out of 10, it'll happen, and you won't even realize it's happened. It's already over by the time you go, "Holy crap! Did you?"
Yeah. That's almost like an enlightenment experience. I had that happen when I did the Satori thing, where you shut down all input by not assigning, like you hear a car, that's not a car, it's just a sound. All input, suddenly for half a second, this white light breaks and you go, ah! And as soon as you say, and give into it, bam, it's gone.
It's gone, right.
Well, I also wonder if it's partially because not everyone has these experiences accessible to them.
Oh, no, I think there's some people that are probably psychologically or maybe even genetically not predisposed to this stuff.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
I might be those people.
Yeah, take DMT, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you can get a little taste of it, but not, the true thing. It's like saying, I'm going to become enlightened by meditating, but I can also do it the lazy way by taking DMT.
Yeah.
And unless you can bring something out with you from that DMT experience, then I would say don't even do that. It's I mean that again. I mean, I think that's become like such a meme these days. Ayahuasca, DMT, psilocybin, all these things have become so very common, commonly talked about, that it becomes almost, again, it becomes almost casual, and those are not anything casual to be fooling around with. And
exactly.
And
plus,
again, it's
aliens or whatever. This is something.
Yeah, and again, it doesn't necessarily. That was my whole purpose for eating mushrooms. The one time that I did, the one and only time I ever did that, because I say that because I will never do that again. It does have similar. It has a similar feeling to it. In some ways, the disconnection, the idea of rampant imagination going on, that's certainly kind of a prevalent thing. The feeling of childlike, of being a child, of being childlike, that's definitely there. But it's not like I saw, little grays walking around.
I don't think anybody does.
Well, I mean, some people have. Go on earwid.com and just read some of these accounts of people, on DMT and psilocybin and all these other.
You didn't go away because otherwise that wouldn't have happened, because they got conscious front loading going on there. They didn't,
and that, again, you're exactly right. The cultural contamination aspect goes through all of those things. So,
like I said, they didn't do enough. Ego death didn't happen.
Right, and it's and again, it's almost, I don't want to liken it to hypnotherapy because it's not even close, but
right.
It is still suggestible. It is still that place. And chances are, if you, like I said before, if you say, this feels like space, this feels extraterrestrial, it will give you the extraterrestrial. It will mimic whatever you want. And the worst part about it that I found, and Dennis McKenna basically, he advised me on certain things and what to do and how to do it, and he was right. You can't anticipate it at all. At all. It doesn't feel like you, and so you immediately feel like there's an other there.
Yeah, my co-creation say. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. No, I would just say that we really don't know enough about that experience to say whether or not you're plugging into somewhere else, or that somewhere else is in you. We don't know enough about the human brain and perception and what these chemicals do and these compounds do to really be able to effectively say, what is that? We only say, doesn't feel like me. I couldn't come up with that. That wasn't even in the realm of possibility for me to think about, and yet there it was. This thing told me a story. It showed me things that I just were not in my wheelhouse. And so, I think we got to be equally as careful about that. But there's definitely similarities in that. So that means there's a perception thing going on here, which I think we've known about for a while. So that needs to be explored a lot more. But they're going to do that kind of exploration without me. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
People always.
Well,
What I was going to say in my the co-creationist, I remember something I said was, "Are we dealing with something that holds up a mirror when we get too close to it?"
Mm-hmm.
You know, just puts a mirror in front of you. It's like, oh, you really want to see what's going on? Bam! Here's a mirror. There's what it is.
Yeah.
Well,
It is.
Well, what
you know.
what I do find interesting is if you look at ayahuasca, that's when you're mostly going to get grays, is using ayahuasca.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at old cave paintings, you see paintings of things that look like grays.
UFOs.
Which, of course, which the ancient alien people have grabbed onto as we're being visited, but it might be that they're experiencing this in an altered state of consciousness. And I think Graham Hancock made a good enough argument that these are altered states that are being recorded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if any alien experience that anyone has ever had that wasn't in an altered state.
Right.
Not a
To some
chemically
degree.
induced one, but there is something going on that is altering consciousness that is going on. That I can tell you, that's the, and people who've had this experience will know what I'm talking about when I say the room buzzes. You know, the colors are brighter, the edges are sharper. Something is going on. And yet something different is perceived in addition to everything else. There is a buzz. There is a different feeling in the room. The air changes. You know, there is that sort of thing. That is an altered state. That is altered perception. And that's probably the reason for the, oh my God, and it's over.
Yeah.
That's probably the reason for that, because you're not in that space to be able to critically think when it's happening and when it's going on. If you are, then chances are it's either far away from you and not in close proximity. Because the thing that I have found, at least, is that when you're in close proximity to the phenomena itself or a manifestation of a something, it will affect you. In other words, you will become slightly confused. You won't know exactly what you're looking at. You may be terrified, but you probably won't be because it's happening so fast. That's just something to keep in the back of your head. So, you know, when I awoke after being a dumbass and putting a crystal to my head that had been outside for 8 years, and then I see someone standing beside the bed that night with a very large head, I think that must be the fan on the desk with clothes draped over it. Like, why would there be a fan, number one? Number two, why would there be clothes draped over a fan on my desk? That makes no sense whatsoever. But yet that's what my head told me. So, you know, it wasn't until after it was over that I went, oh my God, that was clearly someone standing there. That's kind of how this works. So my wife said it best after that experience that night, because she saw it as well. She said, a friend of ours asked, he said, why didn't you jump up and turn the lights on? Or why didn't you lunge at it? How did it get in the house? Was the first question he asked. How did it get in the house without you knowing? And she said it best. She said, it does something to you. Whatever this is in close proximity will do something to you perceptually to slip in and out easily. And then once it's over, then you're allowed to have access to the, oh my God moment. So that's very trickster-like. That's very, like a pickpocket. You know, it's that sort of, whoop, here's your wallet back, I'm out. And you go, oh my God, there's $100 missing out of my wallet. That guy bumped into me. It's all over, you know? So, yeah, I mean, it's, but for sure, the there's a connection to psychedelics there, but what do you do? I mean, besides to say the altered state is definitely there, it's definitely present in both places. So what are we experiencing when we see these things? And what about certain parts of the phenomena make it solid enough that you could, as I say, ping a rock real, that you could hit it with a rock? What is that? that's even more like, oh my God, you know.
These are some of the
It
things
shows
when
up on
it deals
film,
with this
you
I'm
know?
working on. So yeah.
You know,
What was that, Greg?
I said these are some of the issues I'm trying to deal with the book I'm working on right now. So it's an expansion of the co-creation essay for reframing the debate, and what Jeff was just talking about now is stuff I'm vitally interested in right now. How can something that's presumably imaginary, quote unquote, how can you throw a rock at it and have it make a noise? These are I think these are important questions, and they're things that interest me very deeply with this subject. And it all goes back to the person. It goes back to the witness. It goes back to how we experience, quote unquote, reality, and how it is created by our imagining of it in a very deep way. And that's just not a New Age thing. That's something that John Archibald Wheeler, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist, was talking about before he died.
All right.
and I also don't think we can negate the two-way street that this may be. That there may be, I mean, clearly, if we're sending out a feedback loop, clearly something else is sending it back.
Yeah.
And when that feedback loop, I mean, if everybody play, you know, if you play guitar, you play keyboards or whatever, you've played with a digital delay, you know that when you hit a note and you have it reverberate back and forth in that loop, if you turn the frequency up, it becomes something that sounds nothing like that note.
Yes.
And
Yeah,
it sounds really weird. And that's exactly what we
mental.
get with this, you know. We get this kind of, you know, we send an interest kernel out and something throws it back, and it's kind of a catch game, and then it becomes something very weird and something uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can negate that there may be, you know, the notion of the manifestation and all that. Well, there's things that manifestation, if it is able to be touched or it's able to be photographed and appear to reflect other objects in the environment, you know, I don't think we can necessarily negate that this may be made of particles of dust, pollen, birds, albeit small birds, bugs, insects, this sort of thing. That nature may have a part in this manifestation happening. In other words, coagulating things together out of its own in response to our stimulus of wanting to see something or having something show up. You know, that's just that's like one little avenue you can travel down out of many avenues. But it's always interested me, the notion of these morphing UFOs that people see. They're highly reflective. They seem to be made of light, but yet they're able to move in various strange ways. And some of those really look similar to flocks of swallows that you'll see that kind of are very morphing and moving, and undulating all the time. So, you know, I think we got to be able to consider these really far-reaching notions and then start deleting them out. You know, starting saying, nope, that can't happen because X or Y, and start like combing through these. This is what I think progress can come from, is something like that. So, you know.
All right. Well, I guess that kind of covers those.
Yeah. Sort of.
You wanted to,
Sort of.
maybe, I don't know.
Well,
thank you. Thank you guys for sticking around a bit.
Sure.
Oh, no problem. It's always fun. I mean, if there's interesting talk going on, I'm there.
So this next show Jeff was on is a little different for Jeff. This one was entitled Jeff Ritzmann and the Ghosts of Gettysburg. It aired May 11th, 2019. And he was doing some ghost hunting work in Gettysburg with 3D mapping and things like that. And of course, we of course get into UFOs, high strangeness, liminality, and stuff eventually. But some of the show is more focused on ghost hunting and some of the interesting things he found. So here you go. Welcome to this edition of Where Did the Road Go? Tonight I have returning after a long, long time, Mr. Jeff Ritzmann.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. It's been quite a while since you've been on. I want to say October-ish, maybe? Somewhere in there.
Sounds about right. Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Sometime late last year.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And you have been doing sort of ghost hunting type of stuff.
A little, yeah.
So,
I
so
mean,
tell us about the whole Gettysburg thing.
uh, God, where do I start with that? You,
Well,
you
how did
always
you
pick
get?
these long ones. Yeah, I say I'm windy already, but you make me even windier. Um, uh, how did I start with that? How did I get
Yeah.
into that? I think it was back when Jeremy Vina and I were doing Paratopia that we did a live show from Gettysburg, and I think what spurred that on was just the need to generate guests for the show.
Hmm.
And so we had at one point people who, like, we had Dr. Raymond Moody on once, and we had some pretty big titans from the ghost hunting or the spiritual side of things, and I found it. I think I found it a lot more interesting than Jeremy did. I don't know how into it he was, but I was really intrigued by it because I saw a lot of the same sort of things in play that were in play in the UFO field. In other words, a lot of the infighting, a lot of
Yeah.
the nonsensical things, um, and I started noticing on at least the shows that I watched on television about people who had experiences with my ghost story and all these sorts of things that you see, that they inevitably start with the same kind of a line from the narrator, which says, Bob and Jan moved into their house on, 112 Sycamore Street, and everything was peaceful until they began renovations.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
and then the place explodes into a haunting situation. And uh, I look at that and I go, wow, I'm hearing that way too much in these things. Or I'm seeing the documentary, I'm seeing where they're tearing down wallpaper or they're building a baby's room, or where it's always something about renovation or building a new house on old ground, or always these always these areas of transient change. And again, that fed me back into my whole thing with this, which is the liminality and the anti-structure and all of that.
Right.
And I'm sure your audience is way tired of hearing me talk about that. So, but it has to fit in there somewhere. So that's what kind of led me into it. I said, well, it's probably worth a look in this. And then I went to a ghost conference for a couple hours. And I remember telling George Hansen on the phone, I said, George, I can't go to these things. He laughed. He says, why not? I said, because I just want to kill everybody. I can't take it. I can't take it. Like and Tim Renner, when I talked to him not long after he had gone to one, he said the same thing. He said, every table has like a doll on it in a case, and it's a haunted doll, And everybody's got a haunted doll, or a haunted, lint hair ball, or, I
Right.
mean, it's
Right.
something just bizarre stuff. And I'm like, okay, so, and he said, no, you actually have to go and you have to interact with these people, and that's why you go, is you go to see, like, what kind of people are these, and why do they believe the things that they believe about the objects that they have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the idea of haunted objects isn't exactly a new thing, but it's become such a big thing over the course of maybe the last 5 years, something like that. So, so I started talking to people, and in the course of doing Paratopia, we interviewed Mark Nesbitt, who is probably one of the biggest guys into the ghost scene in Gettysburg that's there. And he came to my house, oddly enough. He said, I'm only right down the street. How about I just come up to your place and we could do the interview right at your studio? I was like, great. So he came up and we got on the mic, so we did the show. And towards the end, I said, I'd really like to come up to your place of business. He has basically tours where he gives ghost tours. He's the oldest one that's there that does the ghost tours of Gettysburg in the town. And he said, yeah, you should come up and spend the night. I'm like, really? And he said, sure, yeah, you should come up and spend the night, and you can do an investigation. We'll let you in the house, and once the business closed, you get the run of the place. I was like, yeah, this needs to happen like yesterday. So Jeremy and I set a date, and we went, and it was a very interesting experience because we took what amounted to 2 listeners with us. One was a girl that I knew from Erie Radio. I'm not sure if I guess Erie Radio is still around. But it was a girl that I think was kind of a fan of theirs that we met at the X conference in DC some years before. So I invited her to go because I knew she was a good impartial person that could keep a level head and all that. And I took a friend of mine, and Lisa and my son went. My wife and my son went, and off we went to Gettysburg. And so we got there fairly early. We went out to the battlefield. And there you really see quite a scene every night when it's not bitter cold, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You see these groups basically going around to Devil's Den, Triangle Field, Spangler Spring, all the paranormally noted hotspots in Gettysburg. And you see them. I mean, you just wonder, are any of these groups even remotely serious? Because you go there, and basically they're in the field screaming at each other. I mean, like girls screaming and running away, and guys holding instruments and trying to get readings. And I'm like, what, is this serious? Or I don't think I've ever been there where I have, and I spent pretty much a whole summer weekends there a couple of years ago. I don't think I ever saw a group in there really quieting down and doing any kind of objective work. I'm just being honest. I did not see it myself. They may be there. That may be happening. I did not see it. And so it was really hard to get any kind of bead on the environment to see what was going on. I found the best times to go are the early morning, maybe on a Saturday or Sunday morning. A lot of people were in church. You go, and it's pretty okay. You can get a quiet spot, in other words. But so we spent the night at Mark's house, and it was, I tell everybody who asks, it was the quietest night in a house of that age that I had ever seen in my life. It was so quiet that I didn't expect not to hear this house settling. But I didn't. I didn't hear anything. It was just so silent in there, I couldn't believe it. The occasional car would go up the side street, but that was it. And I think probably the first odd thing that happened was that we sent the 2 listeners, I'm just going to call them the listeners, it's Jason and Lisa. Lisa, not my wife, but Lisa, my friend Lisa. We sent them down to the middle part of the house. And so when you look at Mark Nesbitt's, if you go to his website, which is ghostofgettysburg.com, I did a real scan of his entire house. And so you can go into that real scan, and you can literally walk the places that I'm telling you to go in real time on your PC or your Mac or your whatever.
Now, what's a real scan?
I bought a camera basically that you set on a post, and you tell the camera to scan, and it scans 360. And most people, when they hear that or they think about that, it's like, well, is that the old Apple like revolving 360 pictures? And it's not. This thing is literally 3D mapping the walls, the light fixtures, and all of that, and it actively then takes all that data and builds a cohesive 3D model of the building and textures the entire model. So in other words, what you will see when you launch the viewer on his website, you will see like a dollhouse view of his house. And you will be able to spin that model in 3D space, and then you will be able to launch into it and literally walk around in virtual reality in this house. You'll go down the stairs, you'll go across the floor, you can look up, down, left, right,
So it's like Google Earth in or like Google Maps, sort of.
It is. It's a lot like that, in fact. Except the 3D modeling it's a lot more granular. Like when you zoom out of this model, you could literally see his track lighting has been 3D modeled and is put up in the ceiling. So it's really beautiful stuff. And so if you look on that, you'll see, if you come in the front door, you'll see where I have everything labeled with his books, and you'll see the cash register and all of that. Then you'll go to a middle part of the room, which is like a green, I think it's like a green room. And then you'll go to a back room where there's a counter and a door. Well, past that door is the oldest part of the house. So it goes from the back of the house to the front of the house as newest to oldest. So the back end is the oldest. The next room up is newer. The next room up from that is newer. The run in front is, I'm going to call it modern, but it's not modern. So that's how that place is kind of laid out. Jeremy and I were sitting in the oldest part of the upstairs. And I honestly don't remember what time it was. I want to say probably somewhere in the neighborhood of close to 3 o'clock in the morning. And we heard church bells very clearly. I mean, not like we had to hard listen for it. We heard bonging, like literally right outside the window. And there is a church that's on the next block over. And I said to him, I was like, really? At what, this time of night? Like, they're going to wake up the whole town with that. Like, why would they ever have the church bells ringing at that time of night? That's just ridiculous. And we both talked about this for 10 minutes as we listened to them. So we put that in a bucket, saved it for later. But at 3 o'clock in the morning, the only way I know to describe it is the place literally came to life at 3 o'clock. And I know that's a cliche time, right? But the people downstairs were sitting down there. They had recorders going. We had a camera recording in the very back room, which is like a carriage house room. We had them recording in the green room, which was 2 sections up on the same floor. We had a camera in the stairwell. And they began to hear children playing in the back area of the house. And he says, I remember hearing my friend Jason say, is that kids? And Lisa says, yeah, it sounds like it. And you could literally hear children laughing and singing. I mean, I don't know what to say about that.
What was it on? Did you pick it up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. In fact, if anybody follows me on Twitter at all, I mentioned here a couple of weeks ago that I had found an old hard drive that had like gobloads of interesting stuff on it. Well, those files are on that hard drive, and I'm trying to extract those in the next week or so. But yeah, I have that footage of that audio of them sitting and listening. They had recorders on. I actually had the audio from the camera in the hallway, which also heard them. Heard the kids. I mean, it's some distance to the stairwell, and it heard at least one part of the singing part. I don't know what to say about that. Only that when I came down the stairs and I walked into the room, and they were sitting there like bone straight. And I said, "What's the matter?" And they said, "We've been hearing kids in that back room, like there's children, like little children." And it's 3 o'clock in the morning. This is not a possibility, right? I mean, not a possibility. And I said, "Well, when did it stop?" And they said, "We just stopped hearing it." And so I had I want to say I had a camera of some sort. I honestly don't remember what camera it was that I had. And I just started firing shots, boom, 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 right after another, in that direction. Went back into the carriage house room, and I checked the camera that was back there, which was newly charged, had not been run that night, and was promptly sitting with the battery dead and was off. So I got nothing on that at all. Like I said, their recorders definitely captured the audio. the camera in the stairwell definitely got some audio. And I got one single picture that is really, it's odd. I did show it to the Nesbitts, when I talked to them in the next week. I said, I have this photograph, but I don't know what to make of it. It could be light play on the wall, or it could be something. I just don't know. But it's only in one frame that I shot of all these different pictures. It's only in one thing. And it looks like a kid. It looks like a little boy. And I showed it to a lot of people, and it's kind of split. Some people think looks like it could be paint on the wall, and other people say, no, that definitely looks like it's crossing over to the door. So I'm not sure what to do with it. But Mark did print it out, and it's in a frame in that room. So if you go there to Ghosts of Gettysburg in Gettysburg, you could see it sitting on the table. But I didn't expect to get anything concrete, so it was almost fitting that it's like questionable. I don't know. I can't really tell. Photo analysis is what I have contributed, I think, the most to in this field. But I can't examine my own pictures, and I never really like let anybody go over it. And now it's probably what? Could it be almost 6 or 7 years since then? I don't know.
I was going to ask you how long ago this was.
It's been, I think, Paratopia. I want to say it's been. Man, I'm telling you, I don't know. I'm getting bad as I get older about how long ago stuff was, but I'm going to say it's been like 6 or 7 years or more. And then, that whole night kind of spun me into going up there pretty much every weekend and trying to get a little something, or just learn more about the area, talk to more people. It just got me very fired up in the ghost realm of things. But it's not without its same pitfalls and nonsense that we have in the UFO field. It's pretty much the same dance that you're going to do,
which is interesting into itself.
Yeah, that's what fascinated me actually the most. The phenomena itself is definitely there. My question is, why is it there? And you'll hear everything from, there was so much death, to, there's geological formations here that are very interesting and could be compounding these phenomena. And I always, I went up there, I think by myself one weekend, which was unusual. I usually didn't like to drive by myself in the dark. My night vision is not the best in the world on the road. And so I went up anyway, and I was fine with it. But I went up and I went to Spangler Spring, and as I walked up, I was coughing, or I was talking on the phone or something, and I heard somebody go, shh. And I look over, and there's this guy at the spring with a recorder, and we're all alone, and we started talking, and he says, I've got some really interesting EVPs up here. And I said, well, what did they say? And he says stuff like get down, or they're over there. He says it's always like snippets of things. It's never like any cohesive sentence. And the more we got to talking, he says, so what do you think it is up here? Like, what do you think this is all about? Why is it here? And I said, I think it's here because people come here to see it. And he just looked at me and he's like, that is a really weird answer. Like, I expected to hear, so much death here, so much sudden death here, anything but that. He goes, what does that have to do with anything? And I said, my friend, it's everything, And then we ended up talking for like an hour and a half about Gulf Breeze, Florida, where, the last time that I talked to one of the main players down there in that whole saga, I said, when did the sightings at Shoreline Park stop? And he said, when people stopped coming to see the sightings at Shoreline Park.
Right.
That's when they stopped. And I was like, there it is again. And I said, I almost think that the phenomena is putting on a display. This is display. This is not something that we're catching by chance. This is set and setting, and it's part of why it happens here is people come here because of this.
Mm-hmm.
And you find out that it's not a new thing. It's not something that started when Mark Nesbitt began doing ghost tours. I mean, it's been happening there for years, probably since the first 10-year anniversary at Gettysburg. So it's not unusual at all, but do you hear about haunted Normandy? Do you hear about haunted Market Garden? Do you hear about, like, you just don't hear that much about that. Like, if by all rights, those places should be as haunted, if not worse haunted than Gettysburg. Do you hear about haunted Dachau or, you know, the concentration camps? Do you hear about that? You don't.
True.
Why? I mean, if it's death that you want, there's death you've got there, but you don't hear about hauntings there. At least I have not. So, you know, I think it's a very interesting place. I think there's definitely a phenomenon going on there, but I think it could probably be related to the level of interest that is focused on there by people. And I don't know that it's not seasonal either. Like, you don't hear a lot of reports going on in the winter there.
And what about environmental factors as well? I mean, the ground makeup may be more likely to facilitate this type of phenomena.
Yeah, I've heard that too. You know, that there could be magnetic deposits, or it could be running water with any number of types of rocks that will generate some kind of field of one kind or another. I wonder about that, because I don't know that anyone's ever. I mean, I can't do a survey like that. I wouldn't know where to begin. But I don't know that you know, has a geological survey been done of that area to determine if there's any kind of thing like that actually happening.
Right.
You know, and these things seem to coincide with the places where these things happened. I mean, I think the best footage that I've ever seen come out of Gettysburg, and I know at this point probably everyone has seen it, is the footage of men walking in the trees. One looks like he's on horseback. The other ones look like they are. It looks like it's repeating itself over and over, like a skipping record.
Right.
And recorded by a couple that was very clearly from the South by the accent. And I don't know much about them, but they seemed like very simple people. They did not seem overly educated to me. So I think they were perfect for that kind of thing to happen to them. I don't think it's hoaxed. I've seen really good copies of that footage, but I've never been able to get my hands on the original shot. But I've seen really good copies, and it's really compelling stuff. Now, if it's faked, I don't know how they would have done it, because I've been there to that spot, and I know where that is. And I just don't see how you could do it. But they are very definitely not on the ground, because that ground goes down where they're seeing those people walking. It's down there. It doesn't go up. It's heading down to a ravine. So they're literally off the ground. And I have heard over the years stories like, you know, the ghosts were walking approximately 3 feet off the ground. You hear this. I mean, this is in the ghost lore, it happens. I mean, they see this. So
I want to say that, you know? I want to say there's a story about soldiers from World War II or from Roman times or something, and they're walking beneath the ground slightly, if I remember right.
Yeah, as if the ground has changed over time, and of course it has. And
so you're looking at sort of a recording.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that could happen, but why did it happen for those people? Why does it not happen more?
For everybody, yeah.
You know, why have other people not seen and recorded the same record skipping? You know, it just seems like it's planned. It seems like it's staged for them. And so you see things like that, and you're like, well, how can I get to see something like that? And I can tell you from experience that I went up there weeks on end. I mean, that one summer, I bet you there wasn't a summer weekend that went by where I wasn't there at least one day. And the more I went, the more the EVPs became more and more clear.
Yeah.
And
And
they
I've
started out being nothing at all, being like little blips and this, that, and the other. And I played one that I got on Paratopia. And to me, this is the other thing that I find really fascinating is I walked down into Triangle Field alone in the daytime with not a lot of people around. I think maybe there was a couple of people up on Little Round Top, which is some distance from the Triangle Field. It's Triangle Field's behind like Devil's Den and all that. And I thought, okay, there's going to be no audio contamination here at all. Like, I'm not going to get that. And so my ears were peaked to hear anything that I could note on the recorder. So I'm saying if I would hear a bird, I would say that's a bird. Or I would say if I heard somebody scream or a trumpet. There is a guy that plays a trumpet up on Little Round Top every now and then. I said that trumpet is from Little Round Top. I'm hearing that, so disregard. And I walked down just to the back side end of Devil's Den and back out. And when I was walking back out, I literally put the recorder up to my ear, this little tiny recorder I had, and I could hear the EVP on that recorder without any adjustment to level at all. And I thought, well, that's really interesting because I noted everything that I audibly heard. I noted it. And I did not note this. And it sounds like a man saying, Captain, they're coming from the front. And when I played it for Mark Nesbitt, he heard it not as clearly as I did, but he heard it. And he said, where you were standing in Triangle Field, that would have been the direction that the Union Army was facing, and they would have been coming from the front. In other words, they would have been the Confederate Army would have been coming from the front end across Triangle Field, which makes sense. So is that really what it was saying? I don't know, because we tried enhancing it. We tried making it more clear. You just couldn't get it any more clearer than what it was. You could raise the volume, but that was about it. I gave it to a friend of mine who did audio work professionally. He tried his best. He could not get any more out of it. So it ended up just being a weird thing that I heard it so clearly. But when I played it for other people, they would not hear what I was hearing. I thought that was an interesting part of this, too, is that I've had a lot of people play EVPs for me as well, that they hear this amazing thing, and I'm like, I'm not hearing it. What are you hearing? You know? That's an interesting effect as well that I kind of made note of. I never really followed up to dig any deeper into that, but that's an interesting wrinkle in that as well. So, but I did notice the more I went, the more that I got, and that holds true for me with the paranormal and everything else. It's the more attention you pay to it, it seems to take an interest in you. It seems to give you a little bit more, to lead you into it a little bit deeper, to make you do other things. And it all leads to, for you in the UFO field, it led somewhere where I didn't want to be, which was, in a life that was more or less like a three-ring circus for a couple of years. And I didn't want that, but I didn't want to see where it led me in the ghost realm of things. Like, so I kind of forced myself to find the equilibrium again. But it's a very interesting place. I don't know what's going on there, but I will say there have been a significant number of UFO sightings there as well on the battlefield.
Right.
So make of that what you will. It's a place where people go to experience strange things, and strange things happen. So
this is a question I get a lot, and I don't have a really good answer to it. Why do you think it is that some people, like yourself or myself, have all these experiences, but yet other people who want them never experience anything?
Don't. Yeah. I wish I had a good answer for that. I don't.
Yeah.
I think that, and I apologize to your audience for my sniffing, but my allergies are horrifying right now. I don't know an answer to that. The only thing that I can honestly say about it, as far as the UFO portion of my life went, and how it still goes, actually, is I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that that's what it would be, and it surprised me when I realized, oh, that's what this is. That's what that was. Like when I was 5 years old and when I was 9 years old, like that's what this was. Yeah, that's what this was, because there's that face and there's that. It was just a simple connect the dots, and
Mhm.
it didn't require guesswork or supposition or a gamble. It was like, yeah, that's the face I saw when I was 9 years old. That is the thing. And so it was obvious that that's whatever this was. I don't necessarily subscribe or didn't then to what everybody else claimed it was, but whatever this weird thing is, that's what it looks like for me. With the ghost thing, excuse me, uh, I had had ghost experiences before, but not many. Once when I was trapping for nuisance trapping for the state of Maryland, and that's been, oh my God, 20 years ago probably. I think Lisa and I weren't even married yet, so more than 20 years ago. I was trapping on it's essentially a historical estate. Later on, it's where my guitar shop would have its home. But I knew the man who owned the house, and he said, "I've got fox that are eating my prize geese, and so would you come help me get them out?" And I said, "Sure." So I went out there with I'm ashamed to say now, but with leg hold traps and with box traps that were live traps, and I tried to relocate them somewhere else, and didn't really get many foxes, because the second day that I went out to check traps, which was around, you really got to get up early, because most animals, if you're trapping to get them to remove them from an area, they usually hunt 2 to 4 a.m. And you don't want to leave them in the box trap for very long, because they can hurt themselves. And so I would go out there at 4:30 to go walk around. It was just barely daylight, and it was a hill behind his house. There was a stump a big stump at the top of the hill. When you went down the hill into the ravine, there was a line of trees and a fence on your left, and on your right was like a hill where a farmer had been, he had leased the land to this farmer to plant corn and so on and so forth. And right at the edge of that, that's where fox run. They run ravines, they run hedgerows, and so you set traps there for them. And I was checking one trap that looked had been disturbed, and when I turned around, by the corner of this fence was a man. And he's standing there. He's got a hat on, got a blue coat on. He's kind of what I might expect to see a farmer wear for pants, like that green pant, sort of baggy work pants.
Mhm.
And he had a brown, looked like a brown sash around the middle of him. So it was kind of like I don't know, looked like a blanket tied around, like Miss USA has the,
The sash?
the sash that goes across. It was set up on him like that. And when you're out, and he was smoking a cigarette. And so when you're out like that and you're carrying weapons, you identify yourself, you say hello. And I did that. I turned around, I said, "Hey there," and he was some distance away from me. And I started walking towards him, and he threw the cigarette down and began to walk up the hill. And I got a little nervous at that point, because in trapping in the state of Maryland, with some traps you need to set in water, some you need to set in certain spots. I was thinking, is this a DNR policeman, and am I going to get in trouble for this?
Mhm.
And I began calling, "Sir, sir," and walking up this hill. And the only way I know how to describe it is I could not catch him. And every time I looked up, he seemed to be further away from me, but I was pushing harder and harder to get up that hill to catch up with him, and yet he seemed to be outpacing me, but his legs weren't moving as fast as mine. Does that make sense? I mean,
Yeah.
it was almost like it was almost like he was moving faster than his legs looked
Right.
like he should be going. And so when I reached the top of the hill, I thought, well, now I'll see him, because he'll be between an outbuilding and the main house, which was like an old inn house. And when I got to the top of the hill, there was nobody there. Way that he could have escaped the patch of land there, and there's nowhere to hide. There's not a place to run to get away. It's wide open. There's a house on the left and the house on the right, but he couldn't have made it there. I had just seen him seconds before. It was physically impossible for anyone to run away where I wouldn't be able to see them. And he was not there. And it freaked me out. And there I was at 4:30 about in the morning, knocking on this man's door. And he came downstairs and said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "I saw a man. There was a man in the field." And I described what he looked like. He said, "Come in," made some coffee, and we were sitting there talking, and I said, "There was a man." And I followed him up to the top of the hill. And when I got to the top of the hill, he was gone. It was like he disappeared. And he says, "Oh, well, you've seen our resident ghost." I'm like, of course I did. And then he proceeded to tell me that, it's like a classic story, but this is like, he has documentation on this.
Mm-hmm.
The daughter had found a wounded soldier in a nearby field, had brought him back, and had nursed him back to health in a barn away from where her father would not find him. And apparently they found affection with each other, and she was with him beside a large tree on this hill. And the father caught them, and he killed the man with an axe.
Oh.
At that stump of that tree where I saw him run towards, or saw him walk towards, which was at the top of that hill. So I was promptly freaked out. But then this man proceeded to tell me all matter of, some stuff that was the absolute and the absolute pristine example of, you've got to be kidding me. What you find in the paranormal stuff, you find that. You find something, you go, I can't believe that. But I'm telling you, this guy is no nonsense. He wouldn't lie about it. My own grandmother, who was about as no nonsense as you get, she experienced stuff in that house. She saw an old woman go up the stairs with a candle. She heard ballroom music playing in one of the ballrooms of this inn. The stuff that the owner told me was just crazy. And they're so, I'd say one, but they're so long to get into. It's crazy, some of the stuff that he has experienced there. Why has he experienced that? There is a background to that I'm going to, for the sake of his privacy and all of that, I'm just not going to talk about. But let's just say that there were some wild parties at that inn, and a lot of people would look at and say there was definitely anti-structure going on there. There was definitely liminal places and things going on there. Definitely marginal people being there. It was perfect. I'll put it to you that way. Everything that I saw and learned about it after the fact was just perfect. So I don't think it's that there is so much that's special about us, other than we do not live normally.
Mm-hmm.
We don't. I think you and I might as well just, if we haven't already admitted it, which I think we probably have multiple times, we don't live normal lives. I have a regular job. I get up every morning. I go to work at the same time every day. I come home relatively the same time every day. But past that, I'm about as irregular as it gets. And,
yeah, see, I don't even have that.
Well, see, there you are. That to me is the only thing that I notice about that. That, and And I mean, I'm a professional artist, so I'm easily dismissible as flighty and just not normal, whatever that means. And that's okay. I don't mind that, but it is what I am, and I am constantly creating things because I can't not do it. So, I mean, I don't know what to say about that. That's probably part of it too. But I think it's the life that we live. I think it's the way we view these things. I think a lot of people go looking for. I think it's what you affix in your mind, if that makes sense. I think whatever you believe it to be, it will be. And I think sometimes it's what you may have had a fleeting thought about. I wonder if it's this. And then, because this stuff will always tend to surprise you,
Mm-hmm.
I think sometimes it's whatever you affix in your mind that you believe that it will present you something that either counters that or half-ass confirms it. There's always going to be that you're going to question it either way, but you know what you saw. Well, what did you see? Well, I saw this, and I think it was this. Well, you think? There's always going to be that. You know what I mean? You're always going to be walking the tightrope. And for us, we're in this, so we're easily dismissible, just because we poke harder at this than I think most people do. Most people just go, "Well, that was weird, huh? Let's go get some chow." We go, "What is this? We must know what this is." And
I want more.
I want more, right? And then when we get more, sometimes if you're like me, you go, no, that's too much. I don't want that.
So last time we did an AMA show on Patreon, Aaron Wolf asked a very good question, and I want to throw it to you because I think that you're the type of person who might have an interesting answer to this. She said, do you have any insight on the relationship between creativity or creative types, entity encounters, and trauma? It seems really common for creative people to have encounters, often terrifying, with the other. I can't figure out if the encounters cause the creativity, or if the others are drawn to creative people, or if the creative people just remember or can express the encounters better.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yes. I have said for a long time that I think if there's any kind of selection that's going on, it is selecting creatives because we are the best equipped to explain it to others. Even though I'm not really, even though I'm really not in most cases. I can write it easier than I can speak it. I'm not a quick thinker in the moment. I really contemplate the hell out of a lot of this stuff, and then I'll formulate something that I think. But I think when it comes to the trauma part, and is the creative sparked by this or vice versa? The only thing I can say is, from my standpoint, is when I was 5 years old, or even a little younger than that, I don't remember being compelled to create anything. I remember being just a kid. But, and I guess if you go back in the archives of Where Did the Road Go and you listen to those first shows where I was ever on your show, and I talk about those early childhood experiences, which began oddly with this spinning white square in my vision that I couldn't get rid of, and then later would wake up in some odd place. All that, when all those things were going on, I remember at one point saying to myself, and I don't know what made me think this. All I know is that at one point it came to me on the onset of one of those types of experiences on one of those nights. They're finishing me. I'm not done.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah,
something's being finished, and I just thought, I think about that now. I'm like, what a weird thing to say. Like, even as a kid, that even a weirder thing to say as a little kid. And they're finishing me, and I remember distinctly that after those things started, that began me being compelled to create drawings, and I loved clay, I loved sculpting, I loved all of that stuff, and that's when you started seeing, the art teacher come up to your mom and dad and say, "I think Jeff is special." And they're like, "Well, we know that, but they would say, "No, I think he's like, he needs to be in like G&T classes for art. This needs to be nurtured in him, so on and so forth." I don't remember any of those things happening prior to maybe somewhere between 5 and 6 years old when those things were happening.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that very clearly. That's when that started for me. So is that what happened? I don't know what made one or the other, but it certainly seems to me that that's what started me into the creative path of things. And then as far as trauma goes, I mean, those early things were certainly traumatic. But I know that a lot of experiencers have, like sexual abuse in their past and all of that. I don't have any of that. I have not had any kind of like, I guess the closest thing I ever had to a near-death experience was when I was very little. My mom tells me that I had an absurdly high fever, to which, the doctor came to the house, which an odd thing these days. That's unheard of, I guess, for most people these days. But back then, they would come to the house, and she says he freaked out and told her to get ice and put it in the bathtub, and they promptly put me in the bathtub with ice because my fever was so high. He thought I was going to die, and I came out of it. But a lot of people said when I was growing up that the reason I was a really thin kid for most of my life. I didn't start gaining weight probably until around 10 years ago. But most of my life I was thin, and which was great for the metal days, right? Because you had to have that rocked out look when you were playing metal. But it was like, you're the last to get picked for sports teams and all that kind of stuff, which was fine by me. But they attributed that lack of appetite and that thinness to me being sick when I was young, that one time, and I don't know. I mean, I don't have any great trauma in my life besides those early childhood experiences with the weird. And those were, I'm not going to lie, they were extremely traumatic for me. Just because they were so fearful that it made me fearful of everything. And it just carried over. So I was a fearful little kid, fearful not just of that, but of other kids, fearful of, I had an abhorrent fear of sirens and fire trucks. Anything loud was horrifyingly scary to me. As far as the creative, does that have something to do with the manifestation of things? I think it does. I think that there is some odd relationships between creator and the story, a la Jeff Kripal, which I think you've spoken to on the show before.
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, he no doubt related the story of the guy writing the Planet of the Apes comic and then going in and finding his wife being held in a similar situation to what he was writing in the comic.
Right. Yeah.
So that sort of thing. I can totally see that happening, but I don't know that I've ever drawn or imagined or fantasized about any of the experiences that I've had. So how does it fit in for me? I don't know. Other than I poke it, I follow it, and most people go, "Oh, that's weird," and they just go on about their lives. And I didn't do that. And my mom has said for years, people have said all kinds of stuff about me that I didn't take offense to, but it kind of hurt when I heard that they had said these certain things. And one of the things that people have said that has directly hurt my feelings over the years is, things like, you have an intense personality. And I don't see it. I'm sure everybody else sees it. I don't see it. And I would ask my mom, am I that? Am I that? Is that who I am? And she says, you've always been looking for something. And I don't know that you're ever going to find it or ever have found it. She said, but that is how I view you. And I viewed you like that since you were a little kid. You've always been looking for something. And I don't know what you're looking for. And, and I don't know how to answer to that either. Other than she's kind of right. I don't know. I said to somebody on Twitter, what was it, this past week? They were talking about disclosure. That the whole thing has come up again with this Navy business.
Right.
And I think it was Tim. Tim Banal. I said, Tim, I don't think there's ever going to be a top-down revelation about any of this. I don't think anybody's going to find some kind of linchpin that's going to make the whole thing collapse and it all will be revealed. I said, I think we'll know about what UFOs are and what ghosts are and what the paranormal is when we shut our eyes for the last time. That's when you'll know. Maybe. And even then, you may not get it all.
Yeah.
Even then, it might be something where they go, I don't know. So, because I honestly believe that the key to these things is everything. I think to know what the UFO is and what it's doing, I think is to try and answer the great questions like, why are we here? What is reality? What is consciousness?
Exactly.
What is this? What is that? And what I've started to think about lately is that, and it probably leads right back to you, Soraya, and probably to Jeremy too, is and I hate to say this, but is it the question? Is it not the thing? It's the question. If this happens to people in liminal situations and marginal people in liminal situations and everything aligning the right way where they experience this weird thing, is that almost not dissimilar from the Buddhist hermit who goes up into the mountains looking for, what is he looking for? The sound of one hand clapping, where he's looking to lose himself. He's looking for something he'll never find, but he has to keep looking. And, they ask those kinds of questions. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Do you walk to school or carry your lunch? I could go on and on, right? There are questions that essentially there's no answer to, but you turn them over in your mind to the point where you're questioning the question of the question, right, and something snaps in you, and all of a sudden, whoo, something happens. I believe you've had that thing happen since you were ever here. You've had the awakening experience, and is that what all of this is? Is it all just to drive us batty enough that something snaps in some of us that we have this awakening of some sort of expanded reality? I don't know. It sounds good on paper, but I don't know.
I've thrown out the idea that like the whole hypnosis thing with the alien abduction has kind of hijacked what might otherwise be a shamanic awakening. Right. Because people who have these abduction experiences show all the signs that in an older culture would be a shamanic awakening.
Yes.
But once you have the hypnosis mixed in and you get this imagery mixed in that doesn't associate with a shamanic awakening, now you're off. It's almost been hijacked and taken away from that person, because even though the people doing the hypnosis may not mean them harm, they're not actually helping them like they think they are. They're pulling them away from the whole point of it.
Yeah. well, I think you know my disdain for those people and what they do. But
Right.
but that aside, I mean, yeah, I think you're right. I think for the foreseeable future, that is how this experience is going to be defined, is through that co-created hypothesis of the alien and the breeding program and the so on and so forth. That's how all of that is going to be defined for a very long time. I don't think we're going to escape that easily. I think that you're right. I've had people say to me, I think Mark Nesbitt's wife said to me one day when I was telling her about some weird thing that had happened at the house here. She says, she just kind of like puts her coffee cup down and looks at me and goes, "When are you just going to admit you're psychic?" And I'm like, "I am? Is that what this is?" Like, "Oh, I don't want this at all. Like, this is not, no."
But again, that's a term that's been hijacked and given such a bad name. That's the problem.
Exactly. And so, it's just like, I look back on that whole crystal experience, which I think I related on the show before.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Like that there, I don't believe in the crystal stuff to any degree. And yet it happened, and I can't deny that it happened because my wife saw it too and didn't talk about it until I talked about it. So I can't unface that and say, well, that's nonsense. I can say, well, is the crystal thing so nonsensical that that's how this phenomenon negates itself in this particular instance? Well, I can't do that either, because I know I will not go out and touch that thing again. If anybody wants, I'll just put it out there again. If anyone wants to come here and do what I did with that crystal, they're welcome to it, but you're not sleeping here. You'll go somewhere else with it.
Whenever we end up getting together in person, I will totally put it against my head and drive home.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But that again, I mean, there it is. That's the, it's that thing where everything is ill-defined and is now put through kind of a pop culture filter.
Yeah.
That makes it plausible to everybody, because to really explain it, and I've been saying this for I don't know how long now, probably at least 20 years now, that this thing is far more stranger than people realize that it is.
Oh, yeah.
That the people that are talking about this on television are not the people who should be talking about this. That even the experiencers who do have an odd thing happen are then led through this thing to see it in some crazy way that the hypnosis has hardened for them to the point where they're not lying. They're just so utterly convinced of it, and their memory is falsely hardened by hypnosis that you will not convince them otherwise. They will go to their grave believing, this is what happened to me, this is what's going on, and I know the truth. You're all just kidding yourselves. So, in a way, I think the hypnosis definitely feeds into the whole trickster motif, because it is exactly what should happen. Direct interaction should have direct consequence. But in this field, it doesn't, because we go mucking around in it with hypnosis, and that just contaminates everything. So we destroy our own evidence by virtue of doing that, which is why I still, like I say again to your audience tonight, do not ever allow somebody to poke around in your mind with hypnosis, because if you have something you don't remember, you will remember when it's time for you to remember it. When you want to remember it, you already know. You already know. I had one of the top psychology professors in the country tell me, you will know, you know already. You're just not letting yourself acknowledge it. It's not about not remembering. You remember. You just can't acknowledge it to yourself. So it's rough. I mean, it is. But I'm willing to take that step and say, maybe this is the nonsensical question. That's what this phenomenon is. Maybe this is what it's representing, is this nonsensical question of what is it, to turn your mind over and over and over. I used to call it a mental exercise. Is this all a mental exercise? My former research partner, Lee Townsend, used to say, is it all folly? Is it just folly between life and death? Is that all it is? It doesn't mean anything. It's just folly. All of those things kind of point to that circular question that you can't answer, but yet there it is, and you can't deny it, but yet there it is. Yeah, it's it'll definitely. I think it has driven some people to some sort of awakening experience. I'm not sure that it hasn't happened to me in some small way, but certainly nothing that I can. Nothing that I like. I feel like you gained something from
these experiences.
You gained something personally from you. I experienced something where I can say, yes, did I wake up in the middle of the night and feel myself being pulled out of myself? Yes. Did I fight it? Yes. Did I then look up at the headboard and see faces being flashed on the headboard, like of people that I knew, of people that I didn't know? And did my mind tell me I'm all those people? Yes, that happened. Did I then say, I am that table, I am that chest of drawers, I am that floor, I am that carpet? Yes, that happened. But I can't, at the moment that I was in that, I really felt it. And it was like, this is really like, holy mackerel. What do I do with this now? And
right.
But when it was over, when that experience was over, I mean, here's an odd thing. As it's trying to pull me out, I can feel it. I can feel myself going out. And I'm laying on my stomach, and it's pulling me backwards, whatever it is. And I say, I'm getting ready to leave my body. Like, am I dying? Is that what's going on? I'm dying? And at one point I said, well, if I am, I can't stop myself from, so I might as well just let go. And so I tried to just let go. And the next time I felt it coming, just let it go.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried doing that, except when I got so far pulled backwards, I heard a in my ears, like something was tearing. And I couldn't take it. I willed myself back into where I felt like I was supposed to be. I picked my head up. I moved my body, in other words. I was going numb. I was going stiff. And I wrestled myself back in. And at one point, this happened 3 or 4 times where it was something was trying to pull me backwards out. And at one point, I heard music playing off to my right side. And I'm like, that's a really good song. And I want to say it was a country song, but I'd never heard it before. I said, that's a really good song. And then I realized what was going on. I was being placated with music to take my mind off the fact that something was trying to pull me out, because it tried doing it again. I'm like, oh, no, I'm not listening to that anymore. I mean, how you go trying to tell this around the dinner table, and they'll tell you, I think we need to speak to someone.
Right.
You can't talk about this outside of this type of field, because people will just say, well, that's crazy. But it happened. But when I woke up the next morning, I could not get back that feeling of, I am the chest of drawers, I am the end table, I am the bed, I am the sheets, I am the floor. All that made complete sense, and I felt really with it at that point. I felt more alive and awake in that moment than I've felt, I think, ever. And yet, when I woke up the next morning, that didn't make any sense to my mind at all.
Yep, been there.
You have? Okay, great. I don't know what that is. Like, why would you have it one moment and not the next?
I think it really comes down to it's an altered state of consciousness, and when you're in a normal state of consciousness, you cannot process it.
Okay. I'll accept that, because like I said, I was asleep, and what woke me up was the numbness coming up from my legs, and the sleep paralysis. Essentially, I think it was sleep paralysis beginning. That's what woke me up. But the thing is, I was already asleep, but I woke up and I was feeling strange. I felt my body felt strange. And, and then it was the pulling back, and the pulling out was just utterly weird, because there was no There was no visual component to it at all. I just had my eyes shut. But I could feel me going down towards the foot of the bed. And I'm like, this is just too much for words. Like, this is not good. And I remember distinctly thinking to myself, I'm dying. I'm dying. This is me. This is how I die. I'm out. And of course, I wasn't sick, wasn't anything. There was really no rhyme or reason for that to have happened that particular night. You know, there was no real reason other than maybe like 3 or 4 days prior to that. Jeremy and I had a talk, and he was talking again about the IM experience and the oneness experience and all of that. And I, for the first time, and he'll hate me for saying this, but it's true. So many times he talks about this experience, and I just can't understand it.
Right.
I can't get my head around it. And I don't tune him out, but I don't pay close attention. I hate to say it that way, but I can't get there. And so I think a couple of days prior to this, we had a pretty long discussion, and I kind of started to understand where he was coming from. I began to actually get my head around it. And then not 2 days later, this happens. The only thing that I could correlate to it. So I don't know. But yeah, I wonder about all this stuff. Is that what this is? You know, I don't know. It can't be just that alone. It can't be just the nonsensical question, because there's too many other things that also play into this that, you know, and I'm not talking about pop culture references, but I'm talking about how does the liminality and the anti-structure and the things that I know because you see it all over this stuff, how does all that congregate together to manifest some other thing that may exist in a subconscious level but not in a conscious level, or may be brought on by a story or a narrative, a la the Philip experiment, so on and so forth, tulpas, all of those. How does all of that then work?
Right.
I mean, come on. Better men of our abilities, why are we contemplating these things? I don't know. You know?
So we're almost out of time. I want to get a couple things real quick.
Sure.
When a little bit ago, when you were saying you didn't have any trauma in your past, it's very similar to my past. Like, I didn't have any real trauma in my past. I didn't have any weird experiences that I'm aware of until after the Kundalini kicked in. But there was a point where, after I had become diabetic, this is after I started affecting electronics, and I had started affecting the blood meter that I was using. So the meter kept telling me my blood sugar was low, and it wasn't low. So I kept eating more sugar and completely relying on this thing. And, you know, and it may have just been faulty, but I suspect it was probably my effect on electronics, because that's when it kind of started. And eventually, you know, I was getting really sick, and my parents took me to the hospital. And I'm in the hospital walking around with headphones on, I think listening to like Motley Crue or something. And, you know, I go to the soda machine. I'm getting a soda. They check my blood sugar. And, you know, suddenly they're rushing me into the emergency room because my blood sugar was so high I should have been dead.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
And afterwards, he's like, I don't know how you were still conscious, much less alive at that blood sugar. And you were walking around drinking a soda and listening to music, you know?
Right.
And it's like, sorry, I don't, you know, what do you want me to tell you? But I don't think I died. It got very hazy because they kind of sedated me, I think, once they brought me into the emergency room.
Right.
But, you know, even that wasn't traumatic, you know, because I was okay. I wasn't feeling great, but I was all right.
Right.
But I just see that similarity between, you know, what you had. I didn't have the stuff like you did as a kid, but the fact that neither of us had that.
When did your Kundalini start again?
Probably around 12 or 13, somewhere in there.
Okay, all right. Okay.
I want to say around 5th or 6th grade, actually.
All right.
So I don't know. I don't know.
And for no reason, right? As I remember.
Right. Yeah. No injuries.
Right. Okay.
It was right around puberty, you know, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Because I remember I was still playing trombone, and I don't know how far after elementary school I did that. but it was probably near the end of that. So yeah, probably around 12-ish, which is around the same time I became diabetic and might be connected.
Okay. Huh.
You know, I mean,
See, this is where I think, like, if science, at least, at least in the like we did Project Core, and I got science involved, and nobody cared.
right.
And so the next step of Project Core was going to be to validate some of the responses that we got, and I will have to look back over that data to see about diabetic and diabetes and all of that. I don't know that we asked particular questions like that. I know we asked a broad spectrum question about overall health and did you have any, maladies or ailments that you dealt with on a continuous basis.
Right.
I will have to go into that very thick binder and look and see what a lot of people had said. I don't know that that's one we cross-referenced across the board. But the idea was that we wanted to basically use that first report to gain funding to do the secondary step, which was to actually get people physical tests done. To take a handful of those people and have them go to medical professionals and get results and release them to us in order to correlate them together to see was there anything collectively in that we could say, yes, at this point we can say, like you hear about the blood type all the time, right? You hear about the
RH
negative thing. We don't know that that's factual at all. But in our report, it came that was a prominent factor. But is that because that had been in the UFO community before? That had been known before? Did people say, oh, yeah, I'm RH negative, when they don't really know? We would have to have everyone get blood tests, and we'd have to facilitate that happening with a lab to test all these people and find out how many actually are that.
Yeah, I have no idea what I am.
Yeah, and we had no I have to say again, it's profoundly disappointing to me that how badly this field cries for science to get involved, and then when it does, they don't care. But I'm not bitter. It's one of those things where this is where science, if it could bite the bullet just a little bit and say, okay, we're going to humor you people, and say let's do some physical tests.
Oh, I lost you there.
Commonalities physically. Let's do some tests and figure out, are there similar? Is there similar physiology going on here that we can identify in people who have these kinds of experiences?
Yeah.
That would be a great first step. Then you could go into the psychological elements and all of that. So, because I'm not even sure, to be honest with you, Soraya, that what I hear is, and only from what I'm exposed to, and I'm not the whole field, but what I see when they say that abductees are, a lot of them have been sexually molested or abused over the course of their lives. I see a lot of that coming from people who also partook in the regression hypnotherapy. So it could be that, yes, they were sexually abused. Yes, that's why they were under hypnosis. And yes, the sexual abuse is masked by the alien. So the alien is in place of a horrible thing that may have happened to them at some point. However, the overlay.
However, you also see that with people who have near-death experiences.
Yes.
Trauma is common in both of those.
Yes. Which is, again, is that a dead end? Or is there something there that's something else? I don't know.
Right.
I mean, you also have, I mean, can you connect that? And I don't know a whole lot about this because I've not studied it to any huge degree, but the monks who, what do they call it? Self-flagellation? Is that what it's called? Where they whip themselves until they're black and blue. Is that inducing trauma that then gets them somewhere for that? Is that what that's for? I don't have any idea.
Yeah, it alters consciousness, hypothetically.
So there is that what alters the consciousness enough to make something like that? I don't know, because I've not had that. My parents are great.
Yeah, exactly.
My childhood was great. I mean, the only thing that I can think of that was traumatic was the things that I made my mother deal with. That was like going to a Baptist church and saying, I don't know about all this God stuff, Mom. Like that was traumatic for her, not for me. I questioned all of that from the get-go. But I don't have a good answer.
So one more thing about the whole Gettysburg thing. You said you did the 3D modeling. Now,
Yes.
At one point when I talked to you, you said you found an anomaly on that.
Yeah. Well, when I did the scan, the first time, me and my son went because we had basically set up the business. What this camera is predominantly used for is real estate. And he's an agent. So I was trying to teach him how to use it on his own so that I wouldn't have to go scan his homes that he has for sale for him. And so we were scanning the place, got the downstairs done, and you do it basically in 3-foot increments, around a 3-foot radius. You set the camera. And you must be careful to ensure that all the doors are open. It sounds dumb, right? I mean, it sounds really dumb. Like, what the hell difference would that make? The difference that it makes is when the 3D model is generated, if that door is shut, you can't get through it. When you go to walk through that door in a 3D space, that door is closed. That room is rendered on the other side, and you can back out of the model and go back into that room, but you can't go through that door. So when we went there, I was uber careful in the upstairs, when we came forward in the house to the steps, I was very careful to make sure that door was open all the time. And yet when we got back home and we generated the model, which is done on a cloud, when we got the model back, that door was closed. It was never closed at any point during that scan. We knew this. Because my wife, I think she went with us. She did go with us, yes. My wife was standing behind that door, keeping it open. Because you have to be out of the room when it's scanned. You can't be there or it gets you. And you don't want to be in the scan, so you basically hide behind a wall or behind a jutting panel or something. And she was she was behind that door. So there's no way it was closed. And there are multiple scans. Coming up the steps, you see the door. When you're in the hallway, you see the door. When you're in the bedroom, you see the door. And when you go right to the back of the house, you still see that door. And that door was never closed. It's only closed in one scan. And that's the scan that's done right in the middle of the bedroom floor. And there's no way that it was closed. So that's very odd. However, when I went back up there, so when you go upstairs, if you go to the model, again, on ghostofgettysburg.com, if you go to the model and you walk up the stairs, you will see there's a landing, and then when you turn left, you'll go into a bedroom. There's a bed there, there's a bureau and a mirror on the wall. Then you'll go into the next section of the house, which is like a kitchenette. And then you'll go to the back room, which is like a sitting room. That's the oldest part of the house in that very back room. So I am working my way from the steps to the back room. You have to do it in order, because once we realized that door was shut, we can't just start from that room. We have to go downstairs and do the stairs and then do the room and all the way back to the house. So it's a complete do-over of the second floor. I went up by myself because I work in the direction of Gettysburg from the house. So I just went right from work. I left and I went there and did it. So they had tour people doing their thing downstairs, but upstairs was vacant. So I went upstairs, did the scan, got to the back, turned around, packed up my stuff, and started to put my camera away. It's a whole boxing process, and then putting my tripod away. And I heard something moving in the back room of the house, the back oldest part of the house. Something was moving on the floor I was on. And I kind of stopped, and I just stood still, and I didn't hear any more. And then I went to move again, and it started again. And what I realized was I had left my wallet and keys on the step.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember you telling the story. Yeah.
I was like, okay, that's I said, okay, thank you for that. And I put my wallet in my pants and put my keys in my pants. And as I turned around to walk out of that room, I heard audibly, not in my head, I heard it like it was in the room from the corner. So if you go in that model, it'd be the corner in the back room. If you're going into the kitchen from that back room, it'd be the left corner. I heard somebody whisper, "There's underwear under the bed." And I thought, all right. And I kind of walked very briskly to the exit. And I went downstairs, and I was a little rattled. And Mark's wife, Miss Carol, was at the front desk. And I said, I said, okay, so here's what I heard upstairs. And I told her, and she says, okay. I said, I'm not looking. I don't want to know. And I went to the back and I think I put my stuff in the car, and I came back in to thank them for letting me do the scan. And Mark and I got to talking. So that turned into another half hour of me standing there talking to him. And while we were talking, Carol went upstairs and looked under the bed and brought down a pair of underwear that were underneath the bed. And I'm like, no, you did not just do that. I said, no, you did not. You went up there and got a pair of underwear out of the drawer. So she's like, no, they were under there. And I didn't even have to look very hard. Like, it was the first place I turned up to look. And I was like, no. So, yeah, that was really very odd, because that's an odd thing. That's an odd thing. Like, and again, you tell that story, who's going to believe that? But
Right,
they were there.
right.
They saw it. They heard it. I mean, they saw what happened. I told them what happened. You know, it's just it's a weird place, and that house in particular is really it's a very interesting house. It's got a very interesting history, and if you walk yourself all through it, you really get a sense of the space, and you can almost sense the older back end of the house to the newer front end of the house. You can almost tell where those dividing lines are based upon the rooms that separate them. So it's a really interesting place. I really encourage everybody to go there. They give great tours too, by the way. So there's a lot of copycats, but there's only one original, and that's them. So and they are.
And what is it again?
Ghosts of Gettysburg.com. It's Gettysburg Candlelight Walking Tours is what it's called. I believe they're on Baltimore Street in Gettysburg.
Okay.
So, which is kind of the main drag. So, yeah, I'd encourage everybody to go check it out and walk at least the lower end. They'll let you walk around and kind of look at the pictures and stuff that they have around. So it's a neat house.
All right. Where can people find you online?
Is Numinous Den is the Numinous Den up again? It is, I think. Numinous Den. So it'd be blogspot. What is it? Numinous.blogspot.com. NUMI. I don't know how you spell Numinous. It's late. Numinusden.com. Not .com. .blogspot.com. Just do a search for the Numinous Den. You'll find Numinous.blogspot.com. Yeah, that's it. Sure. Let's go with that. And I did do the Project Oculus thing here at the house, which was essentially crowdfunded, which was where we put live cameras all around the house and ran them basically all night. And if you go to YouTube and look up my name, you'll find my channel, and there are 2 pieces of footage on there that I think you might find interesting. At least to me, they're interesting pieces, and they are, by the way, about the only thing that we got after all that trying.
Of course,
I'll tell you, I said it before. I'll say it again. If your house is haunted, buy a set of Nest cameras and put them up and let them record, because all activity will cease.
Yeah.
So, you know, the one thing that I wanted to get, I got, which was the light on the ceiling in the living room.
Right.
We did get that, and that was a success for me personally. So I'm good with that.
All right, and we're going to do a patron segment with you, and we're going to talk about some ideas on what may be behind some of this stuff. But thank you, Jeff. Always great to have you on.
Always a pleasure.
All right, so this next bit is another Patreon segment, and this one is 2 hours and 20 minutes long. Jeff stayed after the show on the Ghosts of Gettysburg, and we kept talking. Normally talking to Jeff, I would be on for quite a few hours, and we'd record some of it. And so this is the Patreon segment from May 15th, I think it was released, 2019. So this is a Patreon-only segment with Mr. Jeff Ritzmann.
Hello, sir.
And what I want to do here is over the last, lifetime, I've been collecting stuff and throwing around ideas. And I've gotten to a point where I feel like there are some very distinct connections between things. Okay. And we've talked a little about it on the show and a little on Patreon things. So what I want to do is kind of like brainstorm this with you a little bit.
Okay.
And see what we get out of it. Now, the last Patreon segment I did was, I think, the Bigfoot game. And one of the things I mentioned is that I think there are 3 elements on the sort of physical level of this stuff. You have, no matter what you're looking at, you will often see lights, electrical phenomena, and poltergeist phenomena. Okay. So if you look at any of these anomalous things, I mean, obviously with ghosts, you get lights, you get weird electrical stuff, you get batteries being drained, like you were talking about, sure. and you have poltergeist phenomena on occasion, knocks and things like that.
Right.
You get it with people who have seen UFOs. I mean, UFOs themselves are lights. You have all kinds of electrical phenomena, and you have people experiencing poltergeist effects after they see a UFO. Mm-hmm. With Bigfoot encounters, Tim has found over and over that when someone sights a Bigfoot and he says, "Have you ever seen anomalous lights in the area?" the answer is almost always yes.
Okay.
I don't know about electrical effects, but you also get what we nicknamed the wilderness poltergeist. So you have, people out looking for Bigfoot, and what do they get? They get knocks, they get vocalizations, they get stones thrown at them. This is all poltergeist stuff.
Right.
So I think no matter, and when I had Lewis Proud on, he's looking at spontaneous human combustion. And he's saying, well, look, it's electrical, it's poltergeist phenomena. It's just like in the opposite of normal poltergeist. This is someone who wants to die but doesn't really realize it, and it's potentially a sort of internal ignition. But again, you have lights, electricity, and poltergeist phenomena.
Okay.
So my question is, are those the only 3 things that sort of span all of this stuff? And the fact that they do span it, what does that mean?
Who? So explain to me with the combustion thing. How does the poltergeist fit in with that?
Okay, so Lewis's very brilliant observations is he found that most people who have spontaneous human combustion are often extremely depressed. Okay. A lot of times alcoholics and stuff, but they're down. They're people who have lost the will to live, basically. His idea, he has shown in poltergeist accounts that poltergeists start fires. I mean, this is something that poltergeists do. You get these weird, very specific fires. Like one thing will light on fire and not light anything else on fire.
Right.
And what he thinks is happening is that these people are manifesting subconscious PK to essentially kill themselves.
Okay.
They're not doing it intentionally. They don't know they're just like a poltergeist. The person who's the source doesn't know they're the source. But he also talks about some people who have survived it, how they were kind of in a trance state while it was happening. Like they were on fire and they don't even feel it.
Okay.
So he puts all these elements together to make a fairly good case that what we're seeing is a form of poltergeist activity. It's just not what we're used to calling poltergeist activity because it does fit all the criteria.
Huh.
Yeah. Like I said, it was rather brilliant, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great observation. So lights, poltergeist activity,
and electricity.
And
all of those are probably connected. I mean, lights and electricity obviously have connections. And poltergeist activity is probably also electrically connected in some way.
Sure. I mean, what springs to mind for me is, number one, I have to go back and listen to old Paratopia shows because we interviewed a lady who, in her younger days, and I want to say it was Pennsylvania, but I'm not positive about that. she had gone for a ride with her brother and a friend, and they went up around a bend, and essentially the story culminated where they saw what people call a puckwudgie.
Okay.
And
right. A little person.
I'm sure that you've talked about that. She said he wore tattered clothes, was thin. I think she said he had a cane of some sort, and he walked across the road. But their car died just prior to seeing this.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember if I asked her about anything else. I'm not sure what else. I know that she said there was more in the area about this being there. I don't remember. I do remember the car died, and they were trying to get it started and all of that. And then as soon as he stepped foot off the road, the car started. I do remember that part of the story. But I'm thinking about all the stories that I've heard and all the things, and I have to say, I think that's probably pretty accurate that one or all of those things are probably present in most cases, I would say.
Yeah, and then the question is, what does it mean? I mean, that's the physical aspect of it.
Yeah, it's the mechanics, but and I, like the human combustion thing sounds interesting. I don't know, because I'm not. It seems to me when I read the pathology reports of cases like that where they found people, like I know there's one particular one. The photograph is like, it's a pretty grotesque photograph because her one calf is like still there, like with a shoe on it.
Yep.
And
yep.
And I remember when I read something about the pathology report, it said that these people were almost smoked like a cigar. In other words, it was such a slow process that how could this be? They had to have been dead prior to this happening. And of course, they attribute it to everything from electric blankets to literally dropping a cigar or a cigarette on themselves and catching fire. So I don't know, but I'm sure that gentleman knows a lot more about it than I do. But yeah, I would say the physical things. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can.
And I mean,
I don't know if this applies to everything, but there's the smell of ozone, which happens a lot in ghosts and UFOs.
Yeah, and sulfur.
The smell and sulfur, right? So there's that, and there's also the feeling of the feeling of static electricity. That feeling of
that's the electrical thing.
That's again an electrical component to that. I can't think of anything else that would seem to be present in all this, but I would have to really look at that to really look and see. But off the top of my head, that sounds about right to me.
And the thing is, it's not. I think the problem is because we catalog these things differently. No one's ever really looked at these commonalities. I mean, a few people have here and there, like John Keel and stuff, has noted similarities. But I mean, we are still sort of stuck in this: ghost hunters look for ghosts, UFO people do UFOs, Bigfoot people do Bigfoot, and it's like when you look at this, like I said, Tim asking people about Bigfoot. He finds, there's almost always UFO sightings or sightings of anomalous lights. Right. Why would that be if it was an ape in the woods?
Right? Yeah. I think the more important thing to ask when it comes to Bigfoot and all that is, the more obvious questions, and it goes. The same obvious questions exist for that as do exist in the UFO thing when we're talking about flesh and blood little green men from Planet X. Anytime one solid, consensus reality being or culture interacts with another one, there's evidence of some sort left behind. This is just like common sense, and yet we don't find that anywhere in this stuff. Nothing that is concrete, nothing that is absolutely solid, answerable. Yeah. You know what I mean? And you find the same thing when it comes to Bigfoot. We don't have the body, we don't have a bone, we don't have a skull or a tooth, or we have nothing. And and skeptics throw that around a lot, but there is, again, a reason for this. And I think I think it's absolutely true. And I mean, I don't think I've ever considered Bigfoot to be a flesh and blood thing, because a long time ago I heard Native Americans people talk about Sasquatch, and they say it's a spirit.
Right.
And as far as I knew, that's what everybody. I had thought for a long time. Well, this must be what everybody thinks, because who would know better than these people?
Right.
Right. I mean, you're gonna negate the people who've been here longer than anyone. No, they absolutely say it's a spirit, and it's not a good thing to see one. You must be ritually cleansed when you see it. This kind of, you don't want to infect the tribe with whatever.
Really?
Bad. Oh yeah. I mean, at least the couple of elders that I talked to, and this has been years ago, would say, yeah, seeing a Bigfoot was not a good thing. And they said it was and again, I think, and I believe, for the same reason that it's a bad thing sometimes to see a UFO or to see a ghost. It's because that person can latch onto that, and then it unleashes the floodgates. I mean, once you latch onto it, once you start poking it, I mean, I think the old adage is, what doesn't stink till you stir it. That kind of comes into play there. And it's, the more you give, the more you get, my old adage, that tends to happen. So when one person sees the Bigfoot in the tribe and they bring this back and they start to propagate that they saw this strange thing and it did this strange operation, then the rest of the tribe becomes curious, and pretty soon it's infected everybody. And the paranormal has been described as an infection before, so this is not surprising. And I think it's the reason for a lot of rituals that we don't even know about, or that we don't acknowledge as ritual.
Well, Ren has thrown out the idea that this stuff is almost like a mimic virus, like a meme that just infects people as they spread it from one person to another.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, it's it definitely seems to behave that way. I mean, I've noticed that in my own life in terms of the people that used to hang out with me as they hung out with me and they would hear what happened to me, and they'd witness some of it at the house or at the condo.
Right.
Then they would go home to experience weird things. And of course, again, this is easily dismissible by a skeptic as, well, you go and you listen to him and you see weird things in his place, then you go home, you're primed to see anything. But again, to counter the skeptic is to tell them, no, this was what the person then experienced on their own was it's not a discussion as to whether or not it actually happened or was I primed to see it. This was a undeniable event that occurred. I witnessed it, I saw it, and I can't explain it. It very much does act like a virus. It attaches to people who poke at it or who go to look deeper into it. I mean, you asked during the show about something similar to that, and I think that is what propagates this thing on. I think this is, the reason people go to see it is because they hear about it and they go to that hot spot to see this strange thing. What started that that rash of Bigfoot sightings, whatever, could very well have been a hoax.
Right.
This is something else people don't often think about, and I've written this in my book, which God forbid I ever get done. I've written about this extensively in the book that, you take something like a big case. Look at a big case like Gulf Breeze. I mean, at least what erupted in the 80s with Ed Walters, it was certainly not the beginning of UFOs and Gulf Breeze by any stretch.
Right.
It had been known about for decades before him, but he certainly brought it to the fore, and certainly that's when Shoreline Park erupted as a place to go see UFOs almost on a nightly basis. And I can tell you there were weird things to be seen and a weird place, some of it having nothing to do with UFOs. But what happened in that space infected those townspeople to the point where marriages ended, jobs ended, friendships from decades on end ended. People became hateful towards each other. It became, as one resident told me, a Peyton place. So, yeah, it can infect, and it does isolate and separate a lot of people. So, yeah, I could very much see it as a virus, a toxic one, if you want to look at it in terms of the humanity of things.
But
yeah,
also, part of the reason it may drive people apart, though, is it may be changing them in a sense, forcing them to move forward or move in a different direction than they were. That moves them away from people that they used to connect to, which doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing.
No. I think at least from, and again, only from the people that I interacted with in Gulf Breeze, many of whom are gone now, unfortunately. I remember in one particular case, one man telling me, once we experienced the red light UFO they called Bubba in Shoreline Park, nothing else mattered to us, not holidays, not weekends. We were out here every night, Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, that sort of thing. There is an obsessive nature to all of this. And that obsessive nature all on its own can cause isolation.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I always caution people about, is when you get into this, like, make sure that you keep a good foothold on your life, because this thing can very quickly consume you, and take you into places that you would probably be best to stay clear of. So that's other parts of how isolation can work. Yeah, it can lead you into different places where you hang in different circles, or you can't relate to your friends because they saw something that you didn't, or vice versa. Yeah, all that happens too, and that's, who knows about all that. Some of it's a social issue, I think, but there are other factors that play into this that again feature into that, or factor into that marginal, anti-structural. Certainly, Gulf Breeze it's such a textbook case for that. I can't tell you, but that said, people say to me, I floated a hypothesis at one point that everybody wants to believe that Ed Walters did hoax the photographs. I think that's a lot of people think that these days, because they just don't know everything about that case that they should. I've held those original photos in my hands at one point, just through Bruce Maccabee, and I can tell you they were crappy photographs. They were those original Polaroids. They were garbage. I mean, they were black with an orange dot in the middle, about no bigger than the head of a pin.
Right.
And for them to be able to enhance those to such a degree to see anything and then magnify them, I mean, they had to use a magic machine at Polaroid to even do that, which looks into layers of emulsion. And I mean, it's I think $500,000 piece of equipment at the time. Those pictures are crap. They were only good because of what, Bruce was able to do with them and able to enhance them as an optical physicist. That was his job. So, that aside, let's float the hypothesis that Ed faked the pictures. It still resulted in, number one, people seeing the craft he saw.
Right,
or
right.
the one that he allegedly made a model of. There were a lot of people who saw that. Not 100, like some people claim. There were less than 100 people that saw it. But people saw it. There are some, and I'm not one of them, there are some people that claim that back in, 99, I think, or 98, if you look on the web, you'll see that a guy named Jeff Ritzmann shot roughly, 30 seconds of video of an object during daylight that
Really?
the next year at the conference in Gulf Breeze said, I believe what I've been told, I wasn't there for the presentation, but a lot of people said that they took away that essentially it was Ed Walters' UFO that I shot. I don't particularly believe that's true. I think that's people reaching a little bit too far into pixelated footage. So, but that's me. I have no opinion on it because I shot it. Not from the examination standpoint, at least. So, hey, I don't know, but all I can tell you is people did see it. people then started to see the red light UFO. People also saw things like, again, here you go, balls of light descending into marsh fields behind their house. One lady was I want to say the pastor's wife. She saw a ball of light float over top the house, go down into the backyard, and turn into a quote-unquote gray alien.
Wow.
So there was all matter of weird stuff like that going on. In addition to UFO sightings, there were also poltergeists, there was ghost hauntings, there was all matter of stuff. So it wasn't regulated to just UFO stuff. But what if Ed had hoaxed those photographs? In the end, his hoax facilitated interest, and the interest drove the phenomena. Is that a possibility? I have always thought that is a possibility, which makes hoaxes a very interesting mechanism.
Yeah,
and I think something that we could test. I think there's something testable there. There's got to be something testable there. That could you do something clandestinely that other people would see and possibly report as a UFO, and then have a crowd congregate and think that they're going to see that, and then what would happen?
right.
It's testable. Who wants to do it? I don't want to do it, but somebody should.
But don't you sort of have that with Greer, and his UFO sighting parties and stuff? I mean,
well, I haven't seen any proof that they're sighting anything but satellites, so I don't know.
Okay.
That's always going to be the gray area of ufology. Is one never knows what either. Forget what the government has. What do you think private industry has at this point? I mean,
true.
I've always said that this is probably not a lot of things that the government has, although I'm sure they've got great toys. I'd be willing to bet that a lot of UFO sightings that you see that are not related to anti-structure or liminality, or that they're just those one-off weird things that people see in the sky, I'd be willing to hedge a bet that a lot of that is commercial, secret commercial projects of companies, and therefore they're kind of beyond that notion of military threatening witnesses and this, that, and the other. But a company could probably get away with that a lot easier.
True. Huh.
So there you go.
That's a very good point. When we look at the electrical aspect too, okay, so we see that when these things manifest, you see almost like a drain of energy. Cars stop, batteries go dead, et cetera. And also, and I think Ren is the one that pointed this out, when you get like shadow formations and stuff, they're generally blacker than black. They're like voids, like they're sucking everything in around them. So maybe almost pulling this energy in to create some sort of manifestation. And sometimes you get a Bigfoot, sometimes you get a light, but sometimes you just get a shadow or a dark, like what I always call liquid darkness when I've encountered them. Okay. But the other thing is, what Joshua Cutchin has shown is that these things, the sulfur is the most common thing that is spread across all of these odors that you get. And sulfur is the smell of decay. So what if, as soon as these things draw enough energy to manifest here, wherever they're manifesting from, they immediately start to decay, which is why most sightings don't last more than a few moments. And so what you're smelling is, they're building this energy up, and hey, look, here I am, and they're immediately starting to deteriorate. Yeah.
I really need to send you the Paratopia archive. Because I think we did maybe a couple of shows on the notion that, and probably sparked from the O'Hare sighting, because the O'Hare witness that I spoke with, when she described the object itself, she didn't really relate any smell, but she did relate the feeling of just before it left. If everybody knows the UFO sighting at O'Hare Airport, it was seen over gate C-17 allegedly, and then shot through the clouds after it was so many minutes. I think close to 15 minutes. It carved a hole through the clouds and blasted right up through it. 0 to gone. And this woman was standing in the parking lot. She first sighted it coming to the airport, and then stood in the international parking lot watching it with a lot of other people. When it tore through the clouds, she said just before it did, there was a feeling of static electricity all over her face that she felt from the ground, no less.
Yeah.
And but she said what really fascinated her the most, and I quote this exactly. She said what fascinated the most was the skin on the damn thing. And I said, well, what was that? What did it look like? And she said it looked as if it was surrounded by gnats, which means it to me it resembled static. Right. So
yeah.
So I have. I floated something during a Paratopia episode at one point where I said, so what if these things are, I think the report by NARCAP had just come out about plasma and how plasma can appear to be a reflective surface.
Right. Yeah.
If conditions are right. And so I said, well, what if, whatever this force is, and it's obvious. I mean, Jacques Vallée has even said that what UFOs represent, and by virtue of that, what the paranormal in all its manifestations may represent is a high concentration of energy in one spot.
Right.
And so, what if it is pulling together, in other words, dust in the air, fibers of carpet, all the matter that we like, bits of skin and dust and pollen and all of these things. So what if it is coagulating together all of these things in order to manifest some kind of form?
Right.
Which is why we don't find anything. Like, we don't find the body of the alien or the Bigfoot or the UFO. We don't find the piece of it unless it's, probably something else. It's because it's made of the stuff that is already here.
Right. And why, when we look at the stuff that occasionally does show up, it's all made of earthly sort of manifestations.
Right. There's nothing otherworldly about any of it. I find that bit to be fascinating in that respect. But like you're saying, there's this notion of, is something decaying or once it's here, it's already on its way out. And I think I said probably more than once on Paratopia that this stuff doesn't stay here long because it can't exist here that long. That's why it seems to be so elusive. Is it can't hold itself here long enough for us to really get a good handle on what we're looking at. In other words, whatever it is, it's manifesting. Whatever's at the source of that can't hold its form here all that long. Until you get someplace like O'Hare, where you get 15 minutes of something. I mean, when's the last time you heard of a 15-minute ghost sighting?
Right,
Or a 15-minute Bigfoot sighting? Isn't it interesting that these things that are seen in the long term that seem to be anomalous as anything else, when they're seen for a long period of time, they're always distant and in the air. I mean, name for me anything else that's distant and not you know what I mean? Like, it's not seen for that long. If it's a ghost or a Bigfoot or whatever, it's fleeting and it's extremely transient. But when it's a UFO, you could see that light for 10 minutes. You could see it for 30 seconds. You could see it for 5 seconds. I think there's something about distance, and I think there's something about line of sight as well. I think that's also something that, if you're looking for those consistent things that, like you mentioned, the electric, the ball of light, and all of those things, like, there is and I don't believe it's perceptual because of the experience that I had with my wife, where I saw a spherical silver ball hanging in the air some distance away, and she could not see it, and she was standing right beside me. And until I drug her in front of me, in front of my head, she could not see it. Until I did that, when I did that, she could see it as clear as anything else. And she said when she would step to the left or just to the right, it would literally look like it faded out as she moved just that far away. A foot either way, and you'd lose it. well, I have heard tell of people having exactly that kind of experience with ghosts, where one person will see somebody clearly walk across the room, and the person right next to them sees absolutely nothing.
Right.
But people behind them will see a piece of it. People at the left may see it less or more. It's that it's in a line of sight, and that tells me it's a targeted phenomena of some kind or another, which means it knows you're looking at it.
Well, and that brings up the next question, which is how much are we contributing to the phenomena? And let's take the idea of a wilderness poltergeist. So you have people who are going out into the woods looking for Bigfoot. Most often, they don't actually find Bigfoot, but they hear knocks. They have the stones thrown at them. They hear vocalizations and stuff, which are all could be poltergeist phenomena. But how much of that is occurring because they're looking for it? Like they're unconsciously putting it out there, and especially being in the wilderness where maybe this stuff works better because it's not as interfered with electromagnetics and stuff like it is in the city or in suburban areas. I mean, there's definitely something about the energy of the wilderness that is different than when you're away from all the electronics and everything else. So how much of this stuff is literally us creating it at times?
Well, I think that when, like you say, people go out looking for, and I think this is something that we in the paranormal field need to really admit to ourselves, because a lot of people don't admit this. When you go out, you gave the instance of somebody going out, and they're going out to look for Bigfoot. Okay? I think that we all need to kind of admit to ourselves that when we go in search of these things, we have already written a story in our heads of how this could possibly go. And I think nobody wants to really admit that, because that immediately throws you into a category of being marginalized for thinking that way. But the fact of the matter is, you are writing a story in your head. You are already laying out what you expect, I guess, to a certain degree. What do you expect to see? How you may even visualize this in your mind. If you're creative, you can visualize really well. And so are you visualizing that storyline in your head? And so when you get out there, is it a watered down version of what you expect? Or is it something that catches you completely by surprise? I think 9 times out of 10, it's something that catches you completely off guard. I would be willing to hedge a bet that a lot of the people who go in search of whatever, don't see it when they're looking for it, but possibly on their way out to their car, they stop to take a leak by a tree, and there it is.
Right.
It's something was behind that tree over there, and they were not expecting it in any way, shape, or form. There is something about the creation process and then letting go of the creation process, which lends itself back to the magical practice, which is make the sigil, forget the sigil. Make the intent, forget the intent.
And beware lust for result.
Exactly. So there's all of that, but I believe that there is a story that's created when one goes in search of these things, and when you go in search of it, it more or less finds you. And know how else to really verbalize that other than, I hear a lot of, I say to people, well, it used to be people didn't even want to say that they were going out in search of whatever. Well, no, I wasn't looking for it. We were just walking in the woods when suddenly, and no, you find out later on it's not like that. They were out there looking for this. They went out with the intent to do a search for a Bigfoot, a Loch Ness Monster, a UFO, whatever, a goblin in Hellier. You go out looking for things in Hellier. And I know you've probably talked about Hellier on this show before, but
we haven't, because I haven't watched it yet.
Oh my God, right?
Yeah, that's what everyone says.
What are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, that right there is a whole thing. I mean, public, whether you ever tell anybody about it or not, is irrelevant. You are creating a narrative. Narrative creates story, and I think Jeff Kripal has already told us what story can do in some instances like this, where you're your belief or your commitment to think about this, you're actually going out to look for a mythical creature.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like, you've got to have a pretty big commitment to actually waste your time going to look for a mythological creature. I mean, seriously. I mean, let's be serious for a second. Let's ground everybody back into, like the real world, and where people don't necessarily believe in all the things that we know have manifested out of thin air. You're going out, you've committed yourself to going out and to seek this thing out. So you've already written a story of how you believe in what you do and what you think you're going to look for. To me, that's a constant. And I found that across everything. I don't interact with that many Bigfoot people, but certainly the ghost crowd, yes, they are writing narratives every time they go on a case.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, what's worse about the ghost people is they go out armed with that.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't want to hear the story. If I'm going into a house, I want to go in blind. I don't want to know what room. I don't want to know what house. I don't know who's seen what. I don't want any of that. I don't want to know. And if possible, I don't want a psychic to know either. I don't want anybody to know. Everybody goes in dark.
Mm-hmm.
We have the house owner fill out a form saying what's been seen where, and it's put in a sealed envelope, and it's taken to the post office, and it's date stamped and sealed. And then when everything's said and done, then we open that envelope and we see what we got. And does any of it correlate? That's science's greatest invention. The double blind is a wonderful thing. So when you write story, you write narrative, the paranormal is the story waking up to its author. So I think it's a valid thing. So I don't know. They never seem to get exactly what they picture.
True.
Like you say, they get the knocks, but they don't get the full
physical creature. Yeah.
What they want. And isn't that interesting? That I would wonder, when it comes to Bigfoot folks, the more they go out, do they get more? The more that they pursue it, do they feel like they get closer?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, is there that dangling carrot like they have in ufology and in the ghost field? Is the dangling carrot also present there? I would love to know that.
I would think so, because it seems like people who I've talked to who do ghost investigations, they find more the more they go out. But I wonder if it's also that they're attuned to it more, or they're better at unconsciously creating it.
I mean, both could be true.
Yeah. And it's probably a mix of a lot of different stuff. But what I'm trying to do is narrow down the most likely scenarios, because you have that whole sort of thought form type of thing. Who did the Black Eyed Children? David. I know. David Weatherly was talking about it. It was either Weatherly or it was oh my God, names. The guy who's written a million books, Nick.
Yeah, I know who you mean now.
Nick Redfern. One of them was talking about a case, and I think it was Weatherly, but it could have been Nick, or maybe they both did it at some point. There was down in New Orleans, there was a place where this woman who had, was like some kind of slave who was killed or something and haunted the place, or something to that effect. But there was this whole story, and people would even it was very haunted, and people would even get images of her in pictures, like genuine, and it turned out that this person never existed.
Right. Yeah.
So how much of that was energy that was there that people going in with this story unconsciously defined, unconsciously put together without realizing they were doing it?
And this is where I say this is where, to me, it feels a little ominous, because when you hear that story alone, doesn't that feel like something's trying to get here, and it sees the open door of the belief and the story and the narrative that can create this way in? and so it puts on the the former house slave who murdered the children by accident and all this kind of thing. Like, does it not seem like that narrative, it puts on that guise and it shows itself, and that story propagates and propagates and propagates, and of course you get the photographs. How can you deny it, right? So these people are getting photographs. Doesn't that almost feel like, and I always go back to my own experiences because I can't know anyone else's. I go back to my own, where it seemed like whatever these things were that we used to see, not a ton, but more often than we do these days, they seem to have a real preoccupation with being acknowledged as real. They almost demanded it. And, I felt like if I gave into that in totality, that would just be like opening the doors wide for more. I don't know. I mean, that's where it feels something feels a little bit infectious about it at that point. Like, what is that for? Like, I look for purpose in this stuff, and I realize that's, again, it's another non-productive question. But we've been full of those tonight. So, what do you do with that when there is nothing but story, and story then seems to fester in the minds of people, and then the thing manifests as it's a real thing. If that's not writing your own story, I mean, what else is it? I mean,
so the next question that going down this rabbit hole, though, is if this happens with this type of stuff, how much of this reality is what we're creating it to be? Not consciously.
I think all of it is.
Well, but it seems shared on some level. So it seems like there's some sort of consensus reality that we all connect to. But yet, I've had two different experiences where I and someone else witnessed something, and someone else standing right there didn't. Right. Which suggests, and there was a recent scientific experiment where they were showing that, I forget, it was like the quantum uncertainty type of stuff. They were able to show that you could get two different results with two different people, even though that shouldn't be able to happen. So when we talk about this stuff being tied into to reality itself, I mean, that's kind of where it is. If poltergeist stuff is coming essentially from us, we're creating that, even if we're not doing it consciously. Even if something is using and manipulating that energy, if there's an other doing that, it's still coming from us. And what does that suggest that we're capable of if we knew how to develop it?
Jesus. Well, I hate to be the guy who evokes the name of The Secret again, but, they weren't totally wrong, but it's not like you're going to get rich off saying, I believe I'm going to be rich and thank you for all my riches.
Yes. Yes.
But that said, I think that, I think we're capable of amazing things, when there is, again, a level of effort put into, number one, visualization of a goal of some kind or another. Okay. And there's not only the visualization of the goal, but there's also the belief that it is real and has already happened. In other words, it's already here. It's not coming. It's here now.
Mm-hmm.
So when I say words like that, does that not sound like the ufologist, the Bigfoot searcher, the ghost hunter saying, we know these ghosts are real. We've got boatloads of historical data stating, people have seen strange things in the woods, the house, the sky. So, there's that concrete belief that this is real, this is here, and this is now. We don't need more proof. It's already here. So you get all that. If you boil that down to the focus of intention, or, what do they call it, the law of attraction, this type of stuff. Which, by the way, I don't know how many people know it in the paranormal, but the lady who wrote The Secret, she also wrote a book on UFOs. Just putting that out.
Really?
So, it is one of those things where I think that has to be honed. I do think it's possible. I have experienced it to a certain degree in my own life.
Mm-hmm.
Just in simple things, nothing paranormal wise. I mean, just the house that I live in right now. I don't think we had any intention of buying it, but I would close my eyes every night because I was in such a stressful state. We had our house sold. We were looking to buy another one, and we had a date where we had to make this happen. I just couldn't see myself finding a house in this short span of time. And I would sit every night in my room alone for 15 minutes, and I would sit there and say, thank you for my new house. Thank you for, being there by Christmas, which was the goal. And I would picture myself coming down steps and seeing our Christmas tree sitting in the corner of the room. And I would picture this vividly, and I would say, thank you, thank you, thank you. I know this is happening. It's already here. I'm already here. We're going to be there for Christmas. I would do this over and over and over. And it wasn't until we came to see this house, and it wasn't until that Christmas that I came down the steps and I looked over and our Christmas tree was sitting in the corner, and I realized I was visualizing this house. So, if not that, what was that?
Right.
Because I literally even see the color of the banister on the stairs. I mean, I pictured the angle of the roof from the, or the angle from the ceiling from the steps to the ceiling. I mean, what? That was what I pictured. And I saw it coming down the steps, and it was like this weird combo of deja vu and holy crap. When I came down the steps that morning, I literally said to Lisa, I pictured this. I pictured this when I was trying to will this house to happen. This is what I pictured. I pictured that tree. And I cried because it was way too real. And I like I say, I believe that absolutely can happen. But I also think that could be I question how double-edged that could be at times.
I would also wonder. I would wonder how much you were actually, as much as you were visualizing, maybe you were picking that information up from what you unconsciously knew was going to happen.
Yeah, or that. Yeah, either one is ridiculously incredible, right?
Yes.
I mean,
oh yeah,
it's just crazy. So, I mean, yeah, one or the other. And again, we're two monkeys on a ball of mud in space trying to figure this stuff out, and it's tough. It's tough. I mean, there's so many options that at some point you really do realize that Hanson's right when he says some questions are just, they're interesting thought experiments, but they're not exactly the most productive questions to ask. And it's true because there are so many options for every question that we're laying out. It's I wouldn't say it's infinite, but it's practically infinite, and we're probably not even close to the mark. Like, it's probably over in left field somewhere, and it's going, yeah, you guys, you're not even close, not even remotely, forget about it. What are you talking about? Thought forms and all this. What are you, crazy? No, I mean, it's there's certainly enough. At least in my life, there's certainly been enough to say that there's something about that feels true. But then again, what is it? Are we manifesting our own reality? I mean, clearly this house existed before I was here.
Maybe.
Or did it?
Maybe you moved yourself into a reality where that house existed.
I mean, yeah. I mean, what does any of this, mean when you start talking about the UFO thing? When you go out in search of something, are you not willing yourself to see it? Are you not telling yourself the story that then becomes real?
Mm-hmm.
What did it say in the beginning? There was the Word, and the Word became flesh.
Something like that, yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, there are some inherent truths that I think people have noticed throughout millennia that kind of get trampled over and ignored, but I think there is, word can become thing. And I think, I think when my former research partner, Lee Townsend, used to say, thoughts are things.
Mm-hmm.
When we think things, when we think a thought, that's a thing. That thing goes out from us into where we don't know, but it goes somewhere. And thoughts are things, and things become real. So, what I hate to see the most, I'll be honest with you, just being as I'm that kind of thinker, I hate to see endless commercials on the TV for cancer drugs, for cancer hospitals, for all of these different pharmaceuticals that they're trying to push on us that will cure your everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are sick, you've got this ailment, you've got God knows what all is out there that to catch, but you see these things all the time, and half of me says this is why so many people are sick. It's because we are constantly bombarded in media with, if you've got lead poisoning, if you've got fibromyalgia, if you've got cancer, take this drug. This will This will make you live longer. This will cure your ails, and so on and so forth. And I just I think to myself, wow, if this is, I turn those channels. I don't watch those commercials.
I don't watch any commercials. I DVR everything.
Yeah, that's great. Just fast forward through them, But that seriously makes me question then, what are we poisoning our thoughts with?
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. What are we putting in there that is hampering us from achieving what you're talking about?
Well, when we were talking during the main show, I was mentioning the fact that the Kundalini and the diabetes were kind of hand in hand.
Right.
The incident, which ended up with me getting my name eventually, but that waking up instance suddenly showed me all this stuff. I just started writing down all this stuff that had never clicked before, and suddenly it all clicked at once. And one of the things I realized is that I had these recurring dreams of this liquid darkness chasing me.
Uh-huh.
And the thing I realized at that point is that liquid darkness was me, or part of me. And I was literally fighting myself. And because it scared the hell out of me, whatever the hell I am was frightening the hell out of me at that age.
Right.
Diabetes happens because your body turns on itself.
Well,
it destroys the islet cells around the pancreas, which create insulin.
okay.
And the immune it's an autoimmune disease. It destroys those islet cells and they don't grow back. That's what causes diabetes. So at the same time that the Kundalini started, which is a awakening sort of experience, I developed an autoimmune disease as I fought myself through all this. Whether that's a coincidence or not, I don't know.
And I'm not being smart. You still have diabetes, right?
Yes.
You're still diabetic.
Usually.
Okay.
Not always, because I do. First of all, I don't have the diabetes could really wreak havoc on someone.
Sure.
One of the things that diabetics have a problem with is healing.
Uh-huh.
I heal faster than a normal person, and I don't scar.
Okay.
One of the problems you have is eyes. My eyes are in really good shape. At one point, I had gone into to an eye doctor, and they took a look at my eyes, and the guy just kept leaning back and going, "Huh." And it was freaking me out because I thought he was seeing something bad. And finally, he asked me how long I was diabetic, and I think at that point I had been diabetic 20 years or so. And he went, "Huh." And he took a look at my eyes again. I'm like, "Oh crap, what is he seeing?" And he goes, "Well, your eyes are perfect." And I'm like, "So that's good, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, I've never seen a diabetic with perfect eyes." And what happens with the eyes is the capillaries burst. And when they scar, they pull the retina out of place. So the fact that I don't scar for whatever reason, I barely bleed. If you cut me, I tend to heal almost immediately.
Okay.
whether that's energy related or whether it's that I'm not fully diabetic. I've gone days before without taking insulin. And it's usually when I focus in on it and go, hey, I haven't, my sugar's been really good the last couple of days. I haven't done anything. And then suddenly it's like, hey, I'm high now.
Right. Yeah.
So I have serious questions as to what is really going on with my diabetes. And I've had doctors say to me, it's almost like you're not diabetic, but I am. I mean,
right.
I most definitely am. But there's something odd about it. And I don't know if it's that there's something odd about the diabetes or if it's just because the Kundalini energy, if it works right, is a healing energy too.
And that's what Jeremy has told me over the years, is that he doesn't get sick. Like, he could be in a room full of sick people and not get sick.
I will get sick.
If he gets a cold, it's gone in like a day.
When I get sick, I don't get sick as much as most people do. It tends to linger though, and it doesn't get as bad.
No.
Like so I'll have like a stuffy head. I've had a stuffy head honestly since December this year, and it comes and goes. It's never completely gone, but I know other people who were down for a couple of days. They got the flu, and it never really hit me.
Yeah.
I haven't had the flu. Fingers crossed. I haven't had the flu in about 20 years.
Right.
So my body, the energy, I think, processes things differently, and I suspect that's also why I heal quick.
I think that's probably true. Is it not true that about Kundalini that it can drive you crazy?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, like it can make you sick. It can literally, like, I've heard tell of people having like severe back problems to the point where they couldn't stand it. Back pain, burning.
Yes. Yep.
All of that. So it's not always like the most beneficial thing in the world, right?
No, especially because that's how I was when I woke up. It was making me very sick. It was causing me enormous amounts of pain. I dealt with someone last year who was actually it was making her very, very sick, and I was able to. And it was manifesting as something that doctors literally couldn't do anything about. Causing her an extraordinary amount of pain. When you do that 1 to 10 scale, she was at a 6 on a good day. Wow. And I made it go away by moving her energy around because her Kundalini was blocked there. And by moving it, like literally, it was like magic. She's like, oh my God, I haven't felt like this since before this all started. That's not something that should happen. Like in the materialistic view of medicine, there's nothing that should have fixed that.
Right. Well, and I related this to my wife. This past week, I think we were talking about this, and during the show, I mentioned about, is this some kind of awakening thing, that the UFO question, the Bigfoot question, the ghost question, and all that. So years ago. Like, I was very close with Elaine Douglas some years ago, who passed away not horribly long ago. She was, at the time I knew her, involved with a thing called Operation Right to Know, which was like a grassroots protest group that used to go down and protest in front of the Capitol about UFOs, secrecy.
Right.
I used to do the signs for them. So most of the times when you see old footage of them marching on the Capitol, those are my signs. So at one point, she related a story to me, or she called me up one day and she said, if you're having contact with these people, I want you to do something. I said, okay, what's that? She says, I want you to ask them why, I'm just going to say Janet, I don't remember what her name was. I said, well, why is Janet, heal Janet, do something for Janet. And I said, Elaine, I don't think you understand how this works. Like, when it shows up, whatever it ends up looking like, or however it manifests, I am not coherent. I'm not in a position to go, hey, by the way, can you take care of Janet? I'm more along the lines of screaming, crying, and clawing the walls to get out of the room. I said, this is not how it works for me. I'm very sorry. I don't think I can do that. And she related a story to me that, I mean, number one, this woman was very, very sick.
Mm-hmm.
But an event had happened prior to her being sick where her daughter was involved with abduction type phenomena, which was happening to the mother who wound up being sick. So apparently at one point, they are awakened in the night by the daughter screaming. And when the mother bursts into the daughter's room, there is one of these, you've heard of the praying mantis type, the large beings. There's a large being. It has her daughter by the bottom of her feet, holding her upside down off the ground, and is whipping her with a steel rod on her back.
Okay.
And they said that her back was literally glowing where he was striking her. It was lit. Okay, as unbelievable as this story sounds, where it was striking and where it was glowing was literally like the base of the spine at the coccyx bone.
Right.
Which when I look at the Kundalini thing, that's where the
it
snake
starts.
is supposed to be. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and you look across people who don't need hypnotic recall to recall any of these things. Of course, that ended in a way that everybody woke up on the floor. Like nobody knew how it ended. Everybody just woke up on the floor.
Huh.
But I remember that story vividly just because it was so outrageously weird.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, what is that about? What would he be whipping her for? Like, what is this? Like, this is just too weird. And there was no UFO scene. It was just, this happened in a house, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So there it is. Again, it's interacting with the base of the spine. It's whipping the base of the spine. And the spine is glowing. So was it trying to force some kind of something to happen? Is there a physicality to this thing that it does this? So, I mean, I don't know how to frame that. I just thought that was
that's really interesting
footnote to that. And apparently, and I've heard this from other people at different meetings, and this has been, I mean, many years ago when we were going to MUFON gatherings and C4CSG meetings for Chesapeake Study Group, that there were other people I talked to that, I've woke up in the middle of the night and they've been whipping me on the back. And it feels like electric charges going down my legs and up my back. And, over and over I started to hear this. And I'm like, okay, what is that about? Like, are they fixing something? Are they cleaning something? And it wasn't until, probably, I don't know, a few years ago where I thought, oh, okay, well, could it be that? Like, I don't know. As much as Jeremy talked about it, I have never experienced anything like that.
Right.
And I can't relate to it. So,
but all that
but
connects.
there it is. So, and it all connects to that. So
static is one of the more interesting things. And for some reason, when Lewis wrote, or it's actually Louis Proud, it's written like I would pronounce Lewis, but he said it's Louis. That might be because he's from Australia. I don't know. Or maybe that's just his preference. But so he had talked about static electricity potentially being something very different than how we understand electricity, because it's obviously sitting electricity, which is why it's static. But as you said, the girl who saw the UFO at the airport was feeling that static. People who have had UFO encounters often feel static. Kundalini can manifest. The type of electricity you get from Kundalini tends to be static. And the worst experience I had with that was for a few days, it went through the roof. And I may have told you this story or not. I don't know. But like anything I touched, I got huge shocks off of. Like you could see it jump from my fingers, like the bolts jump from my fingers. And sometimes it was things like that were wooden. And I was just like, oh my God, I can't touch it. I can't do anything, And so before I'd get in my car, I'd go touch something so it would discharge and it would start building up again right away. And I had driven to a radio station to see a friend of mine. And when I went in, he's one of these people who would always shake hands. And I'd say, don't, it's nothing against you. I'm like, you're going to get a shock if you shake my hand. So don't shake my hand. And he kind of gave me a weird look, but then he was like, okay. And so he's doing stuff in the booth. And as he walks by me at one point, he brushed against me and it sounded like a gunshot went off. And he got thrown against the far wall of the booth, and he brushed against my back. So I turned around. He's sitting there with his jaw dropped open on the floor, looking at me, and he's just like, "What the hell was that?" And I'm like, remember when I told you not to touch me? But again, It behaves like static. It's not like it's running out of me all the time. It needs that contact to suddenly become active.
Right.
And that was like the same time period where I grabbed the CD rack at the other radio station, and the power on the whole block went out. And once that happened, it stopped, and it's never done it again. So I don't know what set it off.
Did it build up? I mean, did you feel it build up? Was there a build up to that?
No, that's the thing. You don't feel it. You don't feel any different.
Okay.
But you touch something and you're like, ow, it's like, holy crap.
Okay.
And with that, I grabbed that rack, and it didn't even shock me. I just felt like it felt for a moment almost like if you hit an open outlet, you get that 20 sort of vibration, and then all the power went out. And I went, I didn't do it.
Well, let me suggest this. At the station or any of your musician friends, does anybody have a theremin?
Similar stuff.
So a theremin is when we were in Gettysburg. Jeremy. First of all, when it comes to most of the stuff, he has no fear. So I would not personally sit quietly on the floor in a space that we know has some sort of activity going on, but he did. And so I just as an experiment, he sat up against the wall in the green room at Mark's at the Ghosts of Gettysburg house. He sat up against the wall in the green room, and out in the middle of the floor, maybe 8 feet away from him, I sat a theremin. I turned the theremin on, and I set the squelch to be not close. In other words, it would take quite a bit to set it off. You would have to almost touch it to get it to go off. He was well away from it. And as he sat there, and I think I've told you this before, when he meditates and he lets go, his body does all sorts of movements. If he's sitting down, his hands will start moving like it's doing Tai Chi or some kind of martial art thing. Yeah.
Well, and that's all connected too.
Okay. Well, when he began doing that, what it did, and I say what it did because I've witnessed his brain waves while this is going on, and he's not doing it. So, I was there in the room when he was hooked up to, an EEG for the brain, and the man who was running the EEG says, your friend's got a very interesting brain. And I was like, yeah, tell me about it, And he's moving, but there's nothing in his brain waves that says he's moving. So what I see in his brain waves is like he's asleep.
Great.
And so Jeremy sat on the floor against the wall. The theremin's 8 feet away. The squelch is moderately tuned down, so it's not at a hair edge where anything that comes near would set it off. So a fairly dull encapsulation of area, and it put his hand out straight, and all of a sudden the theremin starts. It just starts gradually rising in pitch to the point where I had to turn it off. And I said, "So what's doing that?" He goes, "I don't know. I've never played with a theremin before, so I don't know." But that thing was bone silent for 10, 15, 20 minutes prior to that until he put his hand out. And his hand was out for a good 5-6 minutes before anything started to happen. But when he said, I'm starting, then that's when this thing began to react. I'd be very curious what you could do with something like that, what it would do at a dull setting, again, a hair trigger, but a dull setting. It's at least my belief from witnessing that I thought, well, he's obviously sending out some sort of charge that is interacting with the antenna or the rod on the theremin.
See, but I don't.
What else am I supposed to say?
Yeah, I don't. And the thing is, I'm trying to get that static stuff to calm down, especially since I work on computers for a living.
Right.
So I have calmed it down. I mean, this was back in the 90s when this happened.
Okay.
So once I learned, to deal with some of the things that were disrupting my energy, a lot of it has calmed down. It doesn't mean I still don't screw stuff up. Like I was standing at in a Wegmans the other day, and like twice I think my phone went crazy, and then I'm standing by the card reader, and suddenly it goes card reader error. I'm like, there's no card in you,
Right.
But
So how did you learn? You said with this woman that you said had the problem, you moved her energy. How did you ever learn to do that? Or did that just come naturally to you?
It just comes naturally.
So do you see it?
No, I don't see it, but I can feel it.
You can feel it like you feel a teddy bear or a cat or...
It a lot of times it feels like heat. Sometimes it feels like cold.
heat. Okay.
And there have been people who I have worked with where like one girl, all I had to do is touch the back of her neck and her whole spine would superheat.
Huh.
And she tried to do Reiki on me and it almost knocked her unconscious.
Huh.
But it's also, it's frequency based. Like I couldn't do it to just anyone. Like there has to be a connection there. And I've never had an experience where I've had a male friend who I've been able to do anything with. Like I've known only a couple of people who were male who had active Kundalini, but it doesn't connect to mine at all.
Okay.
And I think it's because it has a very binary aspect to it. There's the positive and negative, and again, electrical. But there's hot and cold, like the traditional sense of it is it goes up one side hot and comes down the other side cold.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I think there is a frequency thing there. And if the frequency doesn't match, I had a bad experience with someone early on where she suddenly got very, very cold and couldn't stop shaking. And I was like, okay, we're not doing this anymore,
Huh.
And like, I didn't even know I could do that to somebody.
And see, that's something that I have to say, Jeremy never. I never asked him to try to do anything to me, to look at and say, I got a headache. Is there something you could do about that? Can you do something about that? Like I don't think he's ever, to my knowledge, I don't know that he's ever done that to anyone. I think he would. I think, and he, I'll ask him at some point. I think he would look at that and say, well, that's trying to be a healer, and that's not how he, I don't know, that's not how he traverses this. Like at one point I know that he said, what was he was at his apartment in New York and he all of a sudden was in a shower and he was a woman or something to that effect. And he was witnessing through this person's eyes what they were doing. And all they were doing was taking a shower. He's like, it was not like any big deal. It wasn't anything traumatic. It just, he was in someone else looking through their eyes and then snaps back to himself. And I said, okay, well, what do you think that was? He goes, well, that's whatever this stuff is. He's like, I see strange things. I see black forms that move through the air. Mm-hmm. I see, he said, he said he had meditated one night and saw some sort of dragon-like thing that was almost Asian looking, but it wasn't necessarily, it wasn't bad. Like that would terrify me, but he said it wasn't bad. So he's like, and the thing that I wrestle with when they talk about this is, like with you, do you feel like, I don't get the sense from you that you feel like you know something that the rest of us don't.
No.
Do you feel like you have, certainly you feel things that other people probably don't feel, but do you feel, quote unquote, enlightened or is that such a relative term? It's really not. Is that one of those terms that's really not right?
I don't think it's the right term.
Okay.
I definitely have an understanding of some things, but it's not
right.
It's not a like, oh, I've leveled up. It's
right. Yeah.
Exactly like anything. I mean. If you build into something, you're gonna get a better understanding of it.
Right.
Yeah, it's a hard question to answer. I don't feel different from other people.
You don't seem different than other people, other than you are, at least in my perception of you. And we've known each other now for a number of years.
Yeah.
I mean, you seem to be you're incredibly understanding, like across the board. And that's something that, at least from my perspective, I'm really not able to do that. Like I really, there's just things I can't understand about certain people, and you seem to take other people and accept everything about them that's okay. And to me, there's always like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm like every other rotting human on the planet. It's like, you look at people and you see their positives and you see their negatives, and and you weigh that balance. Whereas I feel like you just accept people for what they are and who they are, and that's good and that's perfect.
Yeah,
the world would be a better place with more people like you, like that, for sure. But I mean, do you attribute that to that? Or is that
somewhat?
Simply,
I think that's something that's happened along with it. I think I was a lot more. I think the angst and stuff as I've gotten older has diminished, like it does with most people. But also, I think somewhere along the line, I've learned to kind of put myself in other people's shoes. When someone says, "Well, I can't understand how that person sees that," but when you realize that everyone's experience of life is so completely different, it's remarkable that we share any views the same. So, like I can justify, I may not approve of someone's behavior, but I can generally understand it. I can be like, okay, I understand why you did that. Please don't do it again.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I got to say, like, if I had to name a transformative experience in my life, I mean, as sad as it sounds, at least in the paranormal realm I'm talking about, it would be getting my head around, the whole trickster theorem. I mean, that really, that fundamentally changed my life.
Yes.
Because I no longer like when that, and I remember when that happened, I literally had 3 panic attacks in a row on the air, and I couldn't speak. I couldn't speak. I mean, my face went numb, my lips, like pressed together. I thought I was having a stroke. And it's like, it was that dramatic because it clicked for me all at one time. And instantly, everything that I had been arguing about and fighting about with people and do all the different things, all of a sudden went right into alignment. And I went, oh, okay, it's all okay. And I find it really hard, unless somebody gets incredibly rude or nasty with me, I find it incredibly hard to get really worked up into a lather about any argument in the paranormal anymore. Or to become incensed with people like Ghost Adventures or these clear jokesters in this stuff, like the clear marginal goofballs. I fail to get riled by that anymore because now I just expect it and I know that it's part of it too, and so on and so forth. That's the only thing I can ever the only thing I can ever think of in my life that would compare even remotely, and I know it doesn't.
But it does in a sense.
Something, I mean, that's fundamentally changed my life, and and when you tell George that, when I've talked to him on the phone for hours on end, he's like, well, you don't know how rare that is. You don't know how, like, most people don't understand what the hell I'm saying. And he's like, he goes, I can tell by the way you talk, and I've read him chunks of my book. And he's like, yeah, you totally get it. And not only do you totally get it, but you're totally expounding on the ideas. I mean, I had him rolling on the floor one night with one chapter that I read. He's like, that is absolutely hysterical, and ultimately the truest thing I've ever heard in this field. I mean, he literally, I've never heard him laugh like that. I mean, he was like a hyena, and it was involving Greer and the Otta thing, and he just exploded. He's like, you so totally get it, and you expound on that in ways that I can appreciate, because they are all applicable to this epiphany that you seem to have had.
Right.
But that epiphany came from, people who, I mean, George certainly wasn't the first. He's just the one to bring it into this century, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's epiphanies like that don't happen to me that often. And
I don't think epiphanies happen to most people very often. That's why they're epiphanies.
Yeah. I mean, it's just that kind of, that was such a dramatic change. I can't even describe it. I mean, overnight.
And when you talk about things like Ghost Adventures, like, to me, like, when you look at that stuff, it's entertainment. I think that some of what they're picking up is totally genuine, but I think because they're in the entertainment field, if they don't pick something up, they have to pick something up. And that's one of those things. Like, if they put on a show week after week where they got nothing, they would also have no one watching. So they're kind of forced into that avenue of let's try and get something. But if we don't get something, we might have to throw a clothes rack across the room.
And to that end, I only need to point out the whole study, and I'm sure people can go look it up, that dealt with deception. And one of the most famous psychics of all time asked for her hands to be bound behind her. And when they said why, she said, because if you don't, I will fake stuff.
Right.
So, I mean, there's been whole studies done on the effects of psychics and deception. Mm-hmm. And that right there will prove the point. Like, I have never said that these guys don't get anything. In fact, I think they do get things. I think ghost hunters in particular, when they started,
definitely.
There was definitely some weird stuff going on, but there were also weeks I remember going by where they got nothing.
Exactly.
And I thought, this show is never going to survive on this alone. And then all of a sudden, I think it was the penitentiary thing came up with that weird thing galloping down the hallway towards the camera and then immediately turning around and going the other way. Like, that alone, Eastern State, I think it was. So that alone was very strange stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But had an air of deception about it as well.
I didn't think there was at that point.
Well, not at the point that it happened, but later on when they started talking about what it could have been and how, like, some people said, well, I saw a shoe in one frame. I'm like, I don't think you saw a shoe at all.
Right.
You could not have walked up and back that fast and not fallen on your face unless this person works for Cirque du Soleil. I don't think it was a person underneath there. No, I don't know what that was, but whatever it was, it seemed, at least to me, it seemed to manifest out of thin air if you watch the entire shot of it. So I say they get things because of who they are. These guys were plumbers. Not only were they plumbers, but they were marginal entertainment figures on television. So that's all the more reason for a manifestation to happen. So I expect it.
I think what killed them is that you had these other shows suddenly pop up, like what was it? Not just Ghost Adventures. What was the other one? The State? Or no, that's a comedy.
Paranormal State.
Paranormal State. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were getting stuff every week. So now, they kind of upped the level where ghost hunters couldn't go in, investigate a house, and come out with nothing, or people are going to go, well, I'll watch Ghost Adventures instead of Ghost Hunters.
Right. And never mind that one show brings out the Mondo gadgets, that have no basis in reality.
Right.
I mean, like, I got into a whole discussion with people about that, and the king of the paranormal apps and me had it out, and it was a complete. I mean, the discussion was ridiculous, and I did screen capture all of it, and of course I did, because it was just such a textbook of me saying, "Have you done any double-blind tests on this device? Like, have you done anything?" Mm-hmm. That's a stupid question. Why would you ask such a stupid thing? I was like, it's not stupid. It's trying to validate what you are actually doing. So
Right.
have you done it? Well, you wouldn't ask that question. You know how stupid that question is. So that just goes to show you right there. There's literally nothing there to do anything with.
Yeah.
And people, I saw, I blocked him on Facebook or on Twitter the other day because some guy created a device that takes a laser and spins it, and so when it spins, it looks like a green tornado, and then it's got a light in the middle of it of some kind and an ion generator. And he said, "What I've created here is a vortex ion generator." And I'm like, and that does what exactly in your eyes? Because what I see is a light show. And an ion generator, what do you think an ion generator is going to do? Because show me the study, please, where it says that ions create or attract ghosts. Please show me that. Even if it's from the Rhine Institute, I'll take it. You can't find it because it's not there. It's a pretty light show for people to, like we really have entered the set of Ghostbusters. We really have. Because that's it. So, I mean, it with as near credibility as using, whatever it is, the shoe buffer that they use in that movie with the little, antennas. Like, that's where we are. The next step is people are going to use shoe buffers because they create a static charge on your shoes.
Right.
So, it all just compounds. But it's compounding into, this is the thing I stress again, it's compounding into story and narrative. They're building a narrative. It's building. I feel like all of this it's got to end somewhere, right? So we're building devices where, but nothing's changing. You know what I mean? Like, is there ever going to reach that fever pitch where something is going to happen that's going to be like, wow,
undeniable.
This is really something.
Yeah.
This is really something, and I don't know. But it certainly seems to be ramping up all the time. The fervor over this stuff doesn't seem to be subsiding, which I find is really interesting, especially in times like this, where in the world we've got so much weird stuff going on that we'd never thought in a million years would ever happen is happening.
Yep.
That's when we see, hey, by the way, Jack Osborne and that chick from Paranormal State have a new TV show. And Ghost Hunters is coming back. I mean, just what? I mean, what do you say about all that? So,
and when you look at like people like Uri Geller, Geller did very controlled tests and scored very high on them. But, you had him doing these television things. And then you had James. I remember one of the things that bugged me right off the bat with James Randi is James Randi's coming out there doing the same type of tricks, not as well, that Geller's doing, and saying, well, this proves he's using sleight of hand. And I'm like, no, it doesn't prove that.
It doesn't prove anything, no.
It proves that it's possible to do it via sleight of hand. And it's entirely possible that Geller is doing it via sleight of hand so that it works. Because you're on a national stage, you can't fail. You can't not succeed in this. So even if he can do it psychically, if there's any question, he might also be using sleight of hand just to make sure.
And again, that goes back to tie my hands behind my back because I will fake something.
Right.
It is. I mean, I say this all the time. It's like it is part and parcel to weird stuff happening, that there is deception in there. Some way, some shape or form, there is deception in there, even if it's that, that people embellish stories or, I don't know, they,
normal,
just
to make them sound better.
But it's not. I don't think it's intentional embellishment. It's like the impact of a weird thing, unless it's captured on some sort of picture or video, which is meaningless these days anyway. Yeah. But even if it is, even for that person alone, like if that picture is just for them, then they say, I've got it. This is it. I've got it. But who else is going to believe that, right? Number one. But number two, there's no need to embellish because I can show you. Most times that does not happen.
Yeah.
And so the event is so it's so permeated their mind because it was such a strong, it evokes such a strong emotional response that it just naturally goes that way. This is who we are as biological creatures. This is how it works. And your mind will embellish over time as it goes along.
Right.
And so that's you can only try to make your mind funnel that into relating more detail. That's how I've tried to do it with myself. Although as I get older now, I'm 52, as I've gotten older now, even things that happen to me, not the major events, because those can relate with my wife and she can confirm what we remember. But minor things that have happened, minor weird things, I have thought about those to the point where in trying to write them down and in the process of interviewing other people, I have found that at least in one of those minor stories, someone else's story contaminated my own. And Lisa says, that did not happen. And I said, well, what did happen? She said, you and your mom were sitting in the living room and yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, okay, that didn't happen? I did not see that because I can picture it. She's like, no, that did not happen. I remember you talking about that. And I remember vividly what you related. So I'm glad for my sake of mine that she does remember some of the little things. The other things we don't. But
I'm glad I wrote everything down.
Yeah, well, I did too until I threw most of it away.
Right.
I walked away from this for a number of years and didn't want anything to do with it. But in the end, memory itself will contaminate all on its own without any help from anyone.
Well, and one of the things I have like that, when I was apparently, and I didn't remember this initially, my mother had told me a story about a blizzard on Long Island when we lived down there, and how they had the neighbor go get some milk because they couldn't get out. Right. And when the neighbor came back with the milk, I wanted to bring it in the house. So my mom handed it to me, and I started to run to the house, and I slipped on the ice, and the milk went all over the driveway. Okay. Well, I can picture that. Right. I can picture it from a third person perspective, which obviously I never saw.
It's impossible, right? Yeah.
So from her telling me that story, I have literally created a memory of this thing happening that I don't remember happening.
Right.
And I'm fully aware of it, but how many times are we not aware of it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it doesn't take much. Our brains are good imagination machines.
I mean, I have something not totally dissimilar from that my mom and I had this when I was a little kid. I think I was probably in first or second grade. We had a pool in the backyard. I got out of the pool and I ran to the front yard through it's like a little breezeway and then onto a sidewalk. Well, off to the left, next to the house, were these little green. I want to say they're like little flowers. They look like parsley, but it was like a bed of this ground cover in the garden. And right in the middle of this little green patch on the ground was a bat. And it was a bat. And it was like crawling through these weeds. Well, I freaked out and ran in the house and said, Mom, there's a bat in the garden. And I went out and sure enough, Mom saw this bat in the garden. I remember her going next door, getting a man who lived behind us. He got a mop handle and he put it in front of the bat and the bat bit it. He took the bat back to my little kiddie pool and drowned the bat. That's what I remember.
Mm-hmm.
My mom said, no, he hit it with a shovel. And then we put it in the garbage can. He never drowned that bat in your pool. Huh. And I can picture this vividly. Well, we saw Mr. Joe at Friendly's Ice Cream one night many years ago. I said, Mr. Joe, you remember that bat in the yard? He goes, I do. He said, you mean the one I drowned in your pool? I said, you did, right? You like grabbed the axe handle and it bit the axe handle and you put it in. He's like, yeah, I drowned it in the pool. And Mom says, I swear, Joe, I remember you hitting that with a bat, with a shovel. He goes, oh no, I wouldn't have, I wouldn't have got that close enough to hit it with a shovel. So she had one memory, I had another. I mean, and I remembered it vivid. She remembered it vividly. We argued about it for an hour. And, one thing happened and one didn't. And he confirmed what happened. So, yeah, memory is completely fallible. I get it. But
also, is it possible that you two have slightly different realities?
Exactly. I mean, I don't know. And it does, as you get older, I'm telling you, kids, you 20-somethings, you 30-somethings, I'm telling you, kids, when you get older, you say, oh, that's not going to happen to me. I'm eating all my brain foods. It doesn't matter. There are things that I wrote in my book that I wrote 5 or 6 years ago, and I read them, and I'm like, I remember that, but just barely. And I know enough to say it's right, but I cannot picture the images like I used to be able to. There are very few images in my paranormal history right now that I can call to memory and say, I remember that. One of them is the disc that Lisa and I saw up north. That I can picture that with crystal clarity. I can picture all of that incident with crystal clarity. Crystal.
Yeah.
Because I think about it probably almost every day. And some certain other things. The hitchhiker, in Ohio, that whole mess, I can picture.
Oh yeah,
that.
yeah. Well, yeah, because those were really intense experiences too.
Very, very. I can picture the being when I was 9 years old clapping in my face. I can picture that.
Yeah.
But a lot of other things, even stuff that happened in the condominium after I was married, there were things that I can't picture like I used to.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So as you get older, these things do start to leave you, and that's why, like you say, writing them down is very important, and then to go back and read them when you're older is it's very interesting.
It is. It is,
and it does it does, but I have to say, in a lot of ways, it didn't take me back to a picture. It just took me back to like a feeling.
Yeah, information.
Which is odd because it used to be I could picture it when I would talk about it, and now I can relate it, but I can't picture it like I used to. So,
and that brings up the idea that our reality is made up of information.
Yeah.
And so much of this, when we talk about us putting stuff out there, and creating these things, is it because we're putting information out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think when people say things like that, I think that reminds me, or puts me in the mind of we're creating this as a whole.
Yeah.
And don't ask me why. I don't have a good answer, but I have always kind of pictured this as there is someone in the apartment next door. I'm knocking on the wall and they knock back. I've always had that kind of feeling about this stuff. Whereas I don't feel like if you have a UFO sighting that the person having the sighting created the UFO, the being, the Bigfoot, the ghost, the whatever. I think it's a response. In other words, it's a symptom of something. It's not a created thing.
I think the image is what's created. Like the thing
the image of what it presents to you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that is, yes. Yeah, I think that very well could be. I'm not going to say it is. I think it could be. But I think that there is it's a symptom of something much larger. I've always had that sense that this is not, the thing is not the thing. It's a symptom of something much bigger.
Yes.
And
yes.
so it's a response to something from you. So in other words, you're hitting the ping pong ball across the net and it's returning.
Mm-hmm,
and I think that there's a game going on somewhere where if you return and you get that ball moving fast enough, that's when some kind of manifestation happens. I think there's it's an amount, it's a frequency, and I think it could also be environmental. So it could be all of these things kind of.
Yeah, well, I think environment has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, it could be a fevered pitch of send and receive, send and return feedback loop, if you want to call it that. So it could be that. It could be, certainly how you have, like, is part of the reason that this stuff seems so weird and bizarre at times. Could that be some sort of interference in the transfer of the idea? In other words, if you think of a blue alien with red hair, why do you get back a green alien with yellow hair?
Right, right.
Or why do you get a bald alien with no hair?
Lost in translation.
Is it some kind of like weird distortion that somehow it gets twisted into some other mess? And like with the beings that at least it had some sort of interaction or interplay with me, it was I always got the sense that when it presented, it tried to do so without doing something to make me simple-minded, which is how a lot of people relate that's how they kind of soothe them. And I got the feeling that they tried not to have to do that. And so when it would well up in me to start screaming, I would always get this feeling. They didn't do this physically that I saw, because I mostly just looked at the floor, but I rarely looked them in the face. I just couldn't do it. I would mainly look at their feet. I just couldn't look them in the face. And when I would start to freak and start screaming, I would always get the feeling that they were going, no, shh. Like, I always got that sense, like, no, wait a minute, don't do that yet. I always got that kind of feeling about it. Like, well, what do you expect me to do? Like, come on, man.
What if the distortion though is part of communication? Like, you're expecting this and we're giving you this because neither of these are what we are.
I thought exactly the same way, but also in the visual. So the visual that we get is of our own. Mm-hmm. Is of our own. I don't know. I don't want to say it's of our own making, but I think it's. There are many things that look like the alien. There are many things that look like I mean, you could go back to, the flying saucer thing. There were no flying saucers until reporters called it a flying saucer. Then I was calling it flying saucers. Yeah. So that kind of co-creation, I think, happens. But I think that what we're seeing is, of course, not what it looks like, as Whitley has brilliantly described in his book. That's not it. You're something underneath. It's a Chinese puzzle box, etc., and so on. It's not just that. It's that there is a distortion going on where they are, I believe, whatever it is, it's trying to say something, but the something that is coming through is like some kind of garbled mess, because number one, we're not apt to receive it. And number two, it's coming from an unsanctioned dimension of some kind that is not, it can't exist here. Like goes back to what you say. It can't exist here. It decays so quickly that it can't, it has a hard time imparting anything. And so what do you get? Do you get the demon, or do you get the angel, or do you get the alien, or do you get the Bigfoot? Do you get a rock thrown at you, or do you get, glass breaking from the ceiling for no apparent reason?
Yeah.
What then causes apports? What causes that then? I've only had one thing like that in my whole life, and that was in this house, in the room where I used to do the podcast, which is downstairs, is my collection room. My wife is sitting at the computer. I am kneeling on the ground, leaned over a ottoman that we have, and I'm leaning over it, and I'm just sitting, and the ceiling fan is rotating, and it's cool. And I'm talking to her about something, and all of a sudden there's a snap that sounds like, the little things they sell that you throw at 4th of July. They look like a sperm cell.
Yeah,
and you throw them, and they crack, snap pops, I guess they call them. Right. So it sounded like that. And the next thing I know, a thin slice of potato skin falls onto my finger out of thin air. Now that's stupid beyond words, right? Why would a piece of potato skin fall from the ceiling when there are, number one, no potatoes in the house, and no one's cooked with a potato in this house for a week or more? Like, there's no reason for there to be a loud snap and a wet piece of potato to land on my finger, but it did. Mm-hmm. And I said to Lisa, I said, look at this SHI, I said, what is this? She's like, that's potato. It's like, did you eat potato today? I said, no, I did not eat potato today. There was skin there. I mean, there was a skin, there was freckles. I mean, it was like a slice of thin potato.
Yeah.
And I told that on Paratopia. People made fun of me for weeks about that, but it happened.
Right.
I can't take it back. It happened.
I'm going to my standby of the universe has a sense of humor, and you can either laugh with it or be the butt of its jokes.
What is that? Like, why? Like, there's no rhyme or reason for that. Why? Other than it's a distortion of something that, I don't know. I was thinking of something earlier in the day or the next. I mean, what sense does that make? Like, is there a purpose to that? There has to be some purpose there, else why would that just have happened?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be a purpose. Lots of things are just part of the mix, I think. And whereas I don't think, why not? It's just you were exercising an ability you don't know you have to apport things. It's just you're really bad at it.
Yeah. Why can't I make gold bars?
Exactly. You got to start with potato skins.
Or Elle Macpherson from the 80s. I mean, why a potato? No, I get potatoes. Spuds, that's for me.
So you mentioned The Secret, and I would think The Secret would be saying you weren't interested in.
I'm sorry, say it again?
I would think The Secret was something you wouldn't be interested in.
I wouldn't be interested in. No, I absolutely was.
Because okay, so here's the thing about
number one, for the first part of it, it was the marketing, and it was unbelievable.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, the marketing was just, and I'm being an advertising and marketing guy. I was enthralled with just the marketing alone.
Yes, I agree with that. Hands down.
Oprah Winfrey's talking about on her show, like, this is all, just so doable. And I'm thinking, well, tell the Ethiopian kids about that while they're starving to death. All they have to do is think about food. I mean, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like the way they purport it to work. But does it work? Yeah, it works. I think it works.
So here's the thing. The ideas in The Secret are essentially taken from the Seth material.
Okay.
And I know I know you haven't read Seth, but you had sort of a negative response to some of the concepts. But
channeling in general, not just that.
Okay, so do I. Like, I thought channeling was just laughable. Any channeling I had ever seen, I thought was just, I mean, it was a lot of saying nothing with a lot of words.
Right, yeah.
And I had picked up a Seth book at a used bookstore once, and I thought, well, this will be good for a laugh at some point. And at some point I picked it up because I was researching near-death experiences, and for some reason, all these seemingly credible pages on near-death experiences would reference Seth. And I'm like, why is this one channeled entity getting referenced? Like nothing else, just Seth. So when I picked up Seth, one of the first things I read was a chapter on what happens when you die. And one of the things I had just read about near-death research is some heart doctor had made the determination that he went from being like a disbeliever in near-death experiences to a full believer after studying it. And he said, what's interesting is some of the people who have these experiences are not dead. Like, they have the experience and they never died. And other people would die and not have the experience.
Mm.
So here's Seth saying, well, when you die, everybody dies at a different time. Some people leave their body before the body is dead. Other people will stick around in their body for a little bit afterwards. And like the stuff was very, very detailed. And I'm like, okay, when did the near-death stuff stop? And I started looking up when the near-death literature hit the common, sort of consumer market. And that was in the mid-70s. And this book was from 71. And I'm going, so this predates any kind of common near-death like popularity.
Notions, yeah.
So I sat down and I started to read it. And as much as I hate channeling, I was like, I'm having a real hard time dismissing this, because she went into it going, I don't know what this is. This is what's happening to me. This is what's coming through. It may just be a part of my unconscious. I don't know what it is. They didn't make a fortune doing it. They held free classes for people to come up and talk. They didn't do anything sketchy with it.
Right.
And the stuff is detailed. And as time has gone on, I have still failed to find any major errors in stuff she talked about. And Seth would talk about stuff like in The Secret, like you can manifest your own reality.
Right.
But Seth would say you don't do it from your conscious mind. And this was one of the things that blew me away, because I never understood the lust for result thing. Like, I knew it worked, but I didn't understand why, because to me, it always seemed like if you wanted something to happen, wouldn't concentrating on it be the thing that, brings it to be, like using the force, you're focusing on that thing.
Right.
And so here's Seth saying, well, you create your own reality, but you do it from a subconscious level. And if you want something to happen, you have to let those symbols and those ideas drop down to the subconscious to activate. And I'm going, so lust for results,
So in other words, forgetting it, that,
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And so as I went through this stuff, I mean, he's talking about creating your own reality, but he's not doing it. It's not the new agey way The Secret was. He's like, you don't just manifest what you want. You're going to manifest what you need to happen to you. It's not, oh, I want this. It's, okay, you can get those things, but you're going to have to deal with the stuff that's preventing you from having it now. So it's a very practical thing. It was very detailed and very practical as to how you could go about working on this and discovering deeper parts of yourself. And even though today I still go, God, I hate the idea that it was channeled. The content is really valuable. Like it changed my life in a lot of ways.
Well, I think I think you need to preface this by, and I think your listeners need to also dial back the, take your little scrubber on your podcast thing and say, well, Jeff also thought that crystals were nonsense until they worked. So I'm not saying, I'm just saying I have a really hard time with it, because there seems to be so much charlatanism in it.
Yeah, and so that's exactly how I feel.
But again, going from my standpoint of knowing, the trickster theorem as well as I do, that, it totally would make sense that it would ensconce itself in charlatanism and yet come through this, in this instance, to come from some kind of weird source where there is no reason for this to be thought of in the negative, but it's surrounded by the negative. That seems like pretty consistent to me with other stuff. So am I opposed to reading it? No. I think that, when I see Bashar and stuff like that, I can't do it. I just can't do it.
Yeah.
But and like Jay-Z Knight and stuff, I can't do it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But it makes sense that something like that would envelope itself into that, where it does make sense to a certain degree, but and I can totally see. I had a thought while you were talking, and it's getting so late that I missed it. But yeah, I mean, again, I had zero belief in crystal anything.
Right.
And and of course, there was also
put a crystal
time
to your head.
Well, there was also a time. I got to be honest. I mean, there was also a time where, where I would look at people talking about alien abduction and go, well, that's just one step from seeing them, right? So, not even remotely connecting the dots. Say, like, hey, dummy, guess what? that's staying in your room, you're just about to see it on TV. Watch this, and and that was years prior. So yeah, I'm not ready for everything. I'm not. I'm perfectly willing to admit that. I'm just not ready for everything.
Yeah, because I know we said at some point we would talk about Seth because you had like I said, you had a fairly negative response to it on Facebook.
Yeah.
At one point, and I was and the thing is, like, at the same time, I'm totally understanding your negative response because that's exactly how I felt until I sat down and read it and went, this is not like the others, Yeah. Here you have Seth not claiming to be some Atlantean prince or anything else. He's just like, I had a bunch of lives. None of them really meant anything in the grand scheme of history. You have the person channeling Seth going, I don't know what this is. This could just be my unconscious in an altered state, and Seth saying, well, it's not, Seth is a combination of an entity on the other side or a disembodied sort of entity and the person channeling him. So it's not even like it's Seth is a separate entity. And he would say, no one else is ever going to channel me because who I am is a combination of me and her. Mm. And later, of course, you have people claiming to channel Seth, and it's like, wow, yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
And the content is not good. It's not there. So either she was brilliant, or she was unconsciously brilliant, or she was connecting with something, and whatever it was bringing through, it has value. And it's been picked up by people like The Secret and stuff like that, kind of retelling it with a new age flair to it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not ready for it. But no, I think somewhere in the myriad of books that I have, I think somewhere I have the first book. There's more than one, right?
Oh, there's like 50.
Oh, well, okay. Well, I have one. I know I have one.
I have about 10.
I never read it. Just for the simple sake that I never had any interest in it because it seemed way too easy to just slide in whatever you like.
Yeah.
And I had been exposed to Bashar and Jay-Z Knight and all these people, and I just found nothing there at all. And so you really do. You lump it in. It can be easily discarded. But that is where the easily discarded is usually where it is. So I will read it, and we will have to do a discussion on that
that would be great.
Because and again, I say that about channeling, and yet I probably related at one time or another on your show, or I know I talked about it somewhere, that I used to see the humps in the air. Did I relate this to you? Where
don't remember.
I would see like denser pockets of air. It looked like where there was like a staticky look to the vision, where it would look like a hump. It would look like an upside down.
I don't think you told me this one.
Okay, so at a certain point in my condo, which had all white walls, when we were in the condo, there was an overwhelming sense of doom all the time. Like you couldn't get away from it.
I remember you telling me that, yeah.
And people would come into the house and say, "What is going on in here?"
Mm-hmm.
It was palpable to other people. Well, at certain times, it got really, really bad, and you knew when it got like that. You knew that something was going to happen. You didn't know what. You just knew something was going to happen, and I found that those times, even in like times where it was daylight, that over in the corner, it was always in the corners of the room. It was never against a flat wall. It was always in a corner. I would see, and everybody can try this. If you look at a white wall in moderate lighting, and you focus, I guess the best way to do it is to close focus, but look at a far wall. You'll start to see what looks like static, and it starts to kind of undulate. Well, when I would look at a wall like that, that undulating static that makes up our vision would would form into these humps, and sometimes there'd be 2 or 3 or sometimes just 1. And I told, again, my research partner about this at one point, and I said, I'm seeing these things, and I don't know what they are, but they move. And I don't have to move my head to make them move. They move independently of whatever I'm looking at. And he said, well, do you think they're floaters? And I said, they are absolutely not floaters.
Right.
Because I can move from one room to the other, and I can, we had an open kitchen, so I could move into the kitchen, and it was still in that corner. I could go out to the living room, it was still in the corner. I could keep my eyes on it.
So it was something distinctly there.
Something distinctly there that I could see, and Lisa couldn't see, but there were times where she could sort of make out there was something odd about the corner of the room. And when she would say that, I would say, yeah, well, there's one of them over there. And so they were always about 3.5, 4 feet off the ground. And I started to, I mean, again, I had no reason to think this beyond my own thought processes. Am I seeing the tops of the heads? Is that what I'm seeing? Is that what this is? And Lee said to me, we should think something at it and see what happens. Or if you're alone, just say something at it. And so I did. At one point, there was one in the corner of our bedroom. And I said to Lisa, I said, there's one in the corner of the bedroom. Think something at the corner. And so she turned around, she looked at the wall, and she thought something. And she turned around and looked at me, and she goes, okay. And I heard knowing. It wasn't audible. It was a hearing in my mind.
In your head, yeah.
I heard it. It was a knowing. It wasn't words. It was something that I had to formulate into words. It was a knowing, but it made verbal sense to me. And I said, I just looked at her and I said, we would never do that because he's way too important to us. Because that's what I heard.
Okay.
And she cried. And I said, what is wrong? And she says, I asked in the corner of the room, are they going to hurt Cody, my son, who was an infant at the time? So I called Lee. I told him this. He came over like a couple nights later. We sat in the living room, me and him alone, until I saw something in the corner. And it took about an hour and a half. And I saw something in the corner, and I got in my head, hello, Robert. And I knew Lee as Lee.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to him, and I looked at him, and he said, what did it say? I said, hello, Robert. And he said, he turned white and started shaking. He goes, oh my God. He goes, this is crazy. And I said, well, what? He said, because you don't know anything about my name. He said, you only know me as Lee. He said, my first name is Robert, but I go by Lee. So his name was Robert Lee. And he said, well, that's strike one. And then he began to ask questions in the air, and I would answer them. And he said, everything that I answered was in response to something that he had thought at the corner of the room. And this went on for I don't know how long. I don't know. Maybe he's got notes on this, or maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But I know he wrote all of it down. And there was a sardonic humor to it. There was riddle-like answers to certain questions. I don't know that it all made sense. He didn't really tell me everything. I just said the response, and he would write it down.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember at the end of it, him, and we both witnessed a red marble, not shooting marble, but small marble sized light in the corner of the room that night for about 3 seconds. We both saw it. We both saw it. And I said, did you see that? He goes, yeah, the red light. I said, yeah. He says, ask him what it was. And it responded that it was a check-in. Figure that out. So I said, okay. And and after everything was over, he said, you know what you just did, right? And I said, no. He said, you just channeled something. And I'm like, no, please don't say that. Because that is not what I am, and that's not who I am. I'm just an art guy. That's all I am. That's it. I don't want to be anything else. And he's like, well, that's what's going on here. And he said, so this is yet another facet to the things that we're both experiencing together now. We were experiencing like phenomena. And there was much more weird stuff between me and Lee besides that. There was a lot of other weird things that occurred in our presence, and when we were apart from each other, we experienced like phenomena. Very strange stuff. He used to say we were sharing our menses. But, whatever. That is true. That is what happened. And we would report things to each other, and I'd say, well, that was exactly what happened to me 2 years ago. And I hadn't told him about it. And
Wow.
so there was all sorts of weird things going on there. What do you say to that? Like, I could say, yeah, I guess that is, to a certain degree, that's channeling, but I'm
Sure.
hearing this in my head, and I'm speaking it to him. So that's what that is.
And with
There's
her,
some things I just can't, like I heard a lot of people, I know there was somebody in the Paratopia audience who would talk about Seth a lot. And I remember getting into it with him as well. And Jeremy did too. And I can't remember what Jeremy's objections were, but he heavily objected to the Seth stuff too. And I think that held a lot of sway with me at the time too, because I knew he had read a lot more into it than I ever had. You start learning, like the people you work the closest with, you start to trust their judgment, probably.
sure, absolutely.
To a certain degree. And I decided, I said, well, yeah, I mean, if Jeremy agrees that that's kind of what we've been outlook, so we agree with each other on that. But I will absolutely look into it because, like I say, it's I'm always finding things that are changing my mind about weird stuff.
There's this
and
book.
Part of me says this is how it leads us back into the marginal. Part of me says, well, now you'll never get anybody to listen to you. Now you're talking about channeling. and the bottom line is, I think I've said this pretty much since I started talking about this publicly, which has now been probably the better part of 30 years. I started out talking to a local MUFON group, and for a number of years, my audiences got bigger and bigger and bigger, and until I pretty much sabotaged it on my own by relating that what I believed at the time was that it was inherently negative and toxic, which they ushered me off the stage because of that. But I have always said that a great many people are going to believe the things that you've experienced, and a great many people won't. But in the end, It really doesn't matter if they do or they don't, because they don't have to live it, and you do.
Right.
And I see so many people these days talking about, I just try to get people to believe me. They just don't believe me. I was like, what? It doesn't matter. And they don't listen to that. Of course, they got to go through their own thing to get to that point. But if it paints us in a marginal light to talk about crystals and channeling, after decades of trying to be the most credible people that we can possibly be, experiencing weird stuff, what do you say to that? You just say, well, at some point you're going to have to at least stick a toe in the primrose path and see what happens. You got to.
There's a book someone had given me early on called The Magician's Dictionary, and it was published by Feral House. And I really loved it. Like going through it woke me up to all this stuff I'd never heard of. And it had a major impact on me the first time I read it. And when I started reading the Seth stuff, which was a good 10 years after, I went back and picked the book up, and I looked it up to see if there was an entry for Seth, and there was, and it said entity using Jane Roberts as his amanuensis, basically a channel. I don't know how to say it properly. The most profound and original of all the channeled entities over the past few decades. His philosophical insights into the working of the human mind are original, eye-opening, and profound. And that's all it says. And I'm like, all right, so it's not just me.
Yeah. I mean, the only way that I can make it make sense to my head enough to force me to read it, is to say, okay, maybe it's not an entity per se. Maybe that's her own mind trying to make sense of it and then transposing it into a personality.
Right.
Maybe it is.
Which is one of her theories.
Maybe it is the collective unconscious that knows a lot of things that we don't, and maybe it is something like that, or maybe it is another. You know.
So the other thing is Seth never claimed to be omniscient.
Okay.
And that is something you don't see in a lot of channeled entities. Most of them are like, oh, I know everything. Seth's like, I don't know everything. I'm just seeing it from my vantage point where I am. I can tell you things you don't know because I can see them differently.
Does he ever relate where he is?
Yes, but it's not something, it's more conceptual.
Okay.
And he talks about existing outside of time.
Okay.
Which is what you get from people who have near-death experiences. They say that time doesn't work the same way when they're, in that state.
Right.
So he claims to be a non-corporeal, being. He's a consciousness. And he even addresses UFOs at one point. When someone says, what are UFOs? He's like, I'm kind of surprised you can see them. He's like, the only thing that can travel between dimensions are consciousness. He's like, and that's what you're experiencing when you see a UFO. You're seeing a consciousness from another dimension.
Huh. And that does make sense to a certain degree when you talk about the proliferation of circles in ufology. I mean, just as a general shape, whereas the circle being a representation of wholeness and oneness and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, okay, all right. I mean, I can't. Like I said, there's plenty I can't dismiss anymore. That being probably one of them.
I had tried to dismiss it. I really did. And I even went online and looked for anyone debunking it. And the only thing I could find debunking it were Christian fundamentalists saying that Seth was a demon.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But I couldn't.
And that's,
look.
I kind of got that same. Kind of got that same reaction from a grotto where my mom's dad, my pop, had set a statue of Mary. She's a gold-covered statue. It's huge, and it's at a grotto in Emmitsburg, Maryland. And this grotto is like a replica of the one in Lourdes.
Mm.
And I was talking to Lisa. We were up there with my parents one day, and we were walking around the grounds and whatnot. And I was telling her about, the Fatima thing and or Fatima and the things that happen there and how people see it as a UFO thing and this there. And this nun, as she walked past me, she said, I said something about UFO and people see it as a UFO event, other people see it as a spiritual event, and this, that, and the other. And this nun came up behind me and tapped me on the shoulder. She says, "Those were hellions," and said nothing else but that. those were hellions. And I said, "Oh, okay." So you can see how, how that kind of thing. You can see where you absolutely understand where that kind of notion comes from. In that respect. So everybody's kind of got their ideas. And again, is that why some of these things appear inherently fearful to other people? They appear angelic. It's like a muddy mix of ideas and of different things. And again, is the high strangeness, is that caused by just distortion in the feedback or whatever? It's amazing to me that if the Seth material comes through this person in that way, it surprises me that it's so coherent.
It is extremely coherent. That's
what surprises me about it, because I haven't seen anything come from the paranormal in general that seems so incredibly coherent in thought and in, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Oh no, completely.
You just can't find that sort of thing, and to find that just seems like I look at that and I go, it's just too good to be true. Like it's too good to be true. But so let me ask you this: you say that you found things over the years that, by virtue of reading that and knowing that, you've found to be true.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find them to be true by surprise? In other words, are you not thinking about that and you find your truth in that? Do you then go, oh, wait a minute, Seth talked about that?
Yeah.
Or do you apply to Seth first?
No, it's usually, and a lot of times it'll be like someone will post, like I'm subscribed to a few Facebook groups that post Seth quotes once in a while.
Okay.
And I'll like read one and go, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
It's like like I said, she herself never claimed that it was what it seemed to be. She was very clear on she didn't know what it was. She was not making any crazy claims. She wanted to be tested. She's like, if you have a scientific test us. Let's see what this thing is.
Did they ever do anything with her in that respect, or no?
They did, but most of the time, like she would fill out different things that they would send her, and then they'd never hear from them again.
Of course, yeah, yeah.
And so unlike
lack of interest, in other words,
Yeah, or it didn't look like maybe it was coming up a little too positive. Is also a possibility.
Oh, okay.
Depending on what they, if they were trying to debunk it,
Right. Yeah.
But the subtlety and the balance and the stuff they talk about is just, like I said, she could have been tapping into something in an enlightened state.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, I will read the one that I have. I've never cracked it. I've never cracked it open. And then we'll have to have a discussion about it.
And I know, I don't know if we did it on the air or not, but I know Hanson and I talked about it briefly. And when I said something about, Seth talking about manifesting since he's manifesting through her, it's partly her and partly him. And he's like, yeah, I figure that's exactly how channeling works.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I could see, not only just the channeling in general, being cloaked in that and being represented like that. But one usually was he the first ever channeled thing? Was that the start of that or not?
I think it was the start of the craze over it.
The craze of it. Okay.
But I mean, I think because you had channeling going all the way back to the 1800s. Where they would do seances and channel people and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I think the Seth thing, if I remember right, started out with a Ouija board. And they were getting information through a Ouija board. And then suddenly one day he just started talking through her and she didn't know what was going on. And she didn't remember the sessions afterwards either. So she was in a trance state of some sort.
So it's really interesting about the Ouija board because, many years ago now, I think Lisa and I were dating. I don't even think we were engaged yet. So it would be over 26 years ago. I did some research on the Ouija board because the history is right here in the hometown, right? So, the Fulton family, I think, lived in Glenarm, and that's not far from me at all. And so I started looking into that, and then I went up talking to 3 or 4 psychologists about what makes it work and how do you think it works, and they all pretty much gave me the same boilerplate answer, which was that it's a tool that facilitates automatism, which is non-voluntary or muscle movement, this, that, and the other. But at least a couple of them told me that they believed that it was potentially dangerous. And when I asked why, they said that automatism was the movement of the planchette on the board, but the coherence of the message that whatever would come out led some of them to believe that it may have tapped into areas of human consciousness that we are not ready to explore. That was what one told me verbatim.
Interesting.
And so, because I had said that there were absolutely cases where people had gotten physically sick after using one.
Mm-hmm.
I did at one point after using one. Got violently ill. People going crazy with them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
In other words, using them so much that they weren't. I worked with a lady at one of my first jobs out of college. Her mother was institutionalized because she would not stop using a Ouija board, and they took it away from her.
Wow.
To come home and find her the table that she had scraped the alphabet into and using a shot glass to do it.
Wow.
She was just completely obsessed, and she lost her mind.
Well, I think any of this stuff has that risk to it.
Oh, sure. But and I think EVP especially can do that as well.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
But the more that you get, and I can understand the level that those people get to, because I was there when it came to the UFO thing. I had my head so far underwater with that, I was drowning and had no realization that I was drowning in it. But that is what it does. Gives you more. You want more. You follow the more. And so before you know it, your life's in control. And there's your anti-structure. There's your isolation, your marginalism, because at that point you look crazy. So, yeah, I could totally see that maybe the Seth thing may have been some form of her own consciousness that she, to get it out, it had to be, or maybe her subconscious made it into a personality, or we don't know how the mind works, so we have no idea.
But we know it can do that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's definitely a discussion we got to have.
All right. Well, this seems like a good place to end since this has been over 2 hours.
Yeah.
So thank you, Jeff. This has been an awesome conversation.
Thank you, sir. Always a pleasure.
All right, we're down to the last show. The last time Jeff Ritzmann was on Where Did the Road Go? And actually, I think the last time I actually talked to him, September 20th, 2019, his favorite show was Lodge 49. And I really liked it as well. Not quite to the level he did. He did some really fantastic fan art and stuff. And yeah, he was just almost obsessed with the show and the sort of esoteric messages hidden within it. So I had him come on and talk about it. And unfortunately, the show got canceled, like most good shows. And that was it. But what was there was a lot of fun. And so here you go. This is Jeff Ritzmann's final appearance on Where Did the Road Go? Welcome to this edition of Where Did the Road Go? And tonight I'm talking with Mr. Jeff Ritzmann. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, sir. How are you?
And we're going to talk about Lodge 49 because I know this is pretty much your favorite show. And I like it a lot. I don't know if it's my favorite show, but it's definitely up there. And initially, I wasn't interested in this. Like, I saw the ads and I went, I don't know. And then I saw, I think, you and Michael Hughes going on about how much you guys loved it. And I went, okay. If both of them love this, I must have to watch this. So about halfway through the first season, I went back and started watching it. And it's on AMC.
Mm-hmm.
And
10 o'clock on Mondays.
Okay, and it's about halfway through the second season now.
Yeah, somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah, like 4th or 5th episode, I think.
Yeah, so, 5th. It just aired this week, yeah.
Okay, so tell people a little bit about it. What is it?
Well, I mean, it starts out. I mean, like you said, you watch the commercials for it, and it kind of looks like this quirky little show that kind of surrounds this Masonic type lodge situation, and then you start watching it and you realize, oh no, it's so much more than that. Yes. Which is kind of what grabbed me. I mean, initially I watched it, and I'm like, yeah, this is really good, and then the more you watch, the more you're like, wait a minute, something legitimately weird is weaving its way through this story.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, just to give everybody kind of like this primer thing, like here's a pair of twins, Liz and Sean Dudley, and Sean goes by the name Dud. And these are both two people that are to look at it through the lens of trickster theory, they are extremely marginal people, and they're both in liminal states of sorts because their father has died. He owned a pool company where they sold pool cleaning supplies and chlorine and all that sort of thing, local business. And he was killed by body surfing, but they never found his body. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of that was kind of the first thing that made my ears perk up, was okay, so he's, it's kind of a Schrodinger type thing where, is he really dead? You're not really sure if he's really dead because they never found the body, but he's not here, so where is he? So there's that sort of thing going on. And the scene opens up in the first episode with Sean out on the beach, metal detecting, and he finds a ring, and it's a ring from the lodge, the Lynx Lodge they call it, and the Lynx Lodge is kind of on first blush you think this is like everybody probably remembers the Mooses and the Masons, of course, and all those sorts of clubs, and it kind of seems like that sort of thing. Which mainly it kind of revolves around the bar, right? The bar that's in the lodge hall. And you think, well, it's just a drinking club is what it boils down to. But then you kind of start getting this history about this Harwood Fritz Merrill, who was born in 1833. And there's a whole story that goes along with him, where he became interested in Egyptian mysticism and Hellenistic Egypt, where the city of Alexandria was the center of alchemical knowledge and all that sort of stuff, and esoteric pursuits of one kind or another. And so this guy basically starts the lodge, and it's a lot more involved in the story than that, but I don't want to ruin it for people who want to watch. Yeah. And so there's this undercurrent of there's an alchemical component to this stuff, a mystical component to the lodge. And and then there's all of the ways that things seem to happen in this are very, that there's something more to it even when you're watching it, right? So Sean finds the ring and he goes to a pawn shop because he's broke. He has no job, right? And he takes the ring to the pawn shop, and the pawn shop guy says, it's not worth anything, it's base metal, and that's a lodge ring. There's people, the Lynx Lodge, they're over on such and such road. And he goes, oh, okay, so you won't give me any money? He said, no. So he pawns his metal detector for cash. And, and so he's out of work, and Liz, his sister, is working in a place called Shamrocks. So there's a symbol with high esoteric connotations at the Shamrock, right? So that's where she works, and it's basically, it's all about boobs and miniskirts. And
it's sort of a Hooters.
It's a job. It's not a career. But it's that liminal position. This is not a career job. It's a job you get to pay bills to get through college or to whatever. And so there's that sexual component of that's kind of taboo. There's all these girls with short skirts on, walking around, serving beer in low-cut tops and all this kind of stuff. So it's very much that kind of, I don't know, it's that perfect place for seeing the marginal aspects of her existence in the story. It just puts her right into that slot. You know it immediately. But she's also like a self-sabotaging character where she does get these breaks for more money and more responsibility and really a career. And she just abandons it. She just can't seem to follow through on these things. And she said, when I played Chutes and Ladders as a kid, I always liked going down the chute, which is how you lose. And so there's that. So she's in that period of is stuck in that transitional phase. She doesn't know what to do with her life, and she's just kind of languishing. Like Dud, they're both kind of these liminal, very marginal characters. And so Dud meets Ernie, and Ernie is at the lodge. Ernie is a knight at the lodge, and what struck me immediately was that you find out that Ernie is a plumbing salesman. He sells plumbing supplies. And I turned off the TV that night. I'm like, they could have made him anything in this story, but instead he's a plumbing guy.
Mm-hmm.
And with all of the paranormal / esoteric things going on in the story, you just can't help but to think, of ghost hunters and, and the connection with plumbing.
Yeah.
Like that just really, I went, really? They could have written this man as anything. And Brent Jennings plays him. He's a fantastic actor. And, but Ernie is also, he's a road, he says it literally in the show. I'm a road man. Like I'm a road salesman. And so that right there is a liminal space. He is a liminal, in that liminal space all the time as part of his job. And so we also know that road salesmen are border crossers, which is another trickster aspect. They are both literally and figuratively, as he's also having an affair with a married woman, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So who is white, and Ernie is a African American man. And so there's that kind of, even though we do live in a more enlightened age these days, certain things are always going to seem, whether they are taboo or not, they're always going to kind of carry that edge, I guess is the best way to put that. We're not living in a time right now where, I don't know, we've kind of backstepped a little bit, but we're not in a spot where homosexuality or interracial marriages or relationships are all that, like, we're not aghast like people were in the 40s and 50s and earlier. But it still carries that odd tinge of taboo, right? So, not to most of us, but in societal terms in general, I think that's still it's still unfortunately a thing. And so that too is is kind of a trickster theorem thread that gets in there. And Ernie, incidentally, is plagued by ravens in the beginning of the show. And so ravens are associated with Apollo, and that's the god of prophecy, and they're said to be a symbol of bad luck, and they were God's messengers in the mortal world, and et cetera and so on. So there's that. And Ernie starts out in the show with a gambling debt because work is not providing him enough income. So there's that stress, right? So you've got all these things in the three main characters. Everybody's in the same space. And the more I watch, the more I'm going, good Lord, whoever's writing this has to know. They have to know. You find out that Jim Gavin, the creator, who's a brilliant writer and conceptualist of all these things, I just recently found out is actually into some of this weird stuff, and he said to a person on Twitter the other day that he does in fact follow this stuff and tries to be as accurate as possible with what he writes and how he figures the story. But I still have to wonder, like, did you write all these people in this marginal space because you know about trickster theorem and this is how these things kind of roll? Because in the course of the show, there are visions. People are having visions in this little group of people. Dud has had visions. Other characters in the story, they've all had these mystical experiences, and everybody seems to be in that space where it's ripe for paranormal eruptions to happen. You've got Blaze, who is a member of the Lodge, and Dud meets him upon getting in. And Blaze is an apothecary owner, which is really just a fancy pot shop, right? But this guy is a character that is steeped in mysticism and marginality as well. And his head is always very much in the spiritual prophetic cloud like all the time. And as far as I am concerned, viewing eyes for this, I'm seeing him as the part of the shaman of the story. Like he's the guy that helps in the beginning, he helps Ernie cure his cat's issue with a host of all these oils and herbs. And but there's other things about his personality in that he seems to be sexually fluid, which is like another kind of the shamanic type thing going on there. Because later on in, I think it's season 1, he sleeps with a man, but you're not sure whether he's gay because it's not really stated that he is, but you're left in that story-wise point where is he or isn't he? And as you watch the story, you realize, well, it's just part of his nature. He just is a fluid guy. But he is the one who takes on what they call the magnum opus, Steve's success with, and he's very much that shamanic figure in the story. And then there's Connie and Scott, and Connie is a reporter. These are both lodge members as well. She's a writer, reporter, and in the beginning of season 1, she pretty much loses her job. I'd say about halfway through the season, or a couple episodes in.
Right.
She loses her job, and she is unbelievably liminal and marginal because online media has taken over her job and made her obsolete. Right. So.
Right.
But there's also the added feature that she's terminal with some kind of quote unquote brain cloud. Right. So we're thinking it's either brain cancer or a tumor or something like that. So she stands on this threshold that actually, I mean, it's amazing that this thing dances so closely with Trickster Theorem, and the way things are written so play into this that you see them every chance that you see them. Every time you turn around, there's something else. That you almost wonder, could someone actually write this? I mean, that's what I've wondered. Like, is this just happening, or is this being written so deftly? And I don't doubt Jim's, his abilities, because like I said, he's an amazing writer. But oh my God, it's so much. Like, it's so much. And she is stated directly in these words that she is in a threshold event. She's on the threshold of the hereafter, but also in season 2, she's on the threshold of better and understanding of the lodge and the history and the mystical connections. And this most recent episode that aired this past Monday, she has a vision that is pretty astounding. And again, I'm not going to ruin that for everybody, but then you've got Orbis, which is like I don't know, what do you compare this to? It's like it's an aerospace firm that's based in Long Beach, which is where this whole story unfolds. And Orbis is closing down, right? So people are losing their jobs. So the whole town is in this liminal, chaotic state because people don't know what they're going to do for a living. And just about if you live in Long Beach, chances are you know someone who's worked at Orbis, or your parents worked there, or your grandparents, or it's just that kind of place, and it's closing down. And there are some very interesting things that go on there throughout the story that are very weird. So,
including Bruce Campbell being a part of that.
Yes, yes. So yeah, there's a land development, which again, construction, change, right? So all of these themes and these sub-themes are just pulsing through this entire story. It's extraordinary. I mean, I watched this past Monday and I said, you know what? I've had enough. I've got to record something because people know just how amazing that this show is for what it's able to do. And if it's not being written this way, if a lot of these very subtle things aren't actually being written and they're just coming out, then that's really incredible as well. Right? So I would assume that it's probably all being written this way, but it feels so accidental. I mean, and that's probably the brilliance of Jim's writing.
Written. Yeah.
That's probably just that that amazing writing style. But they go, of all places, they go to a psychic. They end up at a psychic's place this week. And the psychic, I mean, in watching him talk and watching him behave, he clearly admits to Liz that he's not a psychic.
Mm-hmm. That was great.
But he knows things, and he hangs at the track, and he plays the horses, right? Because he knows the jockeys, and he knows the trainers, and he's got an insight. He's not psychic. He's just an astute guy that's trying to make his way in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's very observant and all of these things. But at the end, when she's getting ready to walk out of his apartment, he lays, the psychic thing down on her. And you can clearly tell that this is not coming from being a con man or a quick talker. This is coming from a place of he's legitimately psychic. And you're like, oh, come on. Come on. The guy is a con man. He's deceptive. He's slick, but he's also psychic. And that's also a very, again, these things erupt from people. I mean, what did they find out in some of these psychical experiments is that when there's the element of deception is accounted for with a subject, that more odd things seem to happen. So that component adds to the reality of psi. So I think that's amazing writing if that was actually something that was found out and that put into play. But I mean, my God, I saw that and I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I gotta like write something or do something, and I don't know. It's extraordinary to watch this story, and the story is good too. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not just I don't just watch it because I go, oh, that's Trickster. It's a great story, and it's hysterical. I mean, it's funny as you can't believe, but
it's quirky, it's weird. Even if you don't get all the that type the stuff you've been talking about, the esoteric type of stuff, it's still fun to watch.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. And
I mean, the stuff that happens with them is just ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, and everywhere you look, you can look at certain characters and go, for the first time, being into this subject actually gives me insight into a television show, right? That isn't Ancient Aliens or something, or Ghost Hunters or whatever. I literally said 2 or 3 weeks ago, Connie is going to become a very important figure in this whole thing. And sure enough, I mean, she's, she has taken a step into kind of being above the lodge. I mean, kind of like she's now been inducted into this thing called the True Lodge, which we're not even sure what that means yet. But, it obviously comes with some kind of interesting knowledge about things. And she is actively kind of pursuing a miracle with blindfolding herself, with having lynx eyes, kind of embroidered on the blindfold. Yeah, and she walks around like this, and she walked around, and the lady at the lodge in England said, "You'll know when it's time to take it off. You'll see when it's time to take it off." And she did. And but there's such a host of things that are connected. I mean, it makes Lost look like it's Lost, right? I mean, there was so many, Lost was another one that, there were all these reflexive sub-themes going on, and you wondered, well, how did this connect to this? And you never really got the answer to these things. The great thing about Lodge 49 is you do get those things. They do resolve themselves, and you understand a little bit more about these strange things that people are seeing when you look at certain paintings on the wall in the lodge, or you look at, they zoomed in on I think it was last week's, not this past Monday's, but the Monday before, they zoomed in on an etching that's over the fireplace. in the library, which is a real artifact from alchemy. Like it's an etching done by a guy named Champagne or Champagne, however you want to say it. And a lot of people think that he was, God, what was the guy's name? I can't remember now. Isn't that terrible?
I do it all the
I'm
time.
getting really bad with names. The older I get, the worse I get with names. Anyway, this was a guy who, like, back in the day was one of those people that they assumed that he had actually gotten the trick to turning lead into gold, which is the whole thing about. He was the guy who actually made it happen, and made it happen for one of his students as well. But they're thinking that this guy, and I'm looking through my posts on Facebook or on Twitter because I know I posted this, but it's one of those things where the more it makes you want to look into alchemy, right? Start looking at alchemy, you realize that there's a lot of stuff that people don't know about, even the figures that are involved in it, which is really like that just makes it all the more a marginal pursuit, right? And there's heavy spiritualism in this stuff, and there's but it's also it's also like chemistry and other stuff, and I never really knew that much about it. I certainly had heard the word before, but I never knew what it meant. And then there's the deeper connotations as to what all that means. Fulcanelli is the guy I'm thinking of. I just found the post. So Fulcanelli was this guy that is said to have transmuted 100 grams of lead into gold using projection powder. They think that he may have been the guy who did the etching over the fireplace. Like, it's signed Champagne, but they always have thought it's really Fulcanelli that did that, because the interesting thing about this etching is that it is a piece that is related to architectural symbology. And so in the lodge they find, I think purely by accident, they find a room that has been sealed off that contains this library. And in the middle of this library is this corpse of one of the leaders of the lodge at one point back in the 60s. And he's a very strange figure. He's supposed to be figuring into the next episode a lot more. We really haven't seen anything of him since season 1. But there's a whole component of an affair with a married man, and I mean it's an incredibly detailed show. It's impossible to go over every thing in detail, but that's the general gist, and it's fascinating. And so the more I watch and the more I see, the more I'm like, yeah, all these things really are following like what I've talked about on this show.
Yeah.
I think pretty much every show that I've done here has been that kind of the anti-structural, the liminal, the marginal. It's all here, and it's fascinating to watch this story unfold and see more of that unfolding all the time until you do get these I don't know, they are like eruptions. Like you just wonder how much marginal can we get with this story, or how much more anti-structural can this story be, or can these people get? And then boom, something happens that is of the mystical band, and I'm like, yeah, of course it does, right? So,
but it's all very subtle too. None of it's blatant.
No, it is very subtle. Yeah,
and that's the thing. It comes across as just being quirky to somebody who doesn't know this stuff.
Yeah, and this is what somebody on Facebook had brought up this week was, for people who aren't into this line of thinking, like does this make sense to them? Like, do they understand the deeper things that are going on underneath here? And is that enough for them to like the show? Will it be engaging to them enough to watch? And clearly it is, because people are watching this year. So I think a lot more than last, I hope. But
I also think this season's been better than last season too, because now they're getting to fill this stuff out a little bit.
Yeah, you're getting more. You're getting the story's getting fleshed out more, and you're finding things out. Like, you're learning, like, about the True Lodge. You're learning about
and all the Mexico stuff.
Oh my God! Right? I mean, I'll just put it to you this way, folks. If you don't want to watch the show, I'll give you the word that will absolutely make you tune in. Donkey corn. Like, that's all I'm going to say.
You say donkey corn?
Donkey corn. Yeah. Yeah. It's a unicorn donkey, right?
Yes.
So it's a donkey.
It is.
And, or a unidonkey, whatever you want to call it. But yes, there is a donkey corn in there.
That is a beautiful moment.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And just inexplicably weird, right? So has everything that we have talked about, and with or without me on this show talking about this. I mean, Josh has brought this up, I'm sure. Red Pill's probably brought this up. Inexplicably weird things. Like, the paranormal is not portrayed on television or in fiction really that well.
No.
In that it is inexplicably far more weirder than the imagination can come up with. And that is literally what Lodge 49 presents, is these things that you're just like, what? What is this? And it's just out of left field. You can't anticipate it. It just feels right. And you're like, holy crap, this guy is really writing a story that is steeped in this stuff, and it's soaked in it, and it shows. So I can't talk enough about it. I love this show.
and you've talked to some of the people who make it on Twitter.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
And have they told you anything that is not public as far as that type of stuff goes?
No, I don't really ask. Like, I like, from the first episode that I saw, I pretty much, I think it was like maybe a week. I was a week behind, I think, last year. And I just, I mean, for me, it was like one of these things where there's not a whole lot when you do art for a living and you go to work and you do that every day. It takes a lot to come home and want to do it. Like, you just don't want to do it. And I'm guessing that probably a lot of people in my profession probably have this problem where, you started doing this thing because you loved it, right? And then it becomes your livelihood. And I don't say that I've grown to hate it, but I have grown to get tired of doing it.
Sure.
In the sense that I don't want to come home and draw, and I don't want to come home and paint, right? And I don't want to come home and do composite work in Photoshop and all that. Like, I'm not interested. But when this show came along, it fired something else in me that I started doing a piece of art for every episode. And this is probably the more inexplicable thing to me is that I just can't stop doing them. I'm not getting paid to do them. I'm not, I don't care that I'm not getting paid. I started doing them. I just put them on Twitter and I hashtag Lodge 49, and that's how it started. And they just pour out of me. I don't know how else to say it. I mean, I don't even feel like I'm coming up with them. And that's when, to me, that's always when the art was really cool to do, is when you feel like it's not you doing it, right?
Right.
And you just kind of waltz into this zone, and all of a sudden, it just starts falling, and it just pours out through you, and so you put it down, and there it is. And they're weird, and but I thought, I wonder if I'm going to get to a point where, if I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to post these things and is anything going to be predictive about what's going on? So I'm doing these pieces, and they're kind of reflective of the last episode, but they also, I think they kind of burst kind of out of like where I think the story might be going, or one character particularly had a great scene in the last episode, and so I'll kind of focus on them for one reason or another. And in some degrees, that's kind of been a little weird that sort of kind of has happened, not to any huge degree by any stretch, but things that I notice about the show that are happening are interesting. And so I don't know, somewhere along the line, the gentleman who plays Scott, Eric Allen Kramer, liked one of the pieces that I put up, like very early on, and now it's pretty much like I post a piece up, and pretty much the whole cast seems to really like them. So that's awesome. Nice, right? That's nice. That's nice to. It's nice to be able to do something that isn't Star Wars, that isn't work, that isn't somebody else's thing. It's nice to just pour something out of yourself and have people like it. So that's nice. But the cast are really nice people, and they super interacted with their fans, and and everybody that I've interacted with from the cast, they're lovely people. So I enjoy doing it for them. I enjoy doing it for other fans, because other fans now, are following this stuff, and so they're just fun to do, and I really enjoy it. And at this point, I don't think I can stop because I see them, and I'm like, yep, that's got to happen. And now what's really weird is like little lines are jumping out at me, right? So on one of the episodes, Dud is in the donut shop, and he has, let's say, selectively borrowed some pool equipment from another company that is occupying his dad's shop, and he hates them, right? So he lifts this pool equipment and he steals it out of the back of their truck, and they come in and they say, "Did you steal this stuff out of the back of the truck?" And he goes, "No, I wouldn't do that." And he said, "Maybe it was it was a gang. There's gangs around here. They might have done it. Maybe it was the Willow Street Knife Boys." Like he makes this gang up out of thin air, right? And I'm just like, that just struck me. So I did a whole colors back patch for the Willow Street Knife Boys, and I posted that, and that was like a big thing. So what did I do? I put it up on TeePublic, and I started selling shirts of it. Nice. And so I'm taking all the proceeds of that, and all the proceeds from selling that shirt are going to go to St. Jude's.
Beautiful.
So we're going to do that, and so I just sold 2 more tonight, which is great because I want to at least give $50. You don't make much on these things, but if any listeners are fans and want one, you can go to my Twitter page and see the link for it. But and now I'm doing some work for another interesting little angle on this, because again, it's really inspirational for me, and there's not a whole lot of things that do that. So it's kind of nice to be inspired. It's nice to find something that does that for you.
And it's nice to have deep shows on television. There's a handful out there, and that's definitely one of them.
Yeah. So it's good stuff. I seriously recommend it. If you haven't seen it, you can watch it on Hulu. I think the season 1 is on Hulu. And I think if you have on demand, I would be reasonably sure it's probably on there. But you can also watch it on AMC TV on their website. They have past episodes, so you can catch up that way too.
Yeah, I started halfway through, and honestly, like I it was like maybe up to season 6 when I started watching, and so I went back, and I think DirecTV On Demand had all the first episodes up to the previous week's episode, and it was there. But every time I tried to watch it, it errored on me, and then it would tell me it wasn't available, and I'm going, no. I need to see this one before I can watch the ones I have recorded, Right. And I eventually had to get it through other means, which I shouldn't have had to do, because it should have played, but it just refused to play. It was there. It just wouldn't. I couldn't watch it.
Yeah. Lovely technology at times can be a pain. Yeah. but
it is available out there.
Yeah, it's out there. You can catch up, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. And And again, you watch this show and you go, wow, this guy is either really, really familiar with not only, the alchemical stuff and the history of alchemy, and if you guys out there listening, if you love little things that show up in shows that you can dig into and try and figure out why they're there, this is it. I mean, this show has all of that. So if you're like one of these people who you love a good mystery image that's shown on a back wall, you can figure out, and Jim has said, everything that they show in these background shots, or, he was talking in an interview about the painting over the fireplace, and he says, nobody's really figured that out yet. And well, so what do you think I did? I went out and doggedly hunted this picture down to figure out what it was and post it. But, it's like, yeah, I get kind of where that's coming from. I'm not sure if I hit it directly on the head, but there's all these little, these little images of things that you see. Like there's a scene where Dud is standing in Orbis and he's running from guys who are stealing cable, right? Because Orbis is closing down and there's all this cable everywhere and junk. And so people are in there scavenging it. And he catches them and they chase him. And he crawls under this piece of plywood and there's a door. And he goes through the door and then he goes into a room through a crack in a wall. And then he goes down a ladder. So it's really deep in the bowels of this place. And he's standing in water that's probably looks like it's maybe like an inch deep or 2 inches deep. And all of a sudden, there's stars coming up from the floor. He's seeing this vision of stars. And you see that some of these stars are brighter than others. And they are moving. And you go, okay, is this a constellation we should be looking up? Like it's that kind of stuff that you start digging into to go, okay, what did that mean? And what does that mean? And it makes you go on the net and search these things out and learn about what that means. And then when you find out you're right, that the show does not disappoint you with some, some garbage that's not pertaining to what the answer really is. It really is the answer you think that it is.
Right.
So it validates what you research. Like it's really sharp in that way. So,
and again,
if you're into that, it's there.
And if you don't want to do it, it's still an entertaining show. Even if it works on two levels, and it's hard for a lot of shows to do that. Every once in a while, you get one that actually works on two levels.
Yeah, yeah, and like I said, the acting. We were talking before we started recording tonight. Like the acting is unbelievably good.
Yes,
I mean, and TV shows come and go, and every once in a while you get one like Breaking Bad that was an amazing cast with amazing acting all the time. And this show is exactly that sort of beast. It's just, this cast is unbelievable. And I remember, like, I did not watch Humans, which the girl that plays Liz, Sonia Cassidy, she was in a show called Humans on Sci-Fi, and I did not watch it, admittedly. And so when I heard her in an interview, speaking with a British accent, I'm like, what is this? Yeah, she's actually British, but her American accent is so perfect, you will never know that this girl is from the UK, and a really pronounced accent, I might add. So, I mean, she's unbelievable in this character, and Eric and Linda, who plays Connie, and all these people. They're just unbelievably good at what they do. And the cast interacts well together. Like, no one is clunky, right? Right down to, like, the people that work at Ernie's plumbing company. Like, even they are great. Like, great characters, great character actors, but great storylines and how they all weave together. It's just, I guarantee if you watch it, you're going to not be disappointed by it at all.
I would agree with that, so... Lodge 49, in case you missed what we were talking about, it's on AMC.
Monday nights, 10
p.m.
Eastern, 9 Central, right? So, yeah.
Yep. And as we said, I'm sure it's on demand and, stuff like that. So go check it out.
Yes, please check it out.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, sir.
And so that's it. The end of the Jeff Ritzmann Memorial Collection. I hope people got a lot out of this. Jeff had so many interesting ways of looking at stuff, and his contributions to this should never be forgotten. And he added to my show incredibly. He did some of the artwork that we have on T-shirts and stuff. And I never even asked him to do that stuff. He just did it because he liked the show. And suddenly he sends me this artwork with a car and the sort of Men in Black sort of thing. And I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. And yeah, he was just such an awesome guy. The last time I talked to him, I probably mentioned it on one of these other parts, we were texting back and forth. He was supposed to come meet us at Albatwitch in 2020. Yeah, I guess it was 2020. Does that sound right? I don't know. 2019 it must have been. Yeah, 2020 didn't exist. I totally forgot 2020 wasn't a thing. Yeah, 2019's Albatwitch, and we just couldn't make it work. I was hoping to actually get him on video. I don't know if that actually would have happened or not, but that was the goal, to have like me, him, Tim, and Chris Ernst and such, and just do like a real video roundtable with all of us. But it didn't work out, unfortunately, and now he's gone. For those who don't know, Jeff passed away February 24th, 2021, very suddenly, and it's a loss to everyone who knew him and to the paranormal community at large. I'll see you next time. You have been listening to Where Did the Road Go? This show is made possible in part from our Patreons, and we thank you and everyone listening for helping us continue this exploration of the strange. You can always find everything Where Did the Road Go related at www.wheredidtheroadgo.com. And thank you so much for your support.